Cuando salga Kate, o si sale ahí, le puedes poner...
Falling on my knees in worship, giving all I am to see your face. So all I am is yours. My whole life I place in your hands. Your mercy, humbled, I bow down in your presence at your throne. I call and you answer, and you came to my rescue, and I wanna be with you are. I call and you answer, and you came to my rescue, and I wanna be with you are. My life be lifted high, our world be lifted high, our life be lifted high, high, my life, my life be lifted high, our world be lifted high, our life be lifted high. I call and you answer, and you came to my rescue, and I wanna be where you are. Yes, I call and you answer, and you came to my rescue, and I wanna be where you are. My life be lifted high, our world be lifted high, our life be lifted high, high in our life. My life be lifted high, our world be lifted high, our love be lifted high. Falling on my knees in worship, giving all I am to see your face. So all I am is yours. My whole life I place in your hands. Your mercy, humble, I bow call and you answered, and you came to my rescue, and I wanna be with you. I call and you answered, and you came to my rescue, and I wanna be where you are. When my love, be lifted high. Shabbat shalom, everybody. So we have 3, 6, 7, 8. We got 2 more openings. Somebody else want to come in? Come on in. Yeah, this is Singing Bird saying, Mark, great job with Cato. What she's referring to there is Natsarim Projects radio station in Los Angeles, California. Our brother Cato runs that. And he called and we did an interview on that radio station. And so if you would like to go there, you can. It's you go to Spotify and you go to the Natsarim Projects or NPJ. And it's the interview is called All Spark, and you can listen to the interview. It's recorded on Spotify. It's free. So that's what they're talking about here. So if you haven't watched it, it's really a cool interview. Go there and watch it. You get a chance. Support Brother Cato. All right. One more opening, somebody. Okay. All out of breath here and running around the house like a chicken with my head cut off. All right. Give me about 2 minutes and we'll get started. Finish listening to this song and we'll get started. Be lifted high, be lifted high, be lifted high, falling on my knees in worship, giving all I am to see your face. So all my help is yours. All my help is yours. Okie dokie, we got a full house. We got a few people still trickling in here, but we're going to go ahead and get started. You guys aren't talking this morning like normal.
Well, you were playing music, but I have to ask Brother AJ something. Did you get the email I sent you? Brother AJ? Yes. Did you get the email? Yes? Okay.
All righty, let's get started. So we're going to start a new study today in 1 John. 1 John is all about love, really. I mean, it's he encourages everyone to love one another, to love Yahuwah. He identifies Yahuwah as love, and the goal of the Torah is love, and all the love is the completion of the Torah, and all the Torah and the prophets hang on the first two commands, the first and greatest command and the second command, which are not new commands at all, but they are renewed commands or reiterated commands as had been given to us before. Okay, so who would like to start out reading 1 John chapter 1 for us? This is one of these, in my opinion, one of the letters here, this little book, if you will, of John's, that everyone should read over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, and then read it more and more and more and more again and again and again. This thing is nothing but pure truth and pure love, man. I mean, this is the book to begin. If you're not familiar with 1 John, you should get very familiar with it. One of my favorites, if not my favorite of all of the Natsarim writings, is right here in this 1 John. I think it's that important. Go ahead, Tori.
I'm just volunteering.
Yeah, I know. That's what I say. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Hi, AJ. Glad you're here, bro.
Morning, AJ. Nice to see you.
Shalom to everyone. I hope you can hear me. I had an echo, so I had to come take off YouTube and go back to the StreamYard. I missed everybody. Yes, Phyllis, I got the email. I got the calendar and stuff. Thank you very much, you and Lou. Victoria, Shelly, Roz, hello, Shalom, Yami, Raul, William, how you doing, man? Okay.
Good to see you, brother.
Same here. Been praying for everybody. I like to just say for a minute, I know we're going to get started. Hashatan been attacking all the set apart ones, going rampant. Even when he cut the internet off in the building here, it went dark. That's why the last time I wasn't on here, we had a problem with the internet. But I've been praying for all the 7-part ones. I've been praying for your brothers, sisters, family members, children, pets, everything that's in your possession. I just want y'all to know that. And I thank y'all for all of you, even those that are in the chat room that I don't see. I pray for all of them because I know there are set apart ones in the chat room. And there are others that are coming in to this newness of understanding. I also pray for them too as well. That's all I want to say. I ain't holding up nothing. But shalom.
Hallelujah. Okay. 1 Peter chapter 1, verse 1.
1 John.
No.
I'm sorry, 1
First
John. Let me move to 1 John then. 1 John, sorry. Okay. 1 John chapter 1, verse 1. Oh, that's a short one. Okay. What was from the beginning, what we have heard, what we have seen with our eyes, what we have looked upon, and our hands have handled concerning the word of life.
Okay,
The
stop
law-
for a second. It's kind of a strange little salutation, don't you think? He's kind of telling you what he's getting ready to write about. He's really not addressing it to anybody, is he? It's kind of a strange little beginning, if you notice that. What was from the beginning, what we have heard, what we have seen with our eyes, our eyewitness, he's eyewitness, what we have looked upon and our hands have handled concerning the word of life. Now he's going to tell us all about it. So we can't really say that this is epistle, then. It's really more of I guess we could call it a book. It's not really epistle, is it? So what does this mean, do you think? Why would this be? Go ahead, Tori.
I'm going to say what I felt was that they've already experienced and had a journey filled for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like they just started going out. This is something they've seen, handled, dealt with, prayed about, and dwelt upon.
Okay, so then this author seems to be it's almost like a continuation of something he's already shared. It's like he's continuating off of something that he already began. Don't you think? It's almost like a second letter almost, if you will. Go ahead, Roz.
It's like touching and feeling. You go to an aquarium and then you get to touch the animals that are in the water, or you go to a zoo and you get to touch the animals in the show and tell part of it. Mm-hmm. They were there. They're telling what their story was. They hugged Yahusha. They broke bread with Yahusha. They ate everything with Yahusha. So they were, meaning the words that he gave, everything. So he's just expressing that he was with him and what he's just telling how he's feeling with it. That's how I'm getting it.
Yeah. So he's not really identifying anybody sending this writing off to. So it almost seems to me it's a continuation, and I think that this could possibly answer Raul's question here. Mark, which John wrote the book, in your opinion? He's speaking of 1 John, of course. And so to me, I think it's the same John who wrote the memoirs of John, and the same author that wrote Revelation, because he's not addressing this. It's like he's continuing on with his first writing. So we go there. Let's see if there's any merit to that. We all go to John.
I was just going to say real quick also, it even says what was from the beginning.
I know. And so that's what I'm saying. Go to 1 John and look how he begins his letter, in the beginning. It's almost the same mind, isn't it? Same mind, frame of mind, same line of thought, which could indicate same author. Now, nobody knows. Nobody can say for sure. But I think there's enough subtle hints in John, 1 John, 2 John, 3 John, and Revelation that we can identify that this is the same author in all of these writings. That's what I've come up with anyway. Okay, so that's about the best I got for you, Raul. Nobody knows for sure. But in my opinion, it's the same John that wrote all these. It's no different author. There's only two, when you think about it, really. Well, there's three. There's Yehukanan Mark. Well, he goes by Mark. And then there's Yehukanan, one of the sons of thunder, the brother of Yakub, and who were of the 12. And then there was Yehukanan the immerser, and we know he didn't write nothing. And then there was Yehukanan, who was also known as Lazarus, and Eleazar. He also went by Yehukanan. Okay, so those are our choices, really, unless it's somebody that we don't know about, some other Yehukanan that nobody ever spoke about. Highly unlikely to be the case. So out of those choices, this author here, who emphasizes love and teaches love to a high degree, to me would be more suited to correspond with the nickname, the pupil whom Yahusha loved, the one who he loved, versus Yehukanan, one of the sons of thunder, the brother of Yakub. Nickname was given to him by Yahusha himself, son of thunder, because he was very aggressive. He wanted to punch people in the nose all the time. In fact, he wanted to call lightning down from the heavens and strike people dead. That's how aggressive the man was. So does this guy, speaking of love, would he be better known as a son of thunder or a man whom Yahusha loved? More of a gentle type person, you know. So that's another reason I lean toward this being, actually the author really being Eleazar, going by a fictitious name, of course, of Yehukanan. Why? Because he was an incognito. Why? Because they were out to kill him. They were seeking him to kill him because he was a witness for Yahusha, that he rose him from the dead. And many people believed in Yahusha and followed Yahusha because of Eleazar's testimony. So he was an incognito going by Yehukanan. He did get caught. That's why he was exiled onto the island of Patmos. They did finally catch him. Go ahead, Phyllis, but they could not kill him.
I had two things I wanted to say. First, this first verse reads as an eyewitness report. But my question was, what's the difference between an epistle and a letter?
There's no difference. Same thing. Epistle's Greek.
Why did you say this was not an epistle?
I don't believe it's a letter. There's no salutation to it. You know, he's not addressing it to anyone.
Oh, okay.
It just seems like he's writing it. He's like writing down his experience. That's what he's saying. In the beginning, we have heard, we've seen with our eyes, we've looked upon, we've handled concerning the word of life. He seems like he's just writing about his experience. To me, he's not addressing it to no particular person. So it's not a letter. Letter and epistle, same thing. Go ahead, Shelley.
I was just simply going to say I was seeing it as him standing in front of this group of people. And if somebody were to open their mouth and the first words out of their mouth were this, it's a attention getter. You know, you're going to pay attention. I think that's what that is, you know, look, what was from the beginning, what we have heard, what we have seen, you know, I'm going to be drawn to what's coming after that opening. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's giving it a big punch right in the beginning to get everybody's attention. Yeah, it's a good valuation. Go ahead, Raul.
I was also drawn to thinking it was Alazar because he also left him to take care of his mother. So you could see that there was a deeper love there. Who would you leave to take care of your mother if it wasn't someone you loved? Another thing, I'm sorry, real quick, that got me thinking. I've been reading the book that you that you told me, and the other thing that got me to thinking is that they kind of say that when Yahusha was taken in, they all scattered. They were all afraid, but yet then they say that he was there at his crucifixion. So it made it seem to me like it would be more him there because of the love, and it's all about love with John, with Alazar. So that's another reason that I thought it would be Alazar.
Yeah, that's a good point right there. He was with the women while Yahusha hung on the tree, right? He was with them, with the women. Everybody else, as far as I know, were scattered, like you said. It's definitely Peter was. We know that for sure. There may have been, I think there was mention some of the other ones may have been there at a distance, but Peter for sure, he was hiding out. He was on the run. Funny that he was there at the execution of Yahusha when he himself was being sought in order to execute him too. They wanted to kill him as well. Funny he was right there, huh? I wonder how he got away with that.
Yahusha was protecting him.
Oh, okay. Anybody else? Any thoughts on any of this before we get started? Okay, so I think this is we're getting ready to read. This person is continuing on from his first writing in the beginning, and he kind of continues on to saying what was from the beginning. It kind of leads us into the same author, same mindset. To me. All right. Anybody else got anything? Let's go ahead and go, Victoria. So concerning the word of life, here we go.
Verse 2. And the life was manifested, and we have seen and bear witness and announce to you that everlasting life which was with the Father and was manifested to us.
Okay, hang on a minute. All right, so this is really mind-boggling here. And the life was manifested. So life was revealed. So whose life?
Yahusha's?
Yahuwah. Yahuwah is the only one that had life. He's the self-existing one. There was no other life besides Yahuwah. And so the life was manifested. And we could see. Now, could anybody see Yahuwah? No, nobody has ever seen Yahuwah. But now it says, and we have seen the manifestation of life. That's what Yehukanan is saying here. So what is he talking about? And bear witness to it. Announce to you that everlasting life, which is Yahuwah. Yahuwah is the only one who has everlasting life. He's the only one that possesses everlasting life. So to you that everlasting life, we announce to you that everlasting life, which was with the Father and was manifested to us. What's happening here, man? What's he saying?
Yahusha. It was manifested through us, through Yahusha, through himself.
Yeah, he's kind of telling us the exact same thing he said in John 1:1, except he's saying it in a different way. But he's saying the exact same thing. The firstborn of all creation, Yahusha, that's what he's talking about, was the light, was manifested, and the light was revealed. Everlasting life was revealed. And who that is, it's Yahuwah. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say, like you said, and the life, which is Yahuwah, is life, was manifested. Manifested is Yahusha.
Exactly. firstborn of all creation. That's how we see him. So when he says the life was manifest and we have seen and bear witness because we have seen, okay, life is saying that we've seen the esteem of Yahuwah, which is his body. The firstborn of all creation is Yahusha. The first thing he created was a body for himself, man. And then he inhabited that body and created everything through that body. It's pretty plain. He's saying the exact same thing he said in John 1. Just in a different way. It has to be the same author. Does it not? Go ahead, Phyllis.
If anyone's having trouble with this verse, watching the study you did last night, this almost sums it up with what you were. This is great. And I think I understand it better because of your message last night. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a definitely concludes that message for sure. It's a witness to that message for sure. It's pretty clear for all to see. Anybody got any thoughts on this? I know this is hard. This is one of them things that it has to be given to you by Yahuwah, man. You know what I'm saying? I just don't have the words just to be able to explain it clearly and simple and simplicity. I get it. My words are all mixed up and hard to get, but Yahuwah can reveal it to you very easily. It's just the desire of your heart. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want to know him? He'll answer the desires of your heart. You got to really want to know who he is. You need to really want to pursue him and pursue to know him deep, deep in your heart. And then he'll come to you and let you, and he'll reveal himself. This is just a revelation here of Yahushua HaMashiach, to say it's simple. Is this not? Would y'all agree with that statement? This is a revelation of Yahushua HaMashiach? Go ahead, AJ.
It's amazing and awesome because I don't know what the scripture, I know it says, no man has seen the Father and lived. That's why he had to come in the person of Yahushua HaMashiach so we can see him and do the things that he did to show it was him. It's like I told one person, I said, I don't speak ant language. I can't speak to an ant. I can't even speak to a cockroach. But if I became a cockroach, then I could go down there and be with them and tell them, don't go over there. Everybody going to get burned up. Since we can't see his essence, he had to be camouflaged in the body of a human for us to see him. But he also had to do things to help us believe that was him. And right here, it's plain. It's like a child could understand that. It's just amazing. It's amazing to me that the Father would come down in the body form through a woman as a baby and grow up. Still his essence, his power is there. And walk amongst his creation to help us. That love, it helped. I can't even explain the love, that love, to help us. It's amazing. That's all I got to say. It's amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, he wanted us to know him and to see him. That's definitely the goal, the reason why he created a body for himself. Okay. And so since this is obviously then a revelation of Yahushua HaMashiach here, now we can take that knowledge and look at Revelations 1 really fast. Revelations 1. And it says right at the very start of it, revelation of Yahushua HaMashiach. Okay. So this kind of puts the same author then, since this is the revelation of Yahushua, and the Revelations is the revelation of Yahushua, as being highly likely to be the same author. Right? In John, 1 John, and Revelations. See this, it's the same mindset, same train of thought. And expounding a little bit on what Brother AJ just said, everybody go to Matthew 14. So Matthew 14, John 14, I'm sorry. John 14. Verse 6. Yahushua said to him, speaking to Thomas, I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. If you have known me, you would have known my Father too. From now on, you know him and have seen. So there's the will of Yahuwah for making the firstborn of all creation abide for himself, because he wanted us to know him and see him. That gives us why he did it. Anybody seeing that? And then Philip, brilliant Philip, says to him, Master, show us the Father, and it's enough for us. And Yahushua said, man, you got to be kidding me. I just told you who the Father was. No, he didn't say that. What he did say was, Philip, Yahushua said to him, have I been with you so long, and you have not known me, Philip? He who has seen me has seen the Father. And how do you say, show us the Father? So here he's revealing to Philip, you've seen me. You've seen the Father, man. You're looking at him. So here the will of Yahuwah is being laid out, why he wanted a body for himself, because he wanted his family, his creatures, his sons to know him and to see him. He wanted to have a relationship with us, that such a close relationship that we would know him intimately and be able to see him with our carbon eyes. He wanted a close, intimate relationship. He wanted us to look in his eyes, like two lovers looking each other in the eyes and staring at each other's eyes for hours. That's how close a relationship he wants with you. Okay. So very interesting here. Do you not believe that I am in the Father and the Father is in me? The words that I speak to you, I do not speak from myself, but the Father who stays in me does his works. Believe me that I am in the Father and the Father in me. Otherwise, believe me because of the works themselves. So here he's confirming what he just told Thomas and Philip by saying, if you're not looking, if I'm not the Father like I say I am, then how am I doing all these miracle signs and wonders? How am I able to forgive sin? Only the Father can forgive sin. How am I making the disabled people, crippled people get up and walk? How am I opening up the eyes of the blind? How am I opening up the ears of the deaf? How am I raising people who have died from the dust, bringing them back to life if I'm not the Father? Only the Father can do these things. Matter of fact, in a different verse, he says, if you do not believe that I am he, you will die in your sins, because only the Father can forgive sins. See that? So he's substantiating or establishing what he said. If you know me and you've seen me, I'm the Father. And if you don't believe me because I'm telling you this, at least believe me because of the works I'm doing, because no man can do these works. Only the Father, only Yahuwah can do these things that I'm doing. So although you're seeing me as a man and you think you're looking at another human being, which they were, he was flesh, but although you're seeing me this carbon body with your carbon eyeballs, and you think that I'm just human and nothing else, well, I got news for you. I'm the Father incarnated. I'm Yahuwah. If you don't believe me because of the word, because I tell you this, at least believe me because of the works. Okay, so his will has been revealed and established there, just in that small conversation he had with those two pupils. So going back to John, 1 John here, then we can start putting this together and seeing that more than likely the author of John and 1 John and Revelations is the same author. Anybody else? Okay, let's go on and go then. Let's continue on slowly there, Victoria.
Okay. Verse 3. We announce to you what we have seen and heard, so that you too might have fellowship with us. And truly our fellowship is with the Father and with his Son, Yahushua HaMashiach.
Okay, hang on. So I got a question for you. He says here, we announce to you what we have seen and heard, so that you too might have fellowship with us. And truly our fellowship was with the Father and with his Son, Yahushua Mashiach. Okay, explain to me, while maintaining the oneness of Yahuwah, how this relationship can be with the Father and with the Son. Doesn't it sound like there's two different ones when it says that? So can somebody explain the oneness of Yahuwah based on this statement? Go ahead, Ross.
Go back to his commandments. If a man divorced his wife, he couldn't go back to him. He had divorced everybody. So he had to come back as somebody different. And to come back as somebody different, he came back as his son. So that's the only way that he could not break his commandments that he had already said, because he's not double-tongued. He doesn't speak out of both sides of his mouth. So that's how I see it.
Anybody else? Go ahead, Raul.
Isn't it what you always say? Omnipresence. He can be in two places at one time. So he could be both of them.
He could be a million of different ones if he wanted to, couldn't he? He probably was. I mean, he's everywhere all the time. He never leaves one place to go to the other. He doesn't need to. He's already there, no matter what he does. And he doesn't have to do the same exact thing. He can do a different thing a million different ways. Right? Everybody understand what I'm saying when I say that? Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say, because they have been on this journey, that those that have been with him, that know that, like Yahushua had told them, if you've seen me, you've seen the Father, so that they already knew, that they had known the Father, but they have also now seen him. So they're letting them know that, through their relationship, that they know that there was the two and they are one.
Mm-hmm. So, truly our fellowship was with the Father. That's fairly easy to understand that. And with his Son, Yahushua Mashiach. So why did he go from calling the firstborn of all creation the Word to calling him the Son, his Son? Why? Go, Toria.
I would begin with, because the fact that he was actually born obviously, of Miriam. So he was a son. But
Did you
he
watch
was
the
Yahuwah.
program last night?
I did not. I'm sorry. I will be.
Then that's confirmation. What we were talking about last night. Yeah, that's the exact reason. Anybody else? Okay, so that's what she just said is the reason. Okay, because once he came down and was born of a woman, and was incarnated, now all of a sudden he had a father and mother, and he was birthed. We could say begotten is in a perception of birth through the water and the blood. Okay, and this way he came into the world through the water and the blood, through the womb of a woman, and was incarnated. Okay, and so therefore the firstborn of all creation became flesh and walked among us. Okay, so what did Yahuwah do? He took his spirit body, or his body of light, was the very first thing he made, and transformed it into flesh and walked on the earth in it. So just as though our bodies are one with us, so his body is him. Our bodies are us. His body is him as well. It's not separate from him. So therefore, he was pleased to call the incarnation son. So the son always refers to the incarnation. It can't refer to the creator. Yahuwah is the creator. Everybody says, oh, the son created. He did. When my scripture says Yahuwah is the creator of all things, even his body, the firstborn of all creation. Being just the term firstborn of all creation implies he's created. Yahuwah wasn't created, of course not. He always existed. But his chosen vessel of transportation was. In order for his creatures that would follow to know him and to see him. That's it. It's not that complicated. You just called him son because he came to be born of the flesh through a woman. Now he has a father and a mother, and now he is incarnated, and so he was birthed. And so he called him, it was pleased him to call his body son at that point. He sent him. There's some theology out there, especially among the different Trinitarian sects, that teach that Yahusha was begotten before the foundations of the earth. And so they teach that through Yahusha, who is separate now from Yahuwah, is a distinctive person, and second person in the Godhead, if you will, created everything for the Father. That's what they teach. Well, how can he be begotten before the foundations of the earth was laid if he didn't have a mother? Begotten means birthed. As far as I know, ain't no man was ever able to birth a child on their own. I mean, that's against common sense. So once he came into the womb of a woman and was born incarnated, then he was pleased to call him son, because he was not only did he have a mother and a father, but he was going to die. A son was given to be sacrificed for the sins of the earth, for the sins of the world. Okay? I know that's deep. All righty. Nobody has any comments or thoughts or anything on that? Let's continue on, Tori.
Okay. Verse 4. And rewrite this to you in order that your joy may be complete. And this is the message which we have heard from him and announced to you, that Yahuwah is light, and in him is no darkness at all.
Okay, hang on a minute. So Yahuwah is light. and in him is no darkness at all. So John 1:5, everybody. Go John 1:5. John 1:5 says, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it. Now look at 4. In him was life, and the life was the light of men. 2. He was in the beginning with Elohim. All came to be through him, and without him, not even one came to be that came to be. So here it's saying that the light is life. It became the light of men. So over here, back over here, it's saying that announce to you that Yahuwah is light, and in him no darkness at all. So what is that telling us, man? Where's that connection at? Go ahead, Toria.
Okay, I just I don't know if this is like out there, but it says, and the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcame it. Hashatan was turned into darkness, and he's never overcame it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's the byproduct of creating another life form other than Yahuwah himself. Okay, creating anything other than him, other than a body for himself, which was light. Okay, it had no byproducts because it was Yahuwah. So there was no indifference there. There was no byproduct. There was no opposition or opposite to that. Okay, the opposition came in when he gave life to something else, which didn't matter if it was visible or invisible, since there was life giving other than Yahuwah. A byproduct came with it. And so he had to create come up with a plan in order to separate the light from the byproduct of the other life other than himself. And that even applies with Satan. You can see with the fallen messengers that the opposition was with them as well as with his rest of his creation. It's got to be purged. It's got to be refined. It's got to be exterminated. It can't go into everlasting life. It can't exist. Everybody if you wake up one day and find yourself in the eternal reign of Yahuwah, you won't see any darkness, any evil, any wickedness, any shadows, nothing in there. All byproducts will be exterminated, annihilated, and done away with. Even in the invisible world. Because he created them too. What a powerful statement of love for Yahuwah to know. He knew if he created anything beside himself that there was going to be this big mess that he'd have to clean up and fix in order to have other people living with him through eternity. But yet he chose to do it. And man, he had to go through a lot to do that. He had to send his body of light down and transform it into flesh and die so he could shed his blood. It's just an amazing feat of love that Yahuwah did in order to share his life, giving breath with another life form. Totally mind blowing to me. I don't know about y'all. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just to say, and on top of that, just to add to that, because this is what I've always thought myself, it was just true love is, through the fall, he obviously turned Hashatan into complete darkness. But through the love of us, he chose to put it upon our body. He didn't turn us into complete darkness. He gave us a way that we could allow the light to enter. Where the light cannot enter Hashatan, there's no return for him. But he loved us enough to give us a chance to allow the light in, to overcome the darkness. And that to me is so powerful.
Yeah, so we'll have bodies of light in eternity.
Right.
We'll have 360 degrees of light. We won't be casting any shadows.
We're able to shed that darkness.
Yeah. Can you imagine how much evil, how much byproduct that Satan has? It's going to be destroyed just by getting rid of him. A tremendous amount of byproducts going out down the drain with Satan, man. Going to clean a lot up just that through him. He was made for that. You know, it's quite amazing, really, when you think about how all the bad, you know, all the darkness, all the blemishes, all the byproduct is going to be refined, cleaned up, and everything. How it's going to be done away with, exterminated. It won't exist anymore. And so this is the only way Yahuwah could share his life with others. It's the only way he could do it. As soon as he made one more living creature beside himself, he knew he had to do something. Then funny part of it is he didn't even have to do that. He could have just stayed by himself and he was fine. He's existing one. So why did he do it? Why did he do it? And he went going through all this just so a remnant could have life and live with him for eternity. Why did he do it?
Love.
He didn't have to do it. Love. That's how deep the love he has. We can't even fathom the deepness of Yahuwah's love. Because he knew us before he created us and he loved us that much. You know what? I'm going through this for your sake. Because I love you that much. The everlasting love, he wants you to be with him for eternity. So he did it. So don't ever doubt Yahuwah's love for you. It's tremendous. Beyond our words and comprehension, really. Okay, so then before Yahuwah created the firstborn of all creation, a body for himself, of light, a body of light. Was he light? Was he light? Or did he create light? What was he? Before he created anything else, and he was self-existing, the only one, there wasn't even darkness. There was no darkness, there was no air, there was no nothing, just Yahuwah. Was he light at that point?
Yes.
How? How was he light if you can't see him? Can you see light? Can we see light? Can light be seen?
No, because electricity you can't see, and that's the energy. That's light.
If it sparks, you can see it.
Right.
If you touch it, you'll know it's there.
That's that sparking Yah, right?
Yeah, that sparking, yeah. So really, if you really can think real hard, a little bit harder about it, man, no, he wasn't. Why? Because he couldn't be seen. Yeah, he was potential. Yes, he was potential. Yes, he was there. Okay. But he couldn't be seen. There was nobody to see him anyway. So there was no reason for him to be seen. Nothing else existed. He didn't have to be seen. Okay. And so he was just there. His potential, his power was there. Okay. He created light so he could be seen. And once light came, then through that light, he could create other beings. And that life became life of men. Became the life of men. Okay, now all of a sudden, Yahuwah can be seen. You see it? So keep that in mind as we continue reading this chapter. Go ahead, Toria.
I would just like to suggest also in Genesis, Bereshit 3, and Elohim said, "Let light come to be," and light came to be, and Elohim saw the light. So he didn't see it either, and then he brought it forth, and then he saw the light.
Yeah, because it didn't exist. Yeah, exactly.
His own energy, himself, his Yahusha.
Exactly. He created light so he could be seen and so that he could create other life. Okay. And so that's a powerful witness there that you just brought up. And that's exactly right. If we look at that real close here just for a second, she's talking about Genesis 1, of course. Let light come to be, and light came to be. That was Yahusha. That's the word. That was the son. That was the messenger of Yahuwah. He just created a body for himself so he could be seen. Okay. He was the very first thing he created. He didn't create any of this other stuff until he created a body for himself, which of light. Let the light come to be, and light came to be. And Elohim saw the light that it was good, and Elohim separated the light from the darkness. So his body didn't have a byproduct because it was him. It wasn't a separate deity, a second person. It was him. Just like my body here is me with my Ruach in it. It's still me. My Ruach's mark and my body's mark. It's the same person, belongs to me. It's who I am. It ain't another person. And Elohim saw the light that was good, and Elohim separated the light from darkness, and Elohim called the light day, and the dark he called night, or good and evil. So the byproduct of the light was darkness, but he separated that light from that darkness because it was him. The light was him. It was his body, and he couldn't have a byproduct. Now, after that, everything he made did, including the messengers. The witness of that is Satan and the fallen Malachim. Okay, let's read on, and now that we know have this kind of understanding, the rest of these verses in this chapter should make a whole lot more sense to us. Go ahead, Toria.
Okay. Verse 6. If we say that we have fellowship with him and walk in darkness, we lie and are not doing the truth. But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Yahushua HaMashiach, his son, cleanses us from all transgression.
Okay, hang on a minute. What does this mean? But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another. And the blood of Yahushua cleanses us. What has that got to do with anything? Listen to that. But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, he's in the light. He's in his body of light. He's indwelling it. But if we walk in the light as he is in the light, we have fellowship with one another. What's that got to do with us having fellowship with one another? Think real hard about that. Go ahead, Toria.
Because it says, but if we walk in the light, which is Yahuwah, and as he is in the light, Yahusha, we have fellowship with one another, and the blood of Yahushua, Mashiach, the son, cleanses us all. Is because is Yahuwah, obviously it's telling us, is Yahusha the light of the world who came in the flesh. That way we are able to have that fellowship with him through that.
But through one another.
Yes.
How is it we walk in the light and he is in the light? Yahuwah's in the light. He's in Yahusha, okay? He's in his body. We have fellowship with one another. What's that got to do with us having fellowship with one another? Go ahead, Raul.
We become one with him.
Which means what?
That we're following, we're walking in the light, so we become him. That is what we try to do. We become him.
Yeah, light.
We become light.
So we're the children of light. So now we can have fellowship with one another because we're children of light. We're in the same family.
You're in the same body.
Exactly.
Same body, same family, same assembly. We're children of light. We've become light with him. We're not of the darkness. The children of darkness has a relationship or fellowship with Satan, with the fallen. All right? Because they're in darkness. You see, that's why they're the children of darkness. We're the children of light. That's why we can fellowship among each other, because we become him. We become light. Everybody seeing that? Okay, let's roll.
Okay, verse 8. If we say that we have not transgression, we are misleading ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our transgressions, he is trustworthy and righteous to forgive us those transgressions and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. If we say that we have not transgressed, we make him a liar, and his word is not in us.
Okay, someone explain all that to us. What's all that mean? So once we have been, we've entered into the everlasting covenant, then we are sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh for the day of redemption, and it's impossible for us to sin. So what's this talking about? It's just a contradiction. Does this mean we still sin all day long, every day, like a bunch of banshees? Raul.
Our flesh might sin, but we repent and we're forgiven, and we stick. Our ruach does not sin.
So if we say that we have not sinned, we are misleading ourselves, and the truth is not in us. Okay, so we can't say that we've never sinned. Can we? Now, before we entered the everlasting covenant, we were all sinners, were we not? I know I was. Some of you may be perfect, but I'm not. I was definitely a big time sinner. Go ahead, Toria.
I have an example like those who walk on fire. You know, they have fire, they have the stones, and you're walking on it. Those are going to walk on it, and you know they can't deny that they're walking on it. It's hurting them, it's harming them. But those who that are walking on it, we're not being harmed, but you can't deny it's not there. It's there.
Yeah.
But you're overcoming it.
Okay, so what this seems to be then is talking about before our conversion and after our conversion. It seems to be identifying both stages. Okay, so we say that we have not sinned, we are misleading ourselves, and the truth is not in us, because you're a liar. If we confess our sins, he is trustworthy and righteous to forgive us the sins and cleanse us from all unrighteousness. So once we've confessed and repented, okay, all of a sudden he starts we start going through that cleansing process. He starts cleaning us up, getting rid of all the nasty in us from filthy lifestyle we lived. If we say that we have not sinned, we're liars. We make him a liar because he says everyone needs deliverance. If you could deliver yourself, there would have been no need for Yahusha to come, okay? And his word is not in us. So if we say that we have not sinned, so then if we say that, what are we doing? We're denying the need of a deliverer. We're saying I don't need to deliver, man. I don't sin. You know, I'm righteous. I obey the 10 love commands since I was a kid. I don't need any help from a deliverer. I don't need to go crawling to the Messiah and asking for help. I'm able to do it myself because I'm a pious person. Okay, so if you're doing all that, you're basically saying that you have not sinned, and we make him a liar because he says that everyone falls short of the esteem of Yahuwah. So all have sinned. So if you say you haven't sinned, then you're calling him a liar. Just like same thing. If he says I'm one, and if you say he's two or three or a council of sorts, then you're calling him a liar. You're making him a liar. We need to stop arguing with Yahuwah. I don't know why people do that. Well, we all need to stop doing that. We can get into it now and 3 or 4 other places in here. But everybody turn to Isaiah 45 real quick. Isaiah 45. We might as well just start right here in 45:5. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. There is no Elohim besides me. I gird you, though you have not known me, so that they know from the rising of the sun to the setting that there is none but me. I am Yahuwah, and there is none else. Forming light. It's very interesting that he says forming light. Remember how he formed the vessel of Adam? And he formed light. Does this mean that that's his body? He's forming the body of men out of dust. So forming light, is that an indication that he formed his body? Yeah, it is. And creating darkness, making peace, and creating evil. I, Yahuwah, do all these. Now take note of this. Rain down, O Shemayim, from above, and let clouds pour down righteousness. Let the arets open, let them bring forth deliverance, and let righteousness spring up together. I, Yahuwah, have created it. Woe! Now listen, woe to him who strives with his maker. Does a clay say to him who forms it, what are you making? Woe to him who strives with his maker. So if you stop striving with Yahuwah, quit arguing with Yahuwah. If he says then it's true. Who are we? And it's not when you start striving or opposing one of his teachers or prophets. Okay, you're not striving with that flesh and blood. Okay, you're striving with Yahuwah. You're arguing with Yahuwah. You're calling Yahuwah a liar. You got to be careful because your flesh eats flesh. Your flesh despises and hates flesh. It wants to eat it up. Okay? And so if you allow that flesh to overcome and attack someone's flesh because you hate them, what you're really doing is you're striving with your maker. But you're not seeing it because you're allowing the flesh to overcome you as you attack that other fleshly being. You seeing all that? It makes you a murderer. Go ahead, Toria.
I just noticed something when you were reading. It says, I am Yahuwah and there is none else. Forming light. So there's a difference between forming light and creating. So when you go back to Genesis again, it doesn't say he created the light. It says the Ruach breathed. So the forming is breathed, like he formed Adam, he breathed and it became. I just thought that was quite interesting.
He said, let light come to be. Okay. But then over here, Yahuwah says that he formed light. Okay. And so, our minds are going, wait a minute, there's a difference between forming and creating. And so then what we have to do then is we have to realize, okay, why is he saying forming? He didn't really say he created. He said that he spoke it in. So since in some source, he must have had light, made this light. It came to be. And then he took that light and he formed it in the shape of a human. And that became his body. And his creatures were made in that same likeness because he wanted his creatures and for him to look the same. So we'd be a family, that we would even feel like a family because he looks the same way we do, which means we belong together. That's why he did that. So what we need to do is take that into Genesis and go down to where it says 2:7, Genesis 2:7. And Yahuwah Elohim formed the man out of the dust of the ground. Okay. So here he had already created the carbon world even before he created Adam or before Adam even fell. Why? Because he had pre-knowledge of the fall. And Adam would have to fall too somewhere, but he had already created the dust. And so he formed Adam from that dust in the carbon world that he created seemingly for no reason. And then he took him and he put him over into the Garden of Eden, which wasn't created yet either. He created the garden, and he took the man and dropped him into the garden and give him immortality. He became immortal once he went into that spiritual realm of immortality. Okay, so that existed, and so he formed him, the man, from that dust. So when he said, "Let light come to be," and it came to be, that was a source that he could take and use and form that light into his body of light. You see that? That's why it says back here that he formed. Where was that? We were just reading about he formed the light. Where'd that say that at?
Genesis, I believe.
No, he formed the light. First John.
Oh, gosh, I don't know what you were reading.
Isaiah 45:6.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Isaiah 45:6, forming light. Okay, that's why it says that, because he took that light source he made and then he formed it. He said, "Let light come to be." Just like you said, "Let the ground come to be." Okay, was there a body, man's body, jump up out of that ground as soon as he said, let the earth come to be, and he created the earth? No, but the source was there. The material he needed to form man's body was there. So he went ahead and formed man's body. You had to create the material first before you could create the body of a man. Same with the light. You had to create that material first, the light to use in order to mold or to form his body of light. You see that? Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to add to that. So the way I see it, as Yahuwah created light of himself. He created man of himself. So it was formed of himself, where other things he just created. It wasn't from himself. He didn't use like particles or whatever you want to call that of him, to make the messengers, or to make Hashatan, or to make darkness. He created man with the breath, the form of himself. Is the difference.
Yeah, he doesn't call us children of light for nothing.
Right.
Remember, when the messengers were created before he created anything else. Okay. So the light came and he formed his body out of the light. Okay. And he entered his body, firstborn of all creation. And so he had a body of light. Okay. The only source of any to be able to make anything out of it at this point was light. So the next thing he made was the angels, the Malachim. So the only source that was there that I know of was light. So he must have used that light to form those messengers or create them with the leftover light that he had created in order to form his body out of. Okay, so I don't know if he formed the bodies of the messenger or if he created them out of the leftover source of light after he formed his body. It doesn't really tell us, but it does call them the morning stars. There is a hint of brilliance or illumination to these messengers, these different creatures of another dimension. So that's a good possibility that that's what he did, because he didn't start creating the carbon world or that substance, that source, that particular substance, until after he created the carbon world, man. It wasn't around. He couldn't have used that substance. So do you notice that scripture says that Yahusha is the exact substance of Yahuwah, his exact substance? Okay, so which would have been what? Spirit, light. So he was a spiritual, he had a body of light, which was spiritual, a spiritual body for him. It didn't incarnate until it was born through the woman, became the son. But before that, he appeared as flesh to a lot of people. Okay. And so the source was there. So the power of Yahuwah, then he could take that source, that dust that he made, and somehow use it to transform his body of light into flesh and appear to Adam and Jacob and all these other humans in his esteem. And when he showed Moshe, perhaps Moshe saw him in his light body, which I think he did. But he sat down and ate with Abraham. He wrestled with Jacob. You know, he walked with Adam and Kua in the garden. He appeared to the Levites. He appeared to the 70 elders at the wedding ceremony feast at the base of Sinai. He had to be in a carbon body at that point. And he was doing all that. So the source was there because he had made it. You know, Yahuwah can do anything, man. Nothing's impossible for Yahuwah. We have to open up our minds to his greatness, his immensity. We can't box him in and say, no, Yahuwah can only do this. Oh, Yahuwah didn't do that. How could he do that? He could do whatever he wants. To 7 billion people all at once. He doesn't even have to tell them the same thing. He can be talking different conversations to all 7 billion at one time. We can't contain him. We have to stop trying to restrain him, contain him, and control him. We cannot. People crack me up when they grab up the scripture and they say, show it to me in here. And I'm saying, are you telling me that Yahuwah can't do anything outside of these 2 covers? That's what I'm telling you. If it ain't written, he can't do it. I'm saying, well, let's go to John. Let's go to the last chapter of John. So I take them to the last chapter of John. Y'all can go there if you want to. You take them to the last chapter of John. And it says, starting in verse 25. Let's look at 24 so it makes better sense. This is the people who bears witness of these things and wrote these things, and we know that his witness is true. That's the author of this book. 25 says, now there is much else that Yahusha did. If every one of them were written down, I think that the world itself would not contain the written books. Amen. So here Yehukanan saying, this is just a fraction of what Yahusha did and said when he walked this planet. None of it's written in here. He said if they wrote everything down he did and said, the world itself couldn't contain all the books. So don't tell me that Yahusha is contained within the covers of this fractional book, because you're lying to me. Yahuwah can do whatever he wants to do, wherever he wants to do it, and however he wants to do it. And there's nothing we can do about it. We got to get used to it, folks. We ain't all that. We don't control him. We're not the creator. He is. Go ahead, Toria.
I'd say the proof is in the disciples alone. They didn't have this book.
Exactly. They had portions. They had the Tanakh. You know. Go ahead, AJ. Can't hear you, bro. Still can't hear you.
No.
There you go.
You hear me?
There you go. Yes.
And I like to say something. At this present time, we don't even have the books that can be written that they took out of here. And some of them they have in England, and some of them they hid under the Vatican, like the Wars of Yahweh, the Book of Yeshua. Those are other books that are supposed to be in here. But what's in here that we do have, we take that. We live that and stay with it. That's it. We just take what we got here and learn this and just love. Because last week, from what I learned, everything that we have learned through tradition and now through the Ruach, without love, forget about it. If we don't have love, whatever we think we know is dung. That's all I got to say about that one.
Yeah, we're going to learn a whole lot more about love here as we continue, huh? Go ahead, Toria.
Wasn't excuse me, wasn't Abraham a great example of that, because he was questioning his life, who he was. He was questioning who is my creator. He didn't have the tools that the Hebrews had at the time. He was questioning his father. He was questioning his his own life, and he's a testament to not having those tools and becoming who he was.
Yeah. Yeah, he was fortunate to me enough to be able to know and see and have a conversation with Yahuwah directly. He was a friend. He walked with Yahuwah. He was Yahuwah's friend. So he's a great example of what we should be striving for, man. How many of you? I know. I hope for it all the time. I would love for Yahuwah to manifest himself to me, and I get to go on a walk with him and talk with him and walk with him for 100 miles or however far he wants to go, man. Or sit down and eat with him like Abraham did. Wow. I'd give everything I own to be able to do that. So, wow. Yeah, Abraham was considered his friend because they were like-minded and they walked together in the same mind. Okay. And if you think about it, he looked like Abraham and Abraham looked like him. So they were family. That closeness, that oneness was there. If he looked like something else, say he would look like a monster, 3-headed monster of sorts, like the Trinitarians depict him, I'd be afraid of him. I wouldn't feel close to him. But if he looked like me, he was like me, then I would gravitate to him very easily and say, oh, wow, you look like me. We're the same.
Don't you think though that he's a lot like we were, and that's why he's such a great example, because he questioned what they were doing, with his dad's lifestyle, and seeing what was going on in the world, that he was questioning and seeking out truth as we are.
He must have had a tremendous amount of common sense. For he looked at he's in there in his dad's shop and he's cleaning and polishing all these statues and so forth and so on. And he's saying, this is just a rock. This is just a tree. Why are these people worshiping this stuff? This stuff ain't alive. So he had a tremendous amount of common sense. And so he's pushed them all. He says, my dad's doing wrong. Okay, there must be there has to be a living Elohim somewhere. So he pushed all them, broke them all to pieces. And his dad came in and saw that. And he said, I'm not afraid. These things aren't real. I'm not going to get hurt. I'm not going to die. I'm not going to be cursed because I did this, because these things ain't real. Why are you doing these things? Why are you fearing these statues and these statues of wood and stone? And so, yeah, Abraham had a lot of common sense to be able to pass over that threshold that was tradition he grew up in, just like all of us. We all had a sense of common sense. We started looking around and saying that, none of this seems right. I mean, I know I felt something's wrong. Every time I'd walk into a circus, I don't care what the name of it was, I came out of that thing saying, something ain't right. Something wrong in there. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Okay, let's continue on. Unless anybody else got anything to add. Let's go, Gloria. You want to continue?
I sure will. Let me go to it. Hold on. Just a second. Okay,
Yeah.
chapter 2, verse 1. My little children, I write this to you so that you do not transgress. And if anyone transgresses, we have an intercessor with the Father, Yahushua HaMashiach, a righteous one.
What is intercessor mean? Somebody. What's an intercessor?
Someone who stands up for you.
Someone who intervenes on your behalf, kind of like a defense attorney. Okay, go ahead.
And he himself is an atoning offering for our transgressions, and not for ours only, but also for all the world. And if by this we know that we know him, if we guard his commands, his love commands. The one who says, I know him, and does not guard his commands is a liar, and the truth is not in him. But whoever guards his word, truly the love of Yahuwah has been perfected in him. By this we know that we are in him. The one who says he lives in him ought himself also to walk even as he walked.
Okay, hold up. All right. So what's the evidence or the proof that we know Yahuwah? How can others look at us and say he's been with Yahusha? How can they? Yeah. Or maybe on a more of a knowledgeable level, yeah.
By following his commands.
By following his commands, everybody knows. By our fruits, you'll know them is really a discernment of the body members.
And what's interesting to that is when you tell somebody like at work, they'll say, oh, you working tomorrow? No, that's Shabbat. I don't work on Shabbat. I mean, that's putting the nail in the coffin just because I follow his commands.
Right. So the proof that we follow, that we know him, is we're obeying him. Why? Because if you know him, you believe he's real, and you know him, you've been walking with Yahusha, you're going to be obedient out of fear of him. You're fearing him, man, because you know he's real. If you're disobedient, then because you don't fear him, and so you do whatever you want to do, you do what you want to do, at least in your perception, then what happens? Then you don't believe in him. That's proof that you don't believe in him. Because if you did, you wouldn't be doing them things. So you think, say, I believe in him, and then go out and sin. Your action speaks differently, says otherwise. Your action is saying you do not believe in him. Go ahead, Phyllis.
Also, if we have love for each other, because love comes from him, and our love manifested in each other proves that we are of him.
Yes. And that's more for the body. Because we can't love unless Yahuwah is in us. We'll get into that here a little bit. Okay. Anybody else?
Okay. Verse 7. Beloved, I write no original, unfamiliar command to you, but an old command or covenant, which you have had from the beginning. The old command is the word which you heard from the beginning.
Okay, hang on a minute. So what is that, somebody? What is this? No original, unfamiliar command, but an old command. What is it? What's the old command that we've heard from the beginning? What is it?
I would say Torah or the love commands, which is Yahusha.
Love one another.
Which you have heard from the beginning. We have to go all the way back to the beginning. The old command is the word which you heard from the beginning. What is it then? What's the original command?
Love.
What is the first and greatest command? Go ahead, AJ.
Is it love Yahuwah, your Elohim, with all your heart and with all your mind and soul, and love your neighbor as yourself.
Which is the second command. So there we go. There's the original command is to love you, is the Shema. Hear, O Yisrael, Yahuwah our Elohim. Yahuwah is one. That's it. Okay, so then go ahead then, Tori, with 8.
Okay, again, I write you a novel command.
What's novel
I'm
command
guessing
mean?
a written command.
A new
Well,
command. A new command.
It's a new command. So it maybe we could say new, or maybe we could say original or fresh, novel. It depends on the context here again. You know, this isn't a one size fits all word. It depends on the context, because it could be like Toria said, a written novel. You know what I'm saying? Something written down. So it has different applications. It can be used in different ways depending on the context. We have to continue to read to see where this word fits. Okay, let's go ahead now.
Okay, again, I write you a novel command, which is true in him and in you, because the darkness is passing away and the true light now shines. The one who says he is in the light and hates his brother is in darkness until now.
Okay, hang on a minute. Are y'all catching this? It says write. Again, I write you a novel command. Okay, so she's suggesting it's written, but it can be fresh, new, or original. Okay, which is true in him and in you. So write a novel command which is true in him and in you, comma. That's a little odd. Because the darkness is passing away and the true light now shines. Is that the new command? What's going on, man? Go ahead and continue reading, Toria.
Okay, 10. The one who loves his brother stays in the light, and there is no stumbling block in him. But the one who hates his brother is in the darkness and walks in the darkness and does not know where he is going, because the darkness has blinded his eyes.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so what's the novel command now?
I would
Go
say
ahead.
love.
All right. Go ahead, Nero.
Love one another.
There you go. Love your neighbor as yourself, or love one another as I have loved you. That's it. Okay, so is that a refreshing? Or is it new? Is it an original?
Renewed.
Which novel, huh?
Renewed.
It could be renewed. And it could be original, but it's not new. So we can throw new out. How do we know that?
Because it was from the beginning.
Okay. And it was from the beginning in where?
From Yahuwah.
No, it was written. Remember, written novel command.
From the commandments.
Where is it?
From the
Written. Where's that second command written? That's just talking about, obviously, about the second command.
Within our hearts, within us.
Yeah, but it's written down somewhere. Go ahead, Raul.
When he gave it to Moshe?
It's in Leviticus 19. Everybody go Leviticus 19. 18. Leviticus 19:18. Do not take vengeance or bear a grudge against the children of your people, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. I am Yahuwah. There it is. So it's not new, it's original, or we could say refreshed, since Yahuwah gave it again when he said, love one another as I have loved you. He was refreshing that command, or at least reminding us of it. So interesting. The original unfamiliar command means you're familiar with it. It's not strange to you. It's an old command you had from the beginning, which is the first and greatest command, right? And so where's that found at? Where's the first command at, y'all? Everybody on here should know where that's at. I read it before every single program. Y'all should know where that Shema is. Deuteronomy 6:4 through 9. It's in the Torah. All right. So here we got the first and greatest command in the Torah, and the second command, which is like it in the Torah. Back to back. This is what John's talking about. You know, the circuses teach that these are new commands. Okay, that the Torah has been abolished, and Yahusha gave us these two new commands. Okay, but that's not true. We just found them in the Torah, so they're not unfamiliar. Given to us in the beginning. When did we receive the Torah? When was the Torah given? Go ahead, AJ.
I'm thinking, was it Mount Sinai when y'all gave it to Moshe?
Yeah.
And
okay.
I just wanted to ask a question too and make a statement. Just those two things.
Okay.
The question, is it somewhere, I don't know if it's numbered, but isn't there a total of 613 commands? If I don't know, I'm just asking a question from that standpoint, just that.
Now that's not written in scriptures, but it is in the Talmud.
Oh, okay.
The actual 113 mitzvot is in the Talmud, which is
because I know
stuff.
People always talk about the 10, but you know, and it sums up, if you love Yahuwah with all your heart and mind and soul, and your neighbor as yourself, it sums up all the commands, I believe. And I don't know where it is in the scripture where Yahushua was given one of the Talmudim a lesson about who is your neighbor, talking about a guy who was, I guess, beaten up and thrown in a ditch, or he was, and everybody walked by him, even some of the Pharisees and scribes, and they walked by him and said, oh, yeah, well, he's over there and he must be drunk or whatever. But it was one man that picked them up and cleaned them up, well, took them to a hotel, an inn, and paid for his room and bandaged them up and fed him and everything. And Yahushua said, well, who is his neighbor, or who loved the most, or something? I don't remember, you know, because I had the stroke and I used to call things off, but I only have bits and pieces of things. But anybody we see, he could be in another state, I believe, is your neighbor. It's not just across the hall from you, as it were. You know, but that's all I wanted to say. I don't want to hold up anything.
Yeah, that's the Good Samaritan parable you're talking about, and it's real deep. Okay, it's a really cool parable once you understand it spiritually. It has a great literal lesson to it, but the spiritual meaning to it is off the hook, man. It's over the top. Go ahead, Phyllis.
And in John chapter 13, 34, where I wanted to read it from the book, it says, "And a renewed command I give to you, that you love one another as I have loved you, that you also love one another. By this shall all know that you are my peoples, if you have love for one another."
Yeah. So that's kind of like saying, paraphrasing that he's reminding us of this original command, reminding you to do this.
Besides the fact, isn't it renewed means that he has taken it off the stone and put it inside of you. That's what's new.
Yeah. We could see it that way as well. Anybody else? Okay, so that what AJ was asking about, there's John 1:17. The Torah came through Moshe, but the favor and truth came through Yahushua HaMashiach. Okay, so that's where the Torah came from. That's where we got it from. Okay, so there's where we first find the first and greatest command and the second command. Okay? Go ahead, Raul.
I think we celebrate the giving of the Torah on Shavuot also.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're speaking about the Torah being the 10 love commands or your marriage vow, yeah. If you're speaking about it being the first 5 books of Moshe, the prophets, and the writings, no. You see what I'm saying? It's a wedding anniversary, Shabuah, and so we're celebrating our wedding. But see, the 10 love commands are our marriage vows, and there's only I used to know. I did this study a long time ago, so I'm kind of need a refreshing on it. But there was 2 or 3, if I recall, of the 10 love commands are found in the 613 mitzvot. They're not all in there, okay? And so these 613 mitzvot that are in the Talmud can apply to men, women, children, families, civil laws, moral laws, ritual laws, all kinds of stuff, okay? And so they don't all apply to one certain person, but they do apply to us in some type of a percentage does, okay? And so there's a reason why there's a difference between the 613, which they don't even know if it's really 613, that's just a guess, versus the 10 love commands. Okay, the 10 love commands is a standalone covenant. It's a standalone covenant. In other words, it's the everlasting covenant, and it's reciting your marriage vows. It's reminding you of the vows you took to Yahuwah when you married him, which you have to do to be loyal and trustworthy bride to your husband. You can't violate. Those are laws or statutes of agreement agreed upon by the husband and wife that they would do and to stay married. Okay, standalone, everlasting covenant. The mitzvot in 613 is a wide spectrum of different laws. Like I said, civil, moral, blue laws, these type of things. It doesn't even apply to everybody. And a lot of those 613 have been abolished because the old priesthood was annulled. So since the old priesthood is no longer valid, then a lot of the old priesthood laws and statutes have been annulled, put away with. So you got to take them out. Those the ones that are part of the 613, the old priesthood laws. You got to extract them immediately. No longer applies. Does some of them apply? Well, you better believe it. Some of them are still in force. Yes. Okay. But there are sins to death and there's sins not to death. A lot of those laws that are in the 613, they're still there and valid, are sins not to death. You'd be punished for it, but not to death. If you break the 10 love commands, which is a standalone covenant, every single one of them holds the penalty of death. They're death penalties. Those are sins to death. We're going to get into that. We'll hit that in the 5th chapter. You'll explain all that to us. All right. So everybody gets a lot of that mixed up. We hear this come up quite often. Best thing is to do is be a Berean and study on your own. If you're really interested in a subject, dig into it. Anybody else? Are we all in agreement here? We all understand that this is John here speaking about the first greatest command and the second command? Okay. Let's go ahead and continue then, Toria. Who dropped? We lost somebody.
We lost, I don't know how to say her name very well.
Roz?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Sister Akari.
Yeah,
she had to sleep. Yeah, she's over in. Where's she at, Roz? She's in Netherlands, isn't she?
Yeah, she's in the Netherlands. It's a 6-hour difference, 7 hours from you, but 6 from me.
Okay. Yeah, she probably had to go do something, get something to eat or something. She's on a different time frame.
Yeah, she put on there that she had to go.
She was with us last night, so she probably stayed up really late. At least I think she was. Okay. Anything else? Anybody else? We got an opening if anybody wants to come on. Chad, somebody. Oh, we did. We forgot to open up with our praise. Roz.
It's okay.
Okay, we'll make up for it at the end.
Okay.
All right. Let's go ahead and continue on then, Toria.
Okay. Verse 12. I write to you, little children, because your transgressions have been forgiven on account of his name.
Oh, what's that mean?
Mm-hmm.
I write to you, little children, because your sins have been forgiven on account of his name. What's that mean? Go ahead, Raul.
On account of Yahusha's blood.
He says his name.
Well, on account of Yahusha's name.
What's that mean? How was your sins forgiven on account of his name? I mean, I always thought our sins were forgiven because of his blood and shedding of the blood. Why is it saying, now all of a sudden it's saying it's because of his name?
Because of his being. It's who he is.
What's that?
Because of who he is. It's his name. It's his being. It's who he is. Just like they say Tori, they see Tori, they see her. They know who she is.
Go ahead, Phyllis. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, go ahead, Phyllis.
Because he came in his Father's name. And his name means deliverer.
Oh, that's a good point, man.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, Shirley.
I was going to say very similar to what Phyllis said, that his name is our deliverer, our redeemer, and it's in his name that we believe that he is our redeemer and our deliverer.
Kind of his name meaning deliverer.
Yeah. There's the Father, there's the breath, and there's the deliverance.
Yeah, so obviously then here, because your sins have been forgiven on account of his name, is definitely applying that all the credit and esteem goes to Yahusha because of his name, which is projecting him as our deliverer. Yeah, very good points, you guys. Anybody else got any thoughts on that? William, what are you thinking about it, man? You all quiet and everything. You don't have any thoughts on that? All right. It makes sense what y'all are saying. I mean, it's really kind of strange, but yeah, I think that's what he's saying. That's what he's alluding to. I'm pretty sure. I have nothing other than what y'all have said. Anybody else? Go ahead, Roz.
The name is the key. They got the key to the door by having the name.
What's interesting to me is back in those times when somebody spoke of someone's name, the name meant something. It was broken down. They knew who that person is by their name. To where today, you know, they don't say, "Oh, Toria, oh, where did that name? Let's break it down and see who she is." You know, where today we don't see that.
Yeah, because your sins have been forgiven on account of his name, that means for his sake, for who he is, because of his righteousness, you know, because of his perfection, you know. See what I'm saying? So all the credit is being given to him, to his name, attached to him. You know what I'm saying? I'm not quite, I'm lacking words to really try to say what I'm saying, but go ahead, Phyllis.
Also, it's written that there is only one name by which you must be saved.
Yeah, on account of his favor, his compassion, his kindness, you know, on account of his name, our sins are forgiven. So it's to esteem him, not us, nothing we're doing. See the point I'm trying to make? I just am lacking words this morning for some reason. Go ahead, AJ.
Just like the false name we were taught to believe in. They're spelled with a J. I don't even want to say it. That's all I got to say about that one.
I hear you, man. Okay. Anybody else?
I mean, because if you think about it, when they came upon Yahusha, that name alone was telling them, they knew what it meant. They knew that it was salvation. It was a deliverance because it was in his name. They knew. And that was the prosecution, was his name alone, you know, and we had to wipe that name away because we lose that understanding of the power in that name of deliverance. You know, I mean, we have to remember we're in a time where we didn't understand the difference because we didn't have that understanding of breaking down names. They didn't have to break it down. They saw it. They knew it.
Yeah.
I'd just add one thing, Mark.
Yeah, go ahead.
Shabbat shalom, anyways, everybody. Mark, I just think in First and Second Chronicles, it speaks so many times about when David's wanting to build the house of Yahweh or the temple, and he basically, you know, tells him no because he's got blood on his hands. But throughout First and Second Chronicles, he mentions the house of Elohim is built for his name. Over and over and over again, the temple was built for his name, so that name has to be super important. That's all I was wanting to throw in.
Yeah, I would say so, to the point where a name, you know, proves ownership. So, you know what I'm saying? So if it's in your name, it belongs to you. It's yours, you know. So it proves ownership. So yeah, the name is very important as far as that goes, proving who you belong to or what anything belongs to prove ownership. All right. That's why they hand out titles to everything, right? And receipts. Okay. Yeah, I get what you're saying, Chad. I agree with you on that. Hi, Tad. Glad to see you on here, man. Is that you, Tad? Or is that Mom? Or is that both of you? Okay, you guys. Let's go ahead and continue on. You can't hear you, Toria.
I write to you, fathers, because you have known him from the beginning. I write to you, young men, because you have overcome the wicked one. I write to you, little children, because you have known the Father. I write to you, fathers, because you have known him from the beginning. I wrote to you, young men, because you are strong, and the word of Yahuwah stays in you, and you have overcome the wicked one.
Okay, hang on a minute. Does this have any application, or does this touch anything, in any way, shape, or form on any generational curses? You guys think this is got anything to do with that? Seems to be a separation between father, children, the fathers, the young men, little children, and men. I mean, I know there's a spiritual here, but I'm saying literally, because of the separation here in ages, age groups, is this pointing or is speaking in any way, shape, or form of a generational curse? Go ahead, Toria.
I'm not saying a curse, but what I'm seeing is that when he's saying from the beginning, the fathers, he's talking about the patriarchs of before, and the young men, which were those who came after. We're overcoming, and then the children. So I believe that's who their children knew. But the young men, we are who we are today in the end times, who are overcoming the wicked one. Yes, I believe it's deep.
Okay. So we hear occasionally false teachers teaching that this to somehow be some type of generational curse chart, but it's not. It's just exactly what Toria just said. It's exactly what it's speaking about. Okay. So the thing we have to be careful, is these guys out there have a lot of knowledge, and they have such a tremendous amount of knowledge from men passed to them through their colleges and so forth and so on, that they had the ability to take all that knowledge and apply it to a verse or a passage and twist that to mean something else. And a novice or an innocent would look at that and listen to him and say, oh, yeah, I see what he's saying. And because of their knowledge, they had the ability to do that. So this is the thing we have to be aware of. Okay. Anybody else see this any different light, or go ahead, Phyllis?
I was just noticing his use of the term "my little children" in the first verse in chapter 2, first verse. My little children, I write this to you. And now over here, he says, I write to you, little children. But yet you told us that he wasn't writing this to anyone. He must have been writing it to somebody.
Yeah, he's writing it to whoever wants to read it, to the audience. It's like you pick up a book and read it. They're writing it to you because you're reading it. If nobody read the book, he's not writing it to them. It's just a general. It's a general statement. That's all.
But still, I'm talking about my little children over here in verse 1, and then in verse 12, my little children. I'm just curious who he's not talking about. Children, I think he's talking about someone young in the faith.
I think this is this Ruach HaKodesh talking. This is what I get it. I'm getting it. What I'm getting out of it, it's the Ruach. I wrote to you, and he's talking about the writings, the Tanakh. See what I'm saying? So I wrote to you, fathers, because you have known him from the beginning. I wrote to you, young men, because you are strong, and the word of Yahuwah stays in you. You know what I'm saying? So it's Yehukanan writing it, but I think it's inspired by the Ruach HaKodesh. I write to you, little children, because your sins have been forgiven. I write to you, fathers, because you have known him from the beginning. I write to you, young men, because you have overcome. So how does he know all that? See what I'm saying? So it's it's general statements here that is inspired by the Ruach HaKodesh. It's my opinion now. It's just my opinion. Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I believe that he's talking about us. We are his children, whether we are fathers, mothers, sisters, and we have children. We are little children because we are constantly being taught by the Ruach HaKodesh to bring us to a certain place. That's all. It could be more.
Yeah, it's a general. And the other thing that we have to realize is salutations don't come in the middle of the letter. They always come at the first. They open it up. And so, dear Phyllis, I'm writing to you to let you know I'm okay, and hoping to know to hear that you're okay as well. So it would if it was I was addressing it to you, the salutation would come first if it was identifying someone. I mean, we can read all the other letters and see that, they address it to the people. And so since this is in the middle of the letter, this is some type, he's doing this, I think, through the influence of the Ruach HaKodesh is my guess. Go ahead, Victoria.
I was just going to say what I see in the difference is when he says little children, because you have known the Father, because they have grown up with it. They have known his name. They have known because of their fathers or fathers. But those who have overcome, which would be us, because we have overcome and we have come into the understanding and knowledge of Yahuwah and truth. So we had to walk the walk where his little children, which we have become his children, but there was a journey we had to go through to get there. So that's where I see the difference.
Yeah, it could be speaking of the maturity of a believer. So when you're reborn, you're born from above, John 3:5, waters and ruach. So you're reborn. Your rebirth means you're starting over. So you're starting off as a baby, right? And so it could be referencing that you start off as a baby, and then to your little children, then you become young men, and eventually you come fully mature, and you become a father, or an elder. I mean, it could be referencing that too. Growing up of a reborn baby, convert. That's what I kind of get out of it. But on a literal basis, it would have to be what you just said, Victoria. You know what I mean? Anybody else on that? I know it's kind of strange there. Makes you wonder why he threw that in there. It seems to be a little strange to even be in there. But he did. So there was you see the different topic that he changed topics. It's not the same topic. You know what I'm saying? So when they teach that they segregated these chapters because the conversation changed, that's not true. That confuses a lot of people. I've seen the topic change 3 or 4 times in the same chapter. I've even seen it overflow over into the next chapter. So you can't listen to that. Just keep your eyes peeled for the change of topic. That's what you do. That way you don't get mixed up. what's being talked about. If you take it up, they're talking about one thing, and then they change and they're talking about another thing, and you blend that together, and you're going to try to make that new topic blend in with the old topic, and then confusion starts happening. Starts not making a lot of sense anymore. Okay. All right, let's continue on then, Tori.
Okay, 15. Do not love the world, nor that which is in the world. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him, because all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, the pride of life, is not of the Father, but is of the world. And the world passes away, and the lust of it. But the one doing the desire of Yahuwah remains forever. Little children, it is the last hour. So I do believe, because it's the last hour, that's where we come in. Last hour. And as you have heard that the anti-Mashiach is coming, even now many anti-Mashiachs have come. This is how we know that it is the last hour.
Okay, hang on a minute. Okay, so he's getting ready to change subject again. So let's talk about this one. What does all that mean? Okay, the world passes away and the lust of it, but the one doing the desire of Yahuwah remains forever. So the obedient are going to remain forever. So you're doing the desire of Yahuwah, his will. It's not your will, it's his. It's pretty plain. But little children is the last hour. And as you have heard that the anti-Mashiach is coming, even now many anti-Mashiachs have come. This is how we know that it is the last hour. What does that mean? Can that be the last hour? Go ahead, Toria.
I would say that this is those who are enduring till the end, who has stood fast on the truth, the name, the not wavering into the worldly desires of the anti-Mashiach.
So what's that last hour mean? It can't mean what it's physically, literally saying. It has to be some kind of idiom or figure of speech or something, does it not?
Yeah, I would say it's the end time.
You can't even apply that to say that right before you die. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like prior to your death. It doesn't make sense.
There's a space of time, maybe the last 3.5 years, or what is spoken in Revelation.
Yeah, but then it says even now many anti-Mashiachs have come, and if you have heard the anti-Mashiach is coming, but they have already come. This is how we know it's the last hour. So it almost has to be applying to end time somehow. I mean, tribulation years, but the tribulation years haven't come yet. Right.
Well, it's just like presidencies. I mean, people may not see it like that, but even they're anti-Mashiachs. Those who are, I'm gonna go there. Those who believe in the Trump or the other side, that becomes an anti-Mashiach. They think he's going to come and save them. They're looking in the wrong place.
Yeah. So this last hour must be somehow referring to the last day. Go ahead, Shelley.
This is going to seem out there. Did we decide that this is the John that also wrote Revelation? All right.
That's the assumption.
All right. So taking that into consideration, kind of what you're asking right now and where we are right now, with this right into the little children, right into the fathers, right into the young men, I felt like that was a future writing. I felt like he was past and future in that writing, with the fathers being, I think, Toria, you had mentioned the patriarch, and the young men in a later age, leading up to the last days. And the little children, I was kind of seeing that, but I'm still not sure when I think the millennial reign is. But I was kind of thinking of the little children in this a more of an age of innocence. And then, so with it, little children, it is the last hour. And as you have heard, that just seems like a future. I don't know the timing of when John saw what. I'm not well versed on scripture and timelines, but it just seems it's something he has seen already and he's trying to lay out. And I need your help to finish that through.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, man, and it very well could be that. It's definitely strange. So, the passage right before that says the world passes away and the lust of it, but the one doing the desire of Yahuwah remains. So it does seem to take us into the end, doesn't it? Because it's talking about it. And then to keep that frame of mind, that topic, and he's elaborating on that same exact topic or conversation, is he takes it into 18, and it would be in the last hour. Would be like either he knows about it, he's been shown it, or he's seeing it, or something like what you're saying. That could very well be, man. Because it is still part of the conversation. The topic, that conversation right there, that topic does not change till verse 19. So it's still in context. So you might be on something, Shelley. Go ahead, Toria.
I'm thinking too, because you have to come to him as a child. So he's talking to adults. We must come to him. We must be washed, clean, renewed like a child, innocent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, it's in context. He's still talking about the same thing until he hits 19 and it changes. So yeah, I think it is a flow, of maturity on into the destruction. The world passes away, and then giving some type of insight right there at the end. As he's talking about the last hour. To endure, I guess,
because we are the generation that knows that the anti-Mashiach is coming.
Yeah. Many have come means there's been a lot of, types or foreshadows. Hitler was one. We know that. Stalin was one. Mao Zedong was one. I mean, look at all the people they killed.
And Muslims already had their Mashiach.
Yeah, and they were atheists too. Some of them were pagans. So yeah.
I mean, Jamaicans have lost their Mashiach also. Glaciai.
Mm-hmm.
Which is interesting. I don't know if anybody has studied that, but it's almost like the Muslim Messiah too, because they follow all the way up to Isaac also. And there's that separation right there also.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, Raul.
Where he says, even now, many anti-Messiahs have come. Could he be talking about the people that were trying to change the word back then, the different church leaders and stuff that were trying to really do away with Yahusha's word and put in their own word? Could he be talking about them there too?
Yes. Yeah, any sect that teaches that Yahusha didn't come in the flesh are of the anti-Mashiach Ruach, yeah. So he absolutely can be. Anyone who denies Yahusha is coming in the flesh as the anti-Mashiach spirit of delusion. They're in a delusion. Go ahead, AJ.
Even now, you got different anti-Mashiachs popping up, even to this day, opening new buildings, saying, I'm the way, follow me. And none of them are the truth. I did study Islam when I was 17, 18 years old. I know they don't believe that it's beneath. I laugh because they say it's beneath the creator to have a son. Who are they to say that when they were formed out of the dirt of the earth? They just a human. They're no one. They're just like me. I wouldn't say that. There's something one has to believe. Just like we had to believe in the Force name, all these other dead religions believe in dead things. And they follow dead men, long dead and passed on. That's all.
Okay. Let's go ahead and continue on then, Toria.
Okay, verse 19. They went out from us, but they were not of us. For if they had been of us, they would have stayed with us. But in order that it might be made manifest that none of them were of us.
Okay, hang on a minute. What's that mean?
Spies in the camp.
Huh?
Spies in the camp.
I don't think that's a change of topic now that you read that. It almost seems like it's continuing to talk about these anti-Mashiachs. They went out from us, but they were not of us. For they had been of us, they would have stayed with us, but in order that it might be made manifest that none of them were of us. So it was revealed that they weren't of us. They had a different agenda type thing. It could be a change of topic. What do y'all think? Go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, because it seems like you said, it does seem like the same topic, like the anti-Mashiach, because they were part of them, and they started a new sect with their own rules and their own ways, and then, his words started being twisted. The name was removed over time. So, I mean, that could be your religions today. They've taken away his name. They've taken away the commandments. They went their own way because they started, before they were all one, and as time has gone, it's spread out.
Yeah, just like we can see that it says JSUS, like who's the liar except the one denying that they have the different, like JSUS is the Christ or whatever. That's kind of a big deception.
You know what this is reminding me of is that conversation from last week on 2 Peter. Remember that? And Shelley brought that up. It kind of seems like going back to that. They were spies, right? And they were in there working under a different agenda, trying to lead people astray. Remember that, Shelley? It's in 2 Peter chapter 2 last week. So 2 Peter chapter 2, started, I think it was verse 12 down to 22. Yeah. In 17, it said, "These are fountains without water, clouds driven by a storm, to whom the blackest darkness is kept forever. For speaking arrogant nonsense, they entice through the lust of the flesh, through indecencies, the ones who have indeed escaped from the living, from those living in delusion, promising them freedom, though themselves being slaves to corruption. For one is a slave to whatever overcomes him." And it goes on to talk about losing your salvation. They went out from us, but they were not of us. For they had been of us, they would have stayed with us, but in order that they may be made manifest that none of them were with us. So they were revealed that they weren't of us. They were a spy. They were deceivers. They were out to make people fall away from the body. Infiltrators. Go ahead, Raul.
It sounds like the organized religions that he's talking about, the organized religions that were leading people astray from the way.
Yeah, but they were infiltrated, though. They came in among us, but they were not of us. You know what I'm saying? For if they had been of us, they would have stayed with us. So they were among us. We weren't among them. But I think once they went out, yeah. You know, they went out and opened up their little church and they started, influencing people to believe it the way they believed.
I mean, we see it today with the J-Man. That's the anti-Mashiach. It's, we've seen that. We've come out of that.
Mm-hmm. So,
which had to have come out of the beginning from, they were part of the forefathers who, along the line have been deceived.
Yeah, it says, but in order that it might be made manifest that none of them were of us. Well, that's why they were sent away. See what I'm saying? So this is kind of a warning. If somebody leaves the body and you think they're a brother, and they're in the everlasting covenant and they leave and they go out and they start following after different other doctrines, so forth and so on, it's a warning not to follow them, man. Don't go after.
Would that be like the Crusades?
No, I don't see that at all.
Because they went out, I mean.
Yeah, but they went out from the Catholic Church.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, they went out from us, but they were not of us. So these are people that came in among the body or the assembly of Yahusha, and then it was thrown out. So they were exposed to be spies. They weren't of the body members. They were just among us, causing problems. We see that going on. There's people, posting untruth videos about body members and gossiping and slandering others and trying to cause havoc. And they're among us. They're not away from us yet, but once they're away from us, that's our cue to recognize them as not being one of us. And you shouldn't follow after those sorts. Just leave them go on their own. Stay right where you're at. Go, AJ.
Could some of them be those that fall away from us because pressures from the world? Just a statement. That's all.
Well, yeah, because the same conversation. That's what I'm saying. I don't think this is a different topic yet here. Like I said, I think I was wrong on that. I think it's still the same conversation, because when we go back to 15 and 16 there, because all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh and the lust of the eyes and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but is of the world, and the world passes away. So yeah, they could be falling away and going back into the world and pursuing the things of this world, the lust of the world. Yeah. So it's written in there. So yeah, I would say yes. Go ahead. Phyllis, do you have your hand up? You didn't? Somebody have a hand up? Okay. Let's continue on then, unless anybody has anything else. We have one opening here. If somebody'd like to come in and join us on the live stream, don't be shy. All right, let's continue on then, Toria.
Verse 20. And you have an anointing from the set apart one, and you know all. I did not write to you because you do not know the truth, but because you know it, and because no falsehood is of the truth.
Okay, hang on a minute. So now all of a sudden it seems like he is definitely speaking to somebody, but he's not really addressing anybody in particular. So is this the Ruach HaKodesh talking to each and every one of us, you think? It does seem like that, doesn't it? It's really kind of weird how you write in, I do not write to you because you do not know the truth. To who? Me? It's like, what? It's almost like the Ruach's addressing each and every one of us. It makes you think, it makes you definitely, when the way he's saying that, it makes you think he's talking directly to you, doesn't it? I mean, he's not naming anybody or addressing anybody. Interesting, the way that he said that. Okay, let's go, Toria.
Who is the liar? Except the one denying Yahusha is the Mashiach. This is the anti-Mashiach, the one denying the Father and the Son. No one denying the Son has the Father. The one confessing the Son has the Father as well.
Okay, hang on a minute. That right there is very interesting. This is the anti-Mashiach, the one denying. Who is the liar except the one denying Yahusha? Okay. This is the anti-Mashiach. So if you deny Yahusha, you're an anti-Mashiach spirit. The one denying the Father and the Son. So now all of a sudden now it brings it, we all know that though anybody denies the Son coming in the flesh is of the spirit of the anti-Mashiach, right? And now all of a sudden this is telling us the one denying the Father. So if you say Yahuwah is not real, you also is an indicator that you have the anti-Mashiach Ruach. Isn't that interesting? And so denying the Father and the Son, you have the anti-Mashiach. You deny either one. Is that what y'all are getting out of that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Seems like it
because they have the same name.
Huh?
Yeah, so sorry, I was about to say that they have the same name. Yahuwah, Yahusha. So if they deny Yahusha, it's also denying Yahuwah also. I think that makes sense because it says that if anyone does not believe that Yahusha is Mashiach, they also deny the Father and the Son, because the Father's name is in the Son. That makes sense to me, at least.
Yeah, and if they're denying the Father, they're automatically denying the Son.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
They ain't going to say the Father's not real, but the Son is. I mean, they're not going to say that at all. So the Father and the Son. So if they deny the Father, we'll just say to clear this up, that if you deny the Father, you have the anti-Mashiach Ruach, period. Because by denying the Father, you are denying the Son automatically. That's by default. If you deny the Son, but you say the Father's real, but the Son isn't, which there are sects that teach that now, okay, then you still have the anti-Mashiach Ruach. Either way. See that? So we got to be aware of that, y'all. So if you're talking to somebody who's an atheist, you're out witnessing, you be on your toes because you're talking to an evil spirit. There's an evil spirit attached to that person.
There was also one, I think, woman. She said that she basically said that Yahushua did not come in the flesh, but she said that he came from two parents, like Joseph and Mary. But that just makes no sense because, if we read 1 Yehukanon, it says that what was from the beginning, he was manifested, right? So I don't know why some people kind of say that nonsense that Yahushua did not come in the flesh, but that he came from two parents, as all of us. It kind of makes no sense because that's denying the Father too, because he came from the Father. I mean, from the Shamayim. Isn't that kind of like also like the rock of anti-Mashiach?
Anything that says anti-Mashiach, it's got to be speaking of an evil spirit. There's some kind of power, some kind of force or principality, something attached to somebody saying that they don't believe in the Father or the Son, because that's saying that they have an anti-Mashiach. So that to me means there's an opposing force in behind that language, that verbiage. So I mean, go ahead, Toria.
Actually, Raul had his hand up before I did.
Oh, Raul.
Or is he?
Raul.
You might.
Are they close? Go ahead, Raul.
Your hand up earlier.
Sorry, I didn't hear well.
Did you have your hand up?
No.
Oh, you put it back down.
I did not. I put it down because she was saying exactly what I was gonna say.
Okay, I was just gonna go back to what Yahusha said. If you've seen me, you've seen the Father, which explains that verse right there. The one confessing the Son, we're confessing the Son, has the Father as well. So if you've seen him, you've seen the Father. They're together.
Yeah, if you
And,
deny the
also,
Father, you're denying the Son. Okay, that's obvious. You can deny the Son, but not deny the Father, because there's sects out there that teach that. They teach Yahushua who came in. Either some will say he was just flesh, he wasn't divine, and some say that he was a subordinate,
like the Trinity.
He was subordinate to the Father. You know, that he was, and some will even go as far as saying he was a spirit creature, but he wasn't of the flesh, because flesh is evil. And since he had no sin, then he was a spirit being, and he wasn't of the flesh. So that's the anti-Mashiach spirit, no matter any of those three. Okay? Be on your toes. There's evil ruach behind that stuff, man. That type of doctrine. Go ahead, Toria.
That's why I believe the book of Adam and Eve, that first book, is so, it has so much in it that explains to you how Yahuwah did it. And because it was removed, that understanding is gone. And it's just so important for people to read that and find that understanding, the love that Yahuwah sent himself through the seed.
Yeah, because it says that the word of Yahuwah came to Adam and said that I will become flesh. Because that was the word of Yahuwah talking. So we know that the word is, well, Yahusha who became flesh. And then Yahuwah manifested.
The book of Adam and Eve, he told Adam that he would redeem them through, that he would send himself and redeem himself through his lineage, through the seed. But he said that he would do it through him, he would send himself. Which means he sent himself in the flesh. And it wasn't just to redeem Adam. He also said to redeem his generations.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what we're dealing with here mostly, okay, is the Trinity, the Trinitarian people who portray Yahusha as the Son, but subordinate to the Father. He's lesser. Okay, that's why he was, praying to the Father and all this stuff. They see him as a subordinate Elohim. So, but that's what you got to be careful of there. Okay, and then there's the ones that are like what they call, Baptists and all this other kind of stuff. These are the Trinitarians, man. And then you have the Arianism people. We're saying the Son is a creature, and he's not divine. He was created through the woman, and he was just flesh, a fleshly creature. Okay. And then he was taken up into heaven in the flesh along with his mother, along with Mary. She never died. She was also taken up into heaven, and they're fleshly creatures in heaven, ruling over creation together with the Father. Okay, so here's that Father, Mother, and Son triune. Okay, and so these type are an example of that would be Jehovah's Witnesses.
Mhm.
Okay, they think that the Son is a creature, not divine. If you're talking to them, you know what you're dealing with. That's an anti-Mashiach spirit in them. And then you have the tritheism people. Okay, and these believe in three distinct beings. Okay, and this type of people are the Mormons and the Hindu people. Okay, just to name a few.
And they
And so you
believe
got
it's by their works alone.
Yeah, well, they believe all kinds of. I'm just concentrating on the Mashiach right now, Yahusha. So
Is it
the
also
distinct beings, okay, and so that's also anti-Mashiach Ruach. And so you have the modelists out there as well. The different, and there's less of them, but they're basically they believe that the persons are the Father, Son, and Ruach, we'll just say, are ways of you that Yahuwah expresses himself, and they are more into the oneness movement. Okay, and so the modelists would be correct in that aspect. Okay, talking about the Mashiach. So those are some of the main things going on to be aware of, and so that when you're talking to these people that they have an anti-Mashiach Ruach. Okay, and you have to be very careful when you talk with these people.
what about the Trinity? Because they say that the Father is Elohim, then they say that the Son is Elohim, and the Holy Spirit is Elohim, but yet they're distinct. Isn't that kind of?
That's tritheism. I just talked about that.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's your Mormons, man.
But but they say it's triunity, even though it's tritheism actually.
What's that?
They say it's triunity, kind of like a
The
triune.
Trinitarians believe there's one God with three persons, okay, within the one. And so they think there's one God sitting up on one throne with three heads, a three-headed monster. That's who they believe in. I showed y'all pictures of that before. Yeah. Remember that?
Yeah, I remember.
They believe in a three-headed monster. Okay, that's not biblical either. That's anti-Mashiach Ruach as well. And boy, do they twist. They're the worst at twisting scriptures, Trinitarians.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yep.
They have the best opportunity to twist them because the God is one with three beings. It gives them the best opportunity to twist.
For example, when I said that Yahuwah is one, then there was this one person saying, one what? I said, one being. I mean, there's no one else but him. But then they, of course, don't really understand that.
Yeah. All right, let's continue on, Toria.
Okay, 24. As for you, let that stay in you which you heard from the beginning. If what you heard from the beginning stays in you, you also shall stay in the Son and in the Father. And this is the promise that he has promised us, everlasting life.
Okay, stop. Now, what's that mean? And as for you, let that stay in you, which you heard from the beginning. If what you heard from the beginning stays in you, you also shall stay in the Son and in the Father. So now what's he saying? That's going right back to what we were talking about before. Remember when he was talking about what you had with you in the beginning? Remember that? We were just talking about it.
The Ruach.
What's he saying, man?
The promise is through Yahuwah, the everlasting life. The Ruach is within us as the Son. They're within us. He is within us. And if you believe that from the beginning and you stay with that, you'll have eternal life of love.
Okay, so he's talking about denying the Father and denying the Son.
As one.
No one denying the Son as the Father. The one confessing the Son as the Father. So he's talking about this division that they're teaching about them being two persons. See what I'm saying? So then he says, "It's for you. Let that stay in you, what you heard from the beginning." And what was it we learned in the beginning? We just talked about it. Remember?
To love Yahuwah.
Up in 7. Yeah. Go ahead, Raul.
From the beginning, we have learned that there is only one.
Yeah.
And that's
Shema.
what we gotta stay in that.
Exactly.
Yeah. It says, for you, let that stay in you, which you heard from the beginning, which is Yahuwah is one. Don't be denying the Father and the Son and think there's a separate people, separate persons and all this and everything. You know, keep what you've been taught in the beginning, that Yahuwah is one. He's not two. There's no separate two persons here in a made up God head. See that? So he's basically, telling them that to separate Yahuwah into two persons is not what you're, the anti-Mashiach spirit, and to keep what you've been taught in the beginning, that Yahuwah is one. That's pretty clear what he's saying, man. That amazing that that's in there? Most people never see that. It's right there, right in front of your eyeballs, man. And this is the promise that he has promised us, everlasting life, for those who do what? You shall also stay in the Son and in the Father. Those who believe Yahusha is Yahuwah incarnated, man. For this is the promise that he has promised us, everlasting life. Yeah, there's no separation, man. There's no two persons or three persons. There's only one. Yahuwah is one. It's important. If that wasn't extremely important, it wouldn't be the first command. Yahuwah said it was the first and greatest command. That's how he described it. It didn't make it all the way up to number 1 for no reason. It's very important. All right. Anybody got any questions, thoughts on that? Go ahead, Toria.
Okay. I just had a thought. Because Yahuwah is light, he is Ruach. And Adam in the beginning was light, Ruach. There was the, same. And what people don't understand is Yahuwah could not break that covenant in the Ruach, in the spirit that was made from the beginning. So when Adam fell, darkness was put upon him, the flesh. So Yahuwah stands by his covenant from the beginning. So he can't fix it in the Ruach. He has to go in the flesh as man was in the flesh to recover man through himself as in the flesh, the embodiment of himself. So that's why he had to die, because it's not in the Ruach. It wasn't in the covenant of that form. So because it's in a different form, he had to re-edify himself as the flesh to bring us back into him. There's no other way. And I think that's where they get the separation, not understanding what he was in the beginning, what man was from the beginning, and how he had to come before us as a man of flesh to reconcile us. So I think that's where they get Father, Son, and the Ruach, is because they've separated that, not understanding what he was from the beginning, Adam.
Yes. Yeah, and Yahusha as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so in the beginning, when he created the light, when he said told the light to, and command the light to come in. Okay, so what they don't get is he was just illuminating himself. He's creating a body for himself. Okay, he was brilliance. He didn't create a second person. Okay, he didn't create a second person to share his esteem with. To sit there and share all his esteem with, because he said, "I will not share my esteem with another." So he created not a second individual. Okay, as they teach, he did the Son. He created a body for himself, which was him. It became him because it's just his body with his ruach. Just like this is my body, my ruach. There's no separation here. I'm still an individual. There's only one of me.
Same as Adam. He didn't create a second individual. He's used him still.
Yeah, he breathed into him. He became a living being.
Right. But I'm saying is when he fell, he didn't create another being. He put flesh on him. He changed his appearance.
Yeah. Yeah, he would become a certain person, the same person. Right?
And instead of Adam being able to live in his light, he placed him out of the garden, out of that light. And now we have, like you say, the carbon copy world of a sun that gives us light, the greater light and the lesser light. And I'm sure there's much understanding in that reasoning why there's the greater light and the lesser light to lead us. But he is the ultimate beginning light. And that is what we need. That's why we have to overcome the flesh to return back to his light.
No, so Adam and Eve, they also heard the voice of Yahuwah, and they, walked in the garden too. That's like in Genesis.
You can see into the heavens.
No, I was meant to say that Yahuwah was walking in the garden. That's in Genesis 3, verse 8 to 10. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, you guys got anything? Any other thoughts on this? 1 John. Continue on, Toria.
Okay, verse 26. I have written this to you concerning those who lead you astray, but the anointing which you have received from him stays in you, and you have no need that anyone should teach you. But as the same anointing does teach you concerning all, and is true, and in no falsehood, and even as it has taught you, you stay in him. And now, little children, stay in him, so that when he appears, we might have boldness and not be ashamed before him at his coming. If you know that he is upright, you know that everyone doing uprightness has been begotten of him. That's the end of 2.
All right, thank you, Toria. Anybody got any questions on that we just read? It does seem like he's speaking to somebody. You know what this could be? It just kind of dawned on me. The reason he didn't have a salutation there or address this to anyone, he just did it in general, and passed them out or whatever he did, maybe because he was running from the Pharisees, from the authorities. He was an incognito. So maybe he felt that if he addressed it to someone or a group in particular, the authorities would go there and interrogate them, beat them up and stuff, and torture them until they told, maybe they would tell where he was or something. And by not addressing it to anybody, they'd have nobody to go to and interrogate and torture to try to get information from, so he wouldn't have to put anybody in danger. Now, that could be why he didn't address. He just started, saying this message. But that's just a wild speculation on my part. It just kind of dawned on me. Anybody got anything to say about that one?
I was just going to mention he mentioned little children again.
Mhm.
So that would be, and now little children stay in him so that when he appears, we might have boldness and not be ashamed before him. So we, as his little children, which we have become, to stay in him.
Now, I find it interesting on the very last verse. If you know that he is upright, you know that everyone doing uprightness has been begotten of him. So, in other words, your righteousness is his righteousness. So, if you're being obedient and righteous, it's because you've been begotten of him. That means he's indwelling you, right? Because the rebirth is by water and ruach, your immersions. You know. Go ahead, AJ.
I was going to say, I'm so glad that Yahushua said to me when I first got born from above, I will send the Comforter unto you to guide you into all truth. I'm so glad he did that. That's what I have to say.
Anybody else? I get another reader for chapter 3. Somebody besides Toria? Go ahead, AJ. You want to read, AJ?
Yes, I give it a try. Praise Yah.
Okay.
Chapter 3. See what love the Father has given us, that we should be called children of Yahuwah. For this reason, the world does not know us, because it did not know him. Beloved ones, now we are children of Yahuwah, and it has not yet been revealed what we shall be. But we know that when he is revealed, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. And anyone having this expectation in him cleanse himself as he is clean. Everyone doing sin also does lawlessness, and sin is lawlessness. And you know that he was manifested to take away our sins, and in him there is no sin. Everyone staying in him does not sin. Everyone sinning has neither seen him nor know him. Little children, let no one lead you astray. The one doing uprightness is upright, even as he is upright. The one doing sin is of the devil, because the devil has sinned from the beginning. For this purpose, the Son of Yahuwah was manifested, to destroy the activities of the devil. Everyone having been born of Yahuwah does not sin, because his seed stays in him, and he is powerless to sin, because he has been born of Yahuwah. And this, little children of Yahuwah and the children of the devil are manifest. Everyone doing righteousness is not. Everyone doing righteousness. Everyone who's not doing righteousness is not of Yahuwah. Neither the one not loving his brother.
Okay, hang on a minute now. Okay, so man, oh man, with some powerful stuff going on right there. Okay, so here, remember when I said we were going to get back into this? Oh, here it is. So the one doing sin is of the devil, and the Son came to destroy the activity of the devil. And everyone been born of Yahuwah does not sin because his seed stays in him. He's powerless to sin because he has been born of Yahuwah. Okay, so when it was, remember, it was talking about that everyone sinned. The one denying that they sinned is not of the truth. Remember that? Okay, so now we can see that this was before they're being converted. Now he's talking about after the conversion, after you've entered into the renewed covenant. Now it's impossible for you to sin. You're powerless to sin. See, because now we have the separation. We're set, our being, which is being delivered, is set apart to Yahuwah. It's set apart from the world. It's set apart from the flesh. It's set apart from sin, the lust of the world, all that. Okay, and it's sealed with the Ruach HaKodesh, which means we're protected by Yahuwah. And so that sin can't penetrate the Ruach of Yahuwah. Notice the light. See, where was that? So where did I see that at? I can't see. I can't find it now.
Hey, sorry, I have to go because I'm a little bit sick, so I have to kind of go.
Yeah, you sound a little bit sick there, Draz.
Yeah.
Sorry you're sick, man. Hope you're feeling better.
Thanks, man.
Take care.
See ya.
You know, he was manifest to take away our sins, and in him there is no sin. Everyone seen in him does not sin. Everyone sinning has neither seen him nor known him. There's that know him and see him again, speaking of Yahuwah. And little children, let no one lead you astray. The one doing upright is upright, even as he is upright. Dang God, man, I can't find what I was looking for here. Okay, so anyway, we can see that there's a difference anyway in the before you enter into the everlasting covenant or engrafted into Israel, and then after you're powerless to sin. Okay, so we can't go around saying that we sin every day now. You can't tell people that anymore. You know, you just got to know that you do not sin. It's impossible for you to sin. The only one that can sin is the old man who is dead and gone. He's buried with Mashiach in the true pattern of Mashiach, right? Because when you come up out of the water, through the water and the blood, and took your first breath of air of his Ruach, you were born again as a child, as a baby. Okay, and so now you're a new creature. So you can't take the blame for sinning anymore. You can't go around telling people I sin every day. But we know in our reality that we're still in this vessel, this old vessel in the old tent. You know, we still haven't reached the 8th day yet to where we put on immortality and celebrate immortality. We're still within the scope of creation. See what I'm saying? So in this reality, we're still in these fleshly bodies that are full of sin, saturate with sin. Okay, and it's craving even more sin, but it's already been tried and convicted and waiting on its execution, which is death, to turn back to dust. If Yahushua comes back before then, he'll just transform that body into body of light. If they've already fell asleep, they'll be resurrected and transformed into the body of light. See what I'm saying? So in this reality, they can see the byproduct, or they can see the sin or the evil or the wickedness, you know, but very, very dimly, because you're not doing the things you used to do. Who has cleaned you up? So why? The flesh has become a lot more weak now. It doesn't have the power that it used to over your being. You no longer serve the flesh to sin and death. You're no longer a servant of the flesh. You're a servant of righteousness now. So it's dimmed down. And we brush up against sin because we're here in this fallen world. So you can't help from brushing up against sin, getting a little some sin on you, because it's just because of the fact that we live here in this fallen world. We're still here. So we need to see that set apartness. It's crucial for us. And you should not tell people that you sin every day. It's a misleading statement. You can say, man, I used to be a really bad sinner. I know where you're at. I know where you're coming from. I used to be there, but Yahuwah called me out of the world, set me apart. And say, what are you talking about? And you can go into that, and explain to them how they should be set apart from this world to Yahuwah. That's why it says in 9, everyone having been born of Yahuwah does not sin, because his seed stays in him. What does that mean? Because his seed stays in him. So what's the seed of Yahuwah? What's his seed?
The Ruach? Yahusha?
Yahuwah. The Ruach HaKodesh is the seed of Yahuwah. So when he put his seed into Mary, overshadowed Mary, what did he do? Did he put human semen in her belly, in her womb? No, he put his seed. And what did we just say his seed was? Seed Yahusha, man. It's the Ruach HaKodesh. That's the seed of Yahuwah. That's what impregnated Mary. He sent him into her womb. The body of light transformed into the flesh inside of Mary's womb and was born of Mary. And that's why he called him son, because he came from the fleshly woman and was going to die. And that's why he renamed him son, or gave him a different title, son, referring always to the incarnation. And then, if the seed stays in him, if the Ruach HaKodesh is in you, you're powerless to sin because you have been born of Yahuwah. You're a spiritual child now. You're a child of light. You see that? Even though you're still in this vessel. But we can't see our vessel now as a sinful being, a body, or us. We can't see it as us anymore. Even though our body and our Ruach is us, okay, we can't see it that way anymore because we've been set apart from it, totally engulfed, encompassed, sealed by the Ruach HaKodesh, our being that's being delivered from it. So we no longer see it as our bodies or us. So we can say we're still sinning. We're not, because it's not us anymore. Okay, in matter of fact, in the spiritual realm, our bodies have been dead, has died with Mashiach, have been buried with Mashiach, and now we're just an erected temple of Yahuwah. We're just his temple. Everybody seeing that, what I'm saying? Any questions on all that? That's a whole lot to handle, I know. But I think most of us should be at least close to this level by now and seeing this. We've been studying on that for quite a while now. All right. Anybody got any thoughts or comments or questions up to this point? That's a whole lot of stuff that was said there, Anything jumping out at you? If not, let's continue on, AJ.
Okay, verse 11. Because this is the message that you heard from the beginning, that we should love one another, not as Cain, who was of the wicked one and killed his brother. And why did he kill him? Because his works were wicked, but those of his brother were righteous. Do not marvel, my brothers, if the world hates you. We know that we have passed out of death into life because we love the brothers. The one not loving his brother stays in death. Everyone hating his brother is a murderer. And you know that no murderer has everlasting life staying in him. By this we know love, because he laid down his life for us, and we ought to lay down our lives for the brothers. But whoever has whoever has this world's good and sees his brother in need and shuts up his tender affection for him, how does the love of Yahuwah stays in him? My little children, let us not love in word or in tongue, but in deed and in truth. And by this we know that we are of the truth, and shall set our hearts and rest before him, that if our hearts condemn us, Yahuwah is greater than our hearts and knows all. Beloved ones, if our hearts does not condemn us, we have boldness toward Yahuwah. And whatever we ask, we receive from him, because we guard his commands and do what is pleasing in his sight. And this is his command, that we should believe in the name of his son, Yahushua Mashiach, and love one another, as he gave us command, and the one guarding his commands stay in him, and he in us, or in him, excuse me. And by this we know that he stayed in us by the Ruach which he gave us.
Thank you, AJ.
You're welcome.
So that's pretty evident there that the proof or evidence that he stays in us is that we have the Ruach HaKodesh in us, guiding us, teaching us, protecting us, so forth and so on. So to have the Ruach HaKodesh is vital, very crucial. Anything jump out at you? Go ahead, Toria.
Yeah, verse 18, my little children, let us not love in word or in tongue, but in deed, which is ownership, but in ownership and in truth. I thought that was quite interesting.
Yeah. The deed, I think, here is referring to works. and how you treat other people, what you do for others in need. Do you place others above yourself, or do you help people that is an obvious need of help? I guess it's showing kindness and love and compassion toward others, and but not just in feeling alone, but in your actions. Okay, go ahead, Shelley.
I was just gonna say that I liked that insight, the spiritual insight on deed. It's actions, yes, but it's also the ownership is that we are walking in the actions of the light, the Son, the Father. So I like applying both in that, just even for your own personal ability to drive it home. Not that it's written word. I was just gonna say I liked that, Toria.
Anybody else? Go ahead, AJ.
Yeah, I agree with Toria and Shelley and all of us that have been begotten by Yahuwah and Yahusha. And Yahusha showed us not only word but action. And he's a great example of all the actions apart from the miracles. The action of love, the way he treated the woman at the well, the woman with the issue of blood when she touched the hem of his garment, and such power came from him. He turned around. He ain't said he just knew. He knew the belief in her if she just touched his garment. A lot of action. Lots of action. I hear a lot of people talk, as we were saying, talk a good game, but they don't do anything. They don't show any action of love. They're here, they're gone. Bang. It's like a husband loving his wife. Oh, I love you, honey. You see her the next day, she got a black eye. What is that? That's not love. Or he's hanging out with another female down the street, or vice versa. She said, I love my husband. She's hanging out with another guy. Actions and everything that we do apart from what we say. And I know I said this at one time or another. I don't care what I know, what I don't know. If I don't have love for my fellow human being, it's all for nothing. I might as well walk away and be a sinner again, because it doesn't mean anything. Like Shaul said, you're just a sounding cymbal, making noise, saying, you're talking loud, but you're not saying anything because you have no love in you. Yahuwah is love, created power love. I can't even define or think about it on the level. I can't even explain it. I just think about him coming down to walk among us, filthy sinners. But he see us through Yahushua as clean. And I really thank him for that. I really do. I thank him so much. Where he brought me from out of the pit of hell. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Verse 18. I was thought that 10 and 11, actually 9, 10, and 11 was very interesting. Everyone having been born of Yahuwah does not sin because his seed stays in him, and he is powerless to sin because he has been born of Yahuwah. In this, the children of Yahuwah and the children of the devil are manifest or revealed. Everyone not doing righteous is not of Yahuwah, neither the one not loving his brother, because this is the message that you heard from the beginning, that we should love one another. So that's there. There's that first and greatest command and the second command again, John here seems to be stressing those two commands throughout this letter so far. It's like the third time now he's brought that up. So why y'all think that is? He's obviously expressing that first and second command. He's already mentioned it 3 times. It's heavy on his mind and heart. Well, I wonder why. Anybody?
I would say loving Yahuwah with all your heart, mind, and soul, and loving your neighbor. All the commands hang on those two. It's very important because the Father loved us to save us. And if we look back on our lives, we were all damned to hell or oblivion. But he loved that in his eyes, that he created us with eyes, looking at us, his creation. He loved us that much to do the things that he did for us. So I think that stands out above everything. That love is a powerful word, and I believe is not to take lightly in any sense of the word. Can't add to it or take away from it. It's just love.
Anybody else? What's this mean? We know that we have passed out of death into life because we love the brothers. The one not loving his brother stays in death. So how is it that we know that we're not going to be thrown in the lake of fire? We're going to have eternal life. We passed out of death into life because we love the brothers. The one not loving his brother stays in death. Go ahead, Toria.
Because we forgive them no matter what. It's unconditional love.
Anybody else? If you've passed out of life into death because you love your brothers, you love other people like yourself or above yourself, even I love you, man. It's an indicator that you've passed, you've completed the Torah. You've found love. You now know love. You found it. Okay, so this is a sign that you've passed out of death into life. It's because you love your brother. It's a very subtle thing when you think about it. We call it the love test. Natsarim knows this is the love test. It don't matter how obedient you are. It don't matter what you do and how the knowledge that you accumulate. Okay. What matters is, can you pass the love test? That's the big one. And it may be the question Yahuwah asks those who appear before his throne. Have you learned to love? And the answer to that question may be how he decides who's the goat and who's the sheep. The love test is huge. Can you pass the love test? Anybody would like to elaborate on that a little bit? Go ahead, Shelley.
Well, I had something I was going to say before you just asked that question. And there's many deep things in all of this. And I might email you because there's some things I don't particularly want to just throw out. But there's a lot of deep stuff in here. But what you're saying and what Toria's talking about and what AJ is summarizing about love, it's making me think, and it's what you just said. I was saying to someone the other day, you can walk in knowledge and not be walking in the Ruach, not have the Ruach in you. You've memorized all the scriptures, and but not have the Ruach in you. And lately I've been seeing what seems to be just a lot of bickering or consuming one's time with how this should be or how that should be or how one should dress or one shouldn't dress, or you should wear this or you should wear that, or you should think this or you should say that. I mean, on and on and on. And, it's all related to the walk, and maybe calendars and things of that nature. And I just kept seeing, particularly with how close we are to his return, those things are energy wasted in my mind compared to the love that we should be using our energy for. And I thought of the parable of, I'm not sure of their names. I think one was Miriam also, I don't know. But the one that was busy in herself preparing everything. And then the one that was washing Yahusha's feet and drying them with her hair. And we need to be that washing of the feet and drying of the hair more so than the one busy and making sure everything's correct as far as, things more than actions as a follower, if that makes sense.
I absolutely love that, Shelley, because that's showing the difference between love, because she washed his feet because she loved him. It wasn't a command. It wasn't a ritual. She did it because she loved him. And that's awesome.
Loving another human being in a lot of different ways, sisters. The washing of the hair and with the feet and attending to the creator of the universe. That's awesome, And the lady busy with the cleaning up, and she didn't even think about that. But, it's just awesome, and just action, just doing for another human being. This is what Yah wants us to do. He wants not only us to learn his word, but he also wants us to show it in action and love. I mean, we don't have to be a scapegoats for anybody. Just be kind. If you can't talk to a person, no problem. All right, have a blessed day. Keep it going. What I learned over the years, a lot of people say, oh, we're going to go knock on doors. We're going to go and save somebody. We can't even save our own pruning life. But what I do notice over the years, Yahuwah knows who to send to his children at a given time. I ain't got to knock on nobody's door. I don't have to go look for anybody. He'll send them across our path through a laundromat if we have to go wash clothes, through the store, the gas station if you're getting gas, just taking a jog down the street or in the park. Yahuwah knows who calling out to him, and he sends them in the path of his children. And it's not like we have to give a whole sermon. Just love them where they are, hear what they have to say, share a couple of seeds that are dropping to their heart. That's it. It can go a long way, just a couple of words. And that shows you love them. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, Shelly, I'm feeling you, man. You need to email me or call me or anything, just, feel free to do so anytime. What you said always takes me right back to Matthew 25. It just defaults me back to this conversation, always takes me right back to Matthew 25. Would you like to read that for us, Shelley? Matthew 25, starting in verse 32, and just read it to the end of the chapter. We can easily see here by reading this example that even though these people may know the entire scriptures verbatim. I mean, the devil does too. Even though they may feel like they're obedient and more pious than anybody else, even though they may feel like they know Yahuwah better than you do, or he favors them more than he favors others, whatever, is not necessarily the case, because the love test comes into the equation at the end. Okay, so if you would like to read that for us, I think we can all see exactly what we're talking about.
Okay, Matthew 25, starting at 32. And all the nations shall be gathered before him, and he shall separate them one from another, as a shepherd separates his sheep from the goats. And he shall set the sheep on his right hand, but the goats on the left. Then the sovereign shall say to those on his right hand, Come, you blessed of my Father, inherit the reign prepared for you from the foundation of the world. For I was hungry, and you gave me food. Me, capital. I was thirsty, and you gave me drink. I was a stranger, and you took me in. I was naked, and you clothed me. I was sick, and you visited me. I was in prison, and you came to me. Then the righteous shall answer him, saying, Master, when did we see you hungry, and we fed you, or thirsty, and gave you to drink? And when did we see you a stranger and took you in, or naked and clothed you? And when did we see you sick or in prison and we came to you? And the sovereign shall answer and say to them, Truly I say to you, insofar as you did it to one of the least of these, my brothers, you did it to me. He shall then also say to those on the left hand, Go away from me, accursed ones, into the everlasting fire prepared for the devil and his messengers. For I was hungry, and you gave me no food. I was thirsty, and you gave me no drink. I was a stranger, and you did not take me in, was naked, and you did not clothe me, sick and in prison, and you did not visit me. Then they also shall answer him, saying, Master, when did we see you hungry or thirsty, or a stranger or naked, or sick or in prison, and did not serve you? Then he shall answer them, saying, Truly I say to you, insofar as you did not do it to one of the least of these, you did not do it to me. And these shall go away into everlasting punishment, but the righteous into everlasting life.
Okay, so I think it becomes pretty obvious here that he's not going. Now, this is at the white throne judgment. This is where he's separating the sheep from the goats, man. This is it. This is the judgment, man. The final decision. His final decision: who comes into the reign and who doesn't. Besides the people of the first resurrection, they were judged while they walked in the dust. So this is it, man. This is all of mankind being judged. I don't see in here where he's saying, did you read scriptures enough? Did you memorize the book of Matthew? Or do you know the 10 Commandments by heart? I don't see where he's saying anything like that. That, if you're asking me, what he's saying is, did you learn to love? That's what it sounds very loud and clear to me, what he's saying to them. And the ones that did love, he let them in. The ones that didn't, he threw them in the lake of fire. That's what it sounds like to me. So I don't think, being pious, knowing the calendars, knowing this, knowing that, it's going to get you in. Is it wrong to do it? No, but I don't think it's what Yahuwah is looking for. Go ahead, Shelley.
And just to add to this, and I don't mean to sound pious when I say this, because whenever I'm saying something to somebody else, I'm saying it to myself as well. Something I was just trying to help someone see. So to say our love test at the end is not based on somebody else's walk. It's our walk. So stop looking at somebody else's walk, you know, stop seeing if they're walking the way you think they should be walking, because you need to be concerned about your own. That's going to be the final, you know, love test. You're standing there and your results are not based on somebody else's walk. They're based on your walk. So keep your eyes on your own narrow path.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%, man. Yeah, it's obvious, you know. I get this weird feeling all the, you know, I think about this quite often, matter of fact. And sometimes I used to beat myself up with it, but not so much anymore. But, you know, I see these people don't even know the true name, you know, they don't even study scriptures, but they do take care of other people, man. And they're out there helping people and loving other people. And it makes me jealous. I'm saying, I know Yahuwah. I know scriptures. I know that I'm obedient, you know, but I want to love like that. If I can love like that person, I don't need all this other stuff. I just need to be able to love like that. And it makes me kind of jealous of those people. And I say, you know, I think these people by default, because of their ability to love others more than themselves, which is very obvious to me that they do, may have them ahead of me for the higher calling. And it's something that we all need to work on and be aware of seriously, because like I said, this is it, man. We're getting the insight. We're seeing here Judgment Day. This is it. We're seeing Judgment Day right here. We just read it. It sounds like to me he's judging people by their works, and if they learn to love others, it's how they're getting in. The ones that didn't, they ain't getting in, are they? It's pretty obvious they're not getting in. They didn't give a crap about no one else. They don't sound like they're getting in to me. It scares the daylights out of me. Go ahead, Toria.
I was just going to say that I'm seeing it a little different. I mean, what you're saying is true, but I'm also seeing, I guess, a spiritual side to it. That the feeding, the drink, when did you give me a drink? When did you give me food? When did you give me clothing? Mark, you've done that, and you're doing that. You're feeding the Ruach. You're feeding, you're giving us living waters. You're giving us the truth. You're clothing us with His Word. I think it's so much bigger than what we're seeing, and just it's not just the food or the physical water, but He is the water, the truth, and the life. And I think that is what we're being fed with, because that's just flesh. That's just fleshly needs. That's not our Ruach, our eternity. Just a thought.
No, that's a great thought, and I'm glad you said that, because it's real powerful stuff right there you're talking about, Toria. Very, very good spiritual insight. Thank you for that. And you're absolutely right. You know, and it's you know, in a way, if you think about what you just said, the flesh has already been judged. So what we're seeing here, at the white throne, this Judgment Day here, isn't about the flesh, is it? This is about your inner being. Either your inner being's going to be delivered and given a new immortal body, or it's not. And so your old body and your being will be thrown into the lake of fire and annihilated. So your entire body and being be gone. So this is a judge of the inner man, of your being here, and which makes totally perfect sense what you just said. Okay. So yeah, it's the literal meaning, the fleshy that we can see here, but it also goes into the deeper meaning of the spiritual meaning that you were talking about. Everybody seeing that? I mean, that's powerful stuff right there. Go ahead, AJ.
I wholeheartedly agree with Toria, what she just said, because I was thinking about that when you said what you said, Brother Mark. We all have different talents for different things, just like you have for what you do for the body, Shelley, Toria, myself, in different places where we are. All of us don't run to prisons or whatever, but in our talents is where Yahuwah has us and what he does with us in our little space where we at. And that's enough love right there. He has those people doing what they're doing because that's where he has them. And it made me think of the different talents that he give us, whether we know about it or not. You know, you have a talent for one thing. Shelly has a talent for one thing. Toria has a talent for something else. I have a talent for something else. But it all complements the Creator in Yahushua about love, which it boils down to. So you don't have to feel like that because you don't go a different place. You're doing what Yahuwah wants you to do. And I appreciate you, my brother, for what you do. I want to tell you that myself. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. So while you was talking, this came into my mind. Okay. Okay. So in the literal, as we read this literally and see others loving, people loving others by feeding them and clothing them and housing them and giving them water and visit them when they're sick and in prison, everything on our literal basis. Is that a training process to bring us into the spiritual realm where we start feeding people the spiritual food and the spiritual waters, then covering them with the Ruach, letting them out of their fleshly cells, out in prison. They were visiting them in prison and they're inside their fleshly cell. They haven't been let out yet. So we're visiting them there as we feed them the manna from heaven and the living waters. So it almost could be a training process going through the literal or the physical actions here that allows us to take it to a higher level and give them the food and the water that they can eat and drink, that they'll never starve or thirst again, go on to eternal life, which would be a collection of fruit. So, yeah, I mean, wow, this is huge, man. Matter of fact, what I'm seeing here is one of the biggest examples we have of the physical, literal versus the spiritual realm. I mean, it's huge, ain't it? I mean, I think we've stumbled across something here. Go ahead, Toria.
I was going to add a little to that because you just said when somebody is sick or imprisoned, we also have to remember it's not just somebody who's physically sick. It's somebody who's living in darkness who is weak. It's sick. It's a sickness. Imprisoned in the world that we live in. They're imprisoned by the things of the world that they can't let go of. I mean, it's just so much bigger with each attribute, I guess, that is mentioned.
Yeah. I mean, this is huge, man. This is exactly, man.
Because I don't know about you all, I would rather be fed with the word and knowledge of Yahuwah than for you to give me a plate of food. I'll skip that plate and I'll take his word and his comfort and his love, because love is, like you said, conquers all things. And his love is being fed, what I'm saying, escaping the prison, being fed his word, given the waters of it's just amazing.
Yes, I'll go with that, Toria. It could be twofold. It is twofold.
Definitely.
It could be physical prison, and then it could be prison of the world, which, by the way, Yahushua brought us out of this prison, spiritually prison of the world, and built us up and fed us his truth. I know you're a good cook. You can cook your own food. But I understand what you're saying. That's all good.
Well, it's just like if I see somebody, in need, of course I would help them. But the point is somebody who doesn't have Yahuwah or the word, and you gave them some food because they were hungry, but you didn't give them eternity. They're still starving.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow. So yeah, it led into some pretty deep thought, didn't it? I mean, that's I don't know if it gets any more clear about the literal and the spiritual is what we've just read. I mean, wow, it's all there. It's very clear and precise, isn't it? I'm just kind of blown away by it, really. Go ahead, Phyllis. Oh, you didn't have something? I thought you had something. Anybody else? All right.
Before I go, I'd like to say a prayer for everyone, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Baruch haba Bashem Yahuwah. Father, we thank you for your blessings upon us. We thank you for Brother Mark, Brother Lou, Sister Phyllis, Sister Toria, Shelly, and all the other sisters, Candace. I pray for strength and guidance on all of us. I pray for strength and guidance, not only us here, but those that I don't see in the chat room. I pray for their spiritual awareness. I pray for those that are coming in to this chat room, listening to you speak through us. I pray that they be increased with love and understanding and be pulled out of the darkness that's in this world. Help us, Father. Grant us this, to have love built up for one another and continue to love, which is the most important thing that you want us to learn. I thank you, Father. In Yahushua HaMashiach's name, hallelujah. Praise you, Yah.
Hallelujah. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Love all of you.
Love you too.
Okay.
Love you, AJ.
All right. I'm praying for Brother Tad, and I thought about him as well. Raul and them, and Sister Phyllis. Thank you. Y'all brought you back to us. Heal you, and just love all of you. I want to, I was sleeping, and I woke up this morning, and I did have Tad on my mind, and I know it was Yahuwah, and I said a prayer for him, wherever he is. So if you see him, just tell him I love the brother, Bill, and the other guys. I miss them too. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, AJ. All right. This very first line in chapter 3 is kind of interesting. See what love the Father has given us, that we should be called children of Yahuwah. What do y'all think of that? You got any thoughts on that?
Which one was that again? I'm sorry.
Verse, chapter 3.
Chapter 3.
See what love the Father has given us, that we should be called children of Yahuwah. He's given us that title, children of Yahuwah, children of light. See what love the Father has given us. Any thoughts on that?
He created us and he loves us so much that he just wants to share everything with us.
He wants to walk in the cool of the day with us.
Yeah.
Where is that? Back to Isaiah 45. Isaiah 45. I think. Verse 4, 45, verse 4. For the sake of Yaakov, my servant, and of Yisrael, my chosen, I also call you by your name. I give you a title, though you have not known me. Is that what he's talking about? Children of Yahuwah, a title? Child of light?
Could be. Wow.
Couldn't it? It's interesting, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not that we loved him, but he first loved us. Anybody else? Any thoughts on that? Phyllis? Anything coming to you, Phyllis? All righty. I think we're going to stop studying now, save 4 and 5 for next week, because it's probably the 2 best chapters I like the best anyway. I want to be able to spend some time on those 2. If y'all don't mind, we'll just open mic now. Just talk about it, whatever. Do whatever you want. We'll finish 4 and 5 next week. Yeah, they're definitely power packed, both of them.
I'm
I have
going
a
to say
question.
goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye, I love
You
you.
leave it?
Love you.
Love you.
Love you.
You too.
I do have a question. So last Shabbat, Kinsley and I got into a little spot that we didn't know what we should do. It was just her and I left, and we didn't know what to do. And she said something about doing the priestly blessing, and I said, I honestly don't know if that is our position to do. So your thoughts, Mark?
Yeah, well, there again, there's a literal and a spiritual behind that. And I personally think only men should do that. And the reason I'm saying that, well, let's go over to it. Go to it. The priestly blessing. So it's in 6.
Numbers.
So it's in Numbers 6. 24. Okay. Now, remember we were talking about that a topic can change within a chapter.
Yeah.
We can have a change of topic. Okay, so in chapter 6, it starts talking about the Nazar, which is an oath or taken by someone. And it goes on, it starts talking about what is involved in this oath, and then what you do when the oath is over, the period of that oath has expired as being a Nazar, okay? And that's what it starts talking about. See, it says he separates himself from wine and strong drink. He drinks neither vinegar or wine, and then goes on, right? Given the rules of this oath. Okay, so at the beginning of that, it says in verse 2, speak to the children of Yisrael and say to them, when a man or an Asha does separate by making a vow of a Nazar. So here we see that a woman and a man, either one, can do that. Take a vow of the Nazar. And then it tells you, if you do it, what your restrictions are. Okay? And it goes on down, and then it tells you if somebody dies suddenly, and then it keeps going down, and this is the Torah of the Nazar when the days of his separation are completed. And now it starts telling you after that it's expired, your vow has expired, what you need to do. You need to be brought to the door of the tent of meeting, and you offer to Yahuwah a male lamb, and just keeps going on and on, telling you what you need to do once that's. So this is for women and men. Okay. So then it goes down to 21. And afterwards, the Nazar shall drink wine. So it goes on after the vow's over. And then it says, this is the Torah of the Nazar who vows to Yahuwah the offering for his separation, and besides that, whatever else his hand is able to provide. According to the vow which he takes, so he shall do according to the Torah of his separation. And Yahuwah spoke to Moses, saying, speak to Aaron and his sons. So now all of a sudden, in 22, it starts another topic. It's done talking about the Nazar. See that? Now all of a sudden, Yahuwah speaks to Moses and says, speak to Aaron and his sons. It doesn't say his sons and daughters. It's no longer including a woman now. You change subjects. Saying, this is how you bless the children of Israel. Say to them. And then it tells the blessing. It's only the Aaron and his sons. There's no women involved in doing this. This is only for Aaron and his sons now. The topic changed. Everybody's seeing that. Okay, now here's the thing. That's why I say it should be done by a man. Okay, but here's the thing now. We're living in the end times. Okay, we're in the renewed covenant now times, right? And when Scripture says that men and women, he will pour out his ruach on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters will prophesy. And so, being in the body of Yahusha, there's no difference between male or female. There's no recognition of sexes. And we're all, everyone in the body, men and women, are sovereigns and priests to Yahuwah. And so if you're a priest, that means you can say the priestly blessing. See that? So if you look at it that way, in the body, if you're walking in the Ruach and truth, then I think a woman could safely say the blessing, especially over other women. You see what I'm saying? Because there's no recognition of male and female anymore in the covenant.
Yeah, we just weren't sure. I was telling her that on Natsarim Life, I did it a few times, and she was like, "Well, I'm not sure. I think Brother Mark is supposed to do it." So I
think it's probably allowable if and that's if you have the real Hakadosh in you. If you're part of the everlasting covenant, if you've been grafted, then I think it's permissible. But if you're not in the body of the assembly, you don't have the ruach, then I'd say you shouldn't allow a woman to speak blessing over you. I don't think it's allowed, because that would not, she's not part of the renewed covenant now. See what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So personally, and this is just me now. I've explained to you what I think Scripture says. For me, I don't feel comfortable with it, because I think men are supposed to be in the leadership role, and they should resume that where they were put there by the Yahuwah. They should do that. But there's no man to stand up and do it, and the woman's in the renewed covenant. I don't see why she wouldn't be allowed it. That's just me, man. I just think a man should be doing it. Yeah, y'all decide yourself. But if it's just all women, I don't think it's a problem at all, as long as the woman's saying it's an elder. She's an elder. She's got the real Hakadosh in her. She's part of the body of Yahusha. There's no difference between male and female, Jew or.
I think we're all.
Go, Raul.
I think that we're all priests, right? Doesn't he say that we're all priests? So.
Yeah.
But we are not all elders.
But we're not all elders. It shouldn't be a new person saying
that. I understand. Sure. I understand.
But you can sing it.
Yami just wanted to know if she has to stop singing it.
She should stop singing Trustly Blessing.
She's learning how to sing it in Hebrew. In Hebrew also.
No, I don't. I don't see where singing it's doing anything personally. I think it's something we need to take seriously, though, because of the last verse. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Yisrael, that includes men and women, and I myself shall bless them. So it's not the man, the person reciting it, blessing them. It's Yahuwah. You know what I'm saying? So if Yahuwah speaks to a woman that's in the body member, you know,
It's not
it's
in any of the versions.
She was just telling me that in the verses that she's heard sung, that last verse is never said. It's
not
never
included.
said. It's not included.
In any of the versions that
Yeah.
I saw, it's included.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because the actual blessing itself goes from 24 to 26. And then 27 is Yahuwah saying how he's going to work through that blessing. It's really not the blessing. He's just letting you know the outcome of the blessing, you know, how he's going to work through that blessing. There's some included, some don't. So thus the name of Israel and I myself shall bless. It's just a definition of what the results are of saying that blessing over the children of Israel.
Thank you, because now it makes sense to me, because I was wondering when I was learning the song, and I had to repeat it many times because it's the Hebrew language, and I was wondering why is it that verse is not included, and this is something that is being sung many times. I mean, I listened to a lot of versions, so now it makes sense what you're saying. Thank you. Why it's not included in there.
Yeah. It's not really part of the blessing. It is what Yahuwah's actions are because of the blessing. It's said over, you know. So it's in quotations, and it doesn't. I don't think it matters if you give the results of the blessing what you can expect. So say we say the blessing, okay. And so the results of that, what we should all expect to happen, is in verse 27. That Yahuwah is going to put his name on us, and I myself shall bless them. The Yahuwah will bring that blessing into fruition, make it happen. It's not the man or the woman, but Yahuwah in them. So in reality, then, who's saying the blessing?
The Ruach HaKodesh.
Ruach HaKodesh. Not the person, not the man or the woman. So that's what I'm saying. In this age we're in, I don't see where a woman is forbidden to say it. As long as she has the Ruach in her, because it's not her saying it, is it? It's the Ruach. So if the Ruach's not in her, or even a man, it's not the Ruach saying it, it's that person, and that blessing ain't going to stick.
Right.
So y'all kind of think about that and decide on your own. You know, that's my opinion. Before the renewed covenant came about, I would absolutely be very strict that only a man, a priest, has the priest status, can do that. It couldn't be anybody else. You know, it couldn't be an ordinary man nor a woman. It had to be a priest in the role of a priest. It had to be a Levite. It says Aaron and his sons. That means a Levite in the line of Aaron. Mm-hmm. The only one that can give that. But now, since we're in the renewed covenant, I think it changes. You know what I mean? There's something different going on now. All right. I guess I'm lean a little bit toward the old-fashioned ways, you know, and I'd much rather hear a man say it just because they're putting in the leadership position by Yahuwah. That's my only thing to base that on. You know what I mean? And that's kind of a weak thing. It's pretty weak, but that's just me. It doesn't have to be you. See what I'm saying? But I think that's a valid point. It's that a man's in the leadership role. So in other words, if there's males and females together, when this is done, then the leading male, the eldest male, the real cognition, them should say the priestly blessing. I think that's the pecking order of Yahuwah. If there's no males or no elder male, it's just young males and some elder women, then perhaps maybe the most elder woman should say it. So it's kind of a pecking order thing.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah, because isn't that the example of the daughters who didn't receive anything, the inheritance, and they were saying, why can't we receive an inheritance? Because they are the last, their father had no sons. That was a perfect example.
Yeah, and they got the inheritance.
And Naomi was a perfect example too. She had no sons. Her husband had passed. And she was able to be a leader.
Yeah, the girls the inheritance.
Mm-hmm.
And then something came up about who they married, having to do with the inheritance. I can't remember what that was, but I think they had to marry a man out of the same tribe that they were in. I think that's what it was. When they got married, so that the inheritance stayed in that tribe. Pretty sure that's what it was. They couldn't marry outside of their tribe, or they'd lose their inheritance. They couldn't do it because the inheritance would go to that tribe. You couldn't do that. It had to stay within the tribe that the father was from. Their father was from. That's what that was. Anything else, man? Anybody got a song or anything they want to sing? Talk about? Teach on? Anything?
I just wrote a new song the other day.
No, you gotta be kidding me. Yeah.
On the 31st. Okay, it's called Humble Down, and I got inspired to write it by watching Brother Robert's channel. He has a couple videos for it. He has Humble Down #1 and Humble Down #2. But, I think it's a really good song. Okay. The Most High is worthy of all of our praise. I praise Yahuwah every day. We praise Yahuwah every day. Enjoy every day that Yahuwah gives upon the earth. Hallelujah. Praise Yahuwah. No matter what happens, count it all joy. And never turn a blessing into a curse. It'll only ever make a situation worse. Call upon Yahuwah, praise his name. The Most High works out everything according to his Kodesh ways. The Most High is worthy of all of our praise. I praise Yahuwah every day. We praise Yahuwah every day. slow down. Make sure that you don't stumble. Stay steadfast and humble down. Seek Yahuwah's face and turn from your wicked ways. Always remember, we who have a repentant heart, our Father Yahuwah doesn't see who you used to be. He forgave us for who we used to be when we humbled down in prayer and sought His glorious face. The Most High is worthy of all of our praise. Yes, He is. I praise Yahuwah every day. We praise Yahuwah every day. You who are stuck in lawlessness, become meek and humble yourself. Drop down to your knees, humble down, and pray for forgiveness and turn from your wicked ways. Yahuwah doesn't dwell within the swine. Repent and He will call you mine.
Beautiful. Thank you, sister.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Have you written any new songs, Sister Yami?
Not really new songs. Well, except una, I don't remember the name. That one that it was. Raise Me Up. Remember, you raised me up.
Yeah.
But no, I usually I sing the same songs all the time. You know, the Psalms and all those.
Yeah.
I don't have that ability to come up with new songs on my own.
Yeah.
So I just I always sing the same, you know, the Psalms, you know, the hymns
Yeah.
and some from scripture. Or if I ever heard a song like You Raise Me Up, that when I heard it, and probably that's an old song. I think it's been there for a long time, but I never heard it before. So when I listened to it, it was like, wow.
Yeah.
It was beautiful. So I tried to learn it, you know.
Yeah.
But no, I don't have anything new.
Well, I love your voice.
Well, thank
We
you.
love you back.
Yeah.
I try to defend you a little bit in the chat there. Sometimes people,
Yeah.
overstate their bounds because they don't know your situation. Not that I know it, but I try not to judge anyone or say anything when I don't know their situation. When I don't know exactly what they're going through, it's hard to say something. You understand?
Yeah.
Because they don't know.
Yeah. Like,
But we love you and we think about
and
you.
we pray for
and
you every
we
morning.
we
And
thank
keep you in
all of
our
you.
prayers.
All of you,
Always.
really.
All our brothers and sisters. Yes.
I really appreciate it. And like my husband, when he did his interview, he told them he needed Shabbat off, and they said, well, we might need you for the first few Saturdays or first few seventh days. And like he said, all right, but then they just took advantage of him, and he had his phone off today because they told him he had too many hours this weekend. People were complaining because he had too many hours, and then they ended up, his boss and the manager ended up coming here and like yelling his name outside because they know we have cameras. Then and he was outside with Roscoe, so like we usually leave the sound off on the cameras so we wouldn't have heard, but since his phone was off, they just came to the house. So like they said somebody wasted $400 worth of food, and like they had to throw it all out, so they really needed him, and so they just came to the house to get him to get ready to go to work. So it was just crazy, and this was the first Shabbat they were going to have him or let him have off, and it was kind of like he felt like he's been repetitive enough to them about Shabbat, and like he was talking to them yesterday, and they were when they told him he couldn't, like he has OCD, and if they change stuff up on him when it's already been scheduled and set up, like he gets mad and upset. But he said, at least I'll have Shabbat off, and they said, what is that? And he said, no, never mind, because he said
they didn't remember what it was.
no, they couldn't remember.
Mm.
They didn't have the ears to hear or the eyes to see.
I'm sure that Yahuwah will open some other door for him where he can
Yeah,
eventually.
it will get worked out somehow.
I mean, when we first started to walk, Yami had to do it for a couple of months until she finally told him, listen, I can't no more, you know. But it's a different situation. You guys are young, you're needing, you know.
Yeah. You guys froze.
Yeah, we sometimes we froze. It's just the connection here sometimes is
Yeah,
not
we
that
have
great.
a cellular-based Wi-Fi.
Oh,
So because we're up in the mountains,
it's a little worse, huh?
yeah, and sometimes it'll just go for a few seconds and come back
Yeah.
until something changes. That's my best choice, because I can't pay $500 for Mr. What's his name's Wi-Fi from the satellite. It costs like $500 to start off, and then $150 a month.
In your area, they don't have Spectrum?
No, really here, the only ones, and even though Verizon eventually will have it, because some people like the cellular base as long as you have a provider that is, you know, that doesn't go off.
Yeah.
Ours chooses from all the providers, and sometimes it just goes off for a little bit and then comes back.
Yeah,
They don't have cell towers there.
No, there's cell towers, but not enough. And the mountains, remember the mountains are
Because the trees
sometimes you can see them at the tallest mountains, you understand? But you got to
Yeah.
remember, Cherokee County, where we live, is like the poorest county in North Carolina. So it's not like you have this very fruitful type of money that people, I mean, there's a lot of very poor people out here. And
The trees also block the service.
yes, and when they're, you know, even our power goes out pretty frequently, you know, because either the storms or a tree falls on a line, and you know, so it's. But you know what? We wouldn't change it for anything, because our life is very calm. Our life is very peaceful in Yahuwah's creation. You understand? And we really, really enjoy it. We enjoy it.
We've kind of felt stuck in New York. We're in a small town, but like it's kind of worse because like the neighbors are all gossipy and they just get jealous of people and they talk behind people's backs all the time, and we just get sick of hearing it, and the walls are so thin, like they can hear what everyone's saying in the other apartments, and like my husband.
Yeah, because it's small, but it's urban-y. Here, you know, most of the lots where we live are about an acre.
Ours is
or half an acre.
Ours is a 4-unit building, and like in our hospital isn't even a hospital anymore. They turned it into a detox unit. Like it's like a rehab right around the corner from us. And like people were coming and like running from the hospital that were from other counties and other places, and like they would stop and ask my husband if he was outside, for a shirt or for a drink, and like he said, well, I can't do that, but I can drive you back to the hospital.
Yeah, here there's a lot of poor. There's a lot of poor. And unfortunately, I don't know if it has to do with that, but there's also a lot of people on meth. And you see them walking with the backpacks, and they camp out in fields. And, you know,
Here,
so we always got to be careful of that also. You know?
Huge drug problems where we are too. That's why we stick to ourselves and we don't really have friends except for our Miss Paka on here
Mhm.
and on Natsarim Life.
Yeah, we have really the two friends that we have here. We know from where we were before in Cape Coral. One of them was Yami's kind of best friend because they would teach the same at the same gym, and Yami really taught her, got her into teaching. And when we moved up here, somehow they ended coming up here, and they also got a, let's say, a summer place here.
Yeah.
They go back to Florida in October, and the other is someone that used to go to Yami's classes that they come up here for the summer, and then because Florida really is unbearable. I don't know how. I know that Texas is bad, but Florida with the humidity is really bad in the summertime. That's one of the reasons we moved up here. Like this morning, I woke up. When we woke up, it's 60 degrees, and like right now, it might be 82, 83, somewhere around in there. But the humidity is or lower. It's
Yeah.
not that there's snow because we live in a rainforest. This is considered a rainforest up here. It rains a lot.
Yeah.
But those are the only friends we have. In wintertime, we don't have any friends up here.
Mhm. That's us here too. We're in the south of Texas, so we're kind of far out too, and we don't. Our neighbors are farther away, also. So it's just my husband and I. We really don't know anybody here.
Yami and I have always been like that.
Uh-huh.
We weren't the type of couple that needed, we had friends that in order to go to vacation, they needed another couple to go. We've never been like that. We've been pretty loners, on ourselves, even before
Yeah,
the
we are too.
I'm talking about that. Now we can talk about the appointed times that they say that you should.
Oh yeah, because Yami and I, for like Shukoth now, we'll take off and we rent a cabin and I take a tent. Okay. It depends on the weather, how much we spend in the tent. Okay.
Yeah.
But, the question is that in our other fellowship, when we were in Florida, they insist a lot that you need to be with other people, that you need to fellowship with other like-minded. But we try to tell him that it says in the scripture that where two are gathered, Yahusha is with us, right?
Yes.
But the question that we were going to ask Mark, are Yami and I considered two people for that, or are we considered one because we're married?
Because you have Yahuwah there, and Yahuwah's there. It makes two.
Okay.
And the sun and the moon are your witnesses.
Yeah. But so at times it's hard to tell him no, because they go to these Festival of Nations things, and they gather with some people that are really not totally like-minded.
Right.
They're similar-minded, but they're not totally like-minded.
Right.
So and to tell you the truth, Yami and I have never been the kind of, we love gathering like with two or three, like we did with Brother Mark and Dougie, and then and then Cato showed up, and we love that with people that fellowship like here, our family, our, like she says, our Miss Pacha.
Yeah.
But not to go out and gather at a park with a bunch of people that we don't really know.
Yeah. Even when I was in the Cersei, I didn't mingle with people outside.
We're very much loners. We've never needed
learn and I would
anyone
go
else.
home.
Yeah.
And we love meeting you guys, because I think we've tried meeting as much as we can. You understand? And we were even wanting to see later on in the year to see if we can come up with some place to accommodate different people's times, even if it's in Texas, that we can get together, because there's a lot of us in Texas.
Right.
Or in Tennessee, there's a bunch of us in Tennessee too, that we could meet at I don't know. When we've been traveling through roads here, there's places that I know that they might be, let's say, of Christian orient of to do what is it that they call, Yami? I forgot. the name now?
Yeah.
Retreats.
Retreats.
Retreats where they have like cabins and people rent, and then you all can get together there, and it's only that group. Maybe we should try and do something like that somewhere where, or yeah, or camping or whatever, that we could get together with a few more. I mean, it was pretty good this time because we had between Mark and Cato and Douglas, you know, we had a little group going there. We had a very nice dinner together.
I saw the pictures. They were very nice. That looked fun.
And
I wish we could have made it, but my
yeah,
husband just got this job, and he only was planning on working it for like a year because he gets sick a lot from they work him like to death.
Yeah, I agree. Because like with me, my husband and I both have new jobs, so we can't just go anywhere.
Oh, we understand that.
Yeah.
That's why we try to accommodate with the other ones, because like we've been, I'm blessed enough to be able to retire. Let's say.
I tried to retire, and then
I get an itch every once in a while to get at least a part-time at Lowe's or something, just, you know, to do something. I've been busy because of the change of homes, and when you have, I'm sure Toria knows, there's always something to do when you got an acre. You know, there's always stuff to do, and in the summertime even more, because everything grows, and I have to be cutting the lawn.
Oh yeah.
And there's a lot to do.
It's a lot. And then we got chickens and everything else, so you know, there's that to take care of.
Yeah. And then
last year I did a pretty nice little garden for us, and for next year I want to do it also. We left a bunch of stuff when we moved.
Too. I'm working on a garden.
Yeah, we left a bunch of stuff when we moved. I mean, it was in June, so they were starting to come in at that time. The tomatoes and the strawberries and everything was coming in, but we kind of really had to, and we're happy that we did, because the area where we were in, there's a lot of just too many houses, you understand? And there were little cabins and a lot of Airbnb and all that. And we're lucky that we're in a pretty place right now. That I have one neighbor that's pretty close, but other than that, we don't see anybody, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So in other words, it's okay for Yahuwah to be just two people.
Yes.
Yes, I agree.
Celebrating those.
Last year we did it. Last year we went to a really nice place in Virginia that it so happens that it's called, what was it? Lebanon? Is it? It has a name like that. It has.
There's a place in Texas called Lebanon.
Yeah, this had a Middle East name. I can't remember what it was right now, and we didn't stay much in the tent, really, to tell you the truth, but we were out every day that we could be.
We were reading the tent.
Yeah, and we read in the tent, and we did a lot of hiking and parks and that kind of stuff, and met a bunch of really nice people. That is the best part of when you live in a place like this. It's a quick story, but I had a flat out in nowhere, okay? And I put on my my spare, and we went to like the nearest little gas station that we had. It had like a little restaurant inside, so we had a couple of breakfasts there. And so we mentioned our problem to them, and the owner of the place walked up to us and said, "What's going on? What do you need?" So I told him, "Listen, I got to drive like 190 miles home, and I don't want to drive on my spare tire that far." And he goes, "Well, don't go anywhere around here because they'll kill you in the price." So he told me of a little town that he used it like, I don't know, it was like 30 miles away. We went there. I went to the tire shop. We had to wait. But when it came up my turn, the gentleman walked out. He goes, "Listen, I don't have the same tire you have. I don't have, because the tire wasn't fixable. I don't even, and you should have, when it's a 4-wheel drive, the two tires on that should either the rear or the front should be the same. You shouldn't have different type tires or different size tires. So I go, you don't have anything used that you could at least get me home? So he went around the back. He started searching through all his tires. He came up with a tire. He installed the tire. He balanced the tire. And then he goes, okay, you're safe to go home now. I go, what do I owe you? He goes, nothing. You don't owe me nothing.
Wow.
I go, wow. Sir, anywhere else, this was probably cost me a little fortune. So he goes, why don't you just tip the guys? So I tipped the two guys that did it, and we were on our way. And you run into situations like that when you live in small places out where the people are, let's say, not that earthly. Let's put it that way. They're not into the money, into this.
Right. There's a lot in the country.
Yeah, and we've run into stuff like that here a few times, not only once.
We just did that too. We needed some work done on our driveway, and so my neighbor has a Kubota. So he said he would do it, and he would only charge us like 150. And so we thought, okay, that's a really good price for one. We'll just tip him after. And so he did the work for us, and it was amazing, and he was so kind. And then he found out my husband was a mechanic, and he said, you know what? Why don't you just do this for me? And there's no money.
Yeah.
And that's what they did.
Yeah.
And he's become a really nice neighbor. I mean, he's up farther, but
yeah, but that's how sometimes you meet people and they help you out.
Rather trade. They do a lot of trading in the country.
Bartering, yeah, they do bartering. I had on our last trip moving up here, we would move with U-Hauls, trailering them, and I unloaded the U-Haul, and we were going back to return it, which was like a mile away, and I was so thankful that this didn't happen to me driving through Atlanta. It wasn't that it got unhooked from the ball. The nut that held the ball fell, and it unhooked completely off of the car while driving. You know, it was also that I had just taken off from a red light, so I wasn't going that fast. And I go, Yami, I can't step on the brake, because if I step on the brake, that thing is going to hit the back of the car and destroy the car. So I started slowing down little by little, dragging it. A guy pulls behind me, takes me to auto parts to go get another ball, help me put it on. And I go, sir, what do I? No, I'm just passing it forward. It happened to me a couple of months back, and someone helped me, so I'm just passing it forward.
Right. Wow.
You know, so stuff like that doesn't happen in the city, and that, you know, that's the difference from living. And I know you and Mark know, because Mark also lives in a very small town, and when they get to know you, I mean, a bunch of stuff that has happened to us that, I wear my veterans hat everywhere because it opens so many doors here.
No, I bet.
That is incredible.
I bet. Wow.
And we saw another car with a Yahuwah sign.
Oh, yeah, and I just saw another car with a Yahuwah sign on it. I'm going to have to start leaving more notes on the cars to see if somebody turns me on, if they have a gathering around here. Now it's been 4 cars. 4 different cars. Yeah. I'm one of Lou's signs, because the Yahuwah is not in the total paleo, Yami calls it.
Well, it has a little bit different letter. Like the U is different.
Yeah,
than the paleo. It's more of the Aramaic, I think.
And I ran into a lady that I didn't have much time to talk to her at a Lowe's. I'm hoping that I can see her there again, because she works there. And she had a Yahuwah shirt on. And I go, I was so excited. I think I scared her. But she was very,
it's like the couple that came to my truck when I got off of work. I was just sitting in there, waiting for the air conditioning to catch on. And the next thing I know, this gentleman's walking to my truck. And mind you, I park way out. And this gentleman's walking to my car, and I'm just like, ooh, I don't know about this. And then to come to find out, he had left a note on my truck that I couldn't see because I have the window cover in it, so I hadn't pulled it down yet. And to find out he saw my sticker of Yahuwah and caused them to wait to see if somebody was going to show up in that truck. And yeah, they invited me for the 9th for something to go and fellowship with them, but I don't know about leaving my house on the Shabbat.
Yeah, our old fellowship, they would gather. It was kind of like a Suma Noon, but at someone's house. And everybody would, because we would meet at 12, and everybody would bring a dish. And after the study, we would just break bread and eat. And
nice.
Yeah.
Enjoy each other's company.
Yeah, we shared something on Natsarim Life about I guess you want to call the elder, the one that runs, because he goes every 6th night or evening to a jail, and he's been doing it now for years. And a couple of the inmates that now are out, that he had immersed at the church, came to his house for one of the Shabbats, and he shared it with us. So we shared it on Natsarim Life. Yeah, and one of them, his mother is planning to join, and they were talking about Lou's book and Hallelujah scriptures, and thanking them and thanking Lou for fossilized customs. So he does a very good work at the jail. He spends a lot of his time, him and one of the other brothers that is 80 something years old, not in the best of health, but he goes with him all the time, and they go and they teach, or they try to teach to the inmates.
Wow. Yeah, my sister lives in Athens, Texas. She's not far from Mark. And she lost her husband since they bought this 15 acres, and her neighbor has 150. So her neighbors are way far away. But she has this newer tractor, and she's having issues with it. And one of them came to check on her, and he went and fixed it for her. He said it was no big deal. He'll do it, and she's had a couple of things like that happen.
Well, it says that we should help the widows and the orphans.
Yeah, because we took her truck, and which was her husband's truck, but my husband, we had it here for a couple of months. My husband's a mechanic, so he put it all back into working order for her, and we got her truck back to her. And you have to do stuff like that.
We check into another. She's not in the walk, and we try, but like they say, you can plant the seed, but you can't force it. And but I still check in on her all the time, because I know she's alone, and I know that she's got to be going through a rough time.
Yeah.
It doesn't tell us to only be nice to our brothers. It tells us to be nice to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, my sister has a lot of questions because she lost her son, and a year and a half later, she lost her husband. 2 months later, she lost her best friend. And, she's got a lot of questions. She's not blaming, but she's like, why am I out here alone? She doesn't understand a lot. And, it's like I told her, I said, then you need to read Job again, because you're walking in his footsteps. You have to stay strong through it all. He does not forsake us or leave us. He's there.
I found Yahuwah through loss. It was a month after my grandma died.
Wow.
Yeah. It was in 2019 in the fall.
That's how I came to the truth of Yahuwah's name, is losing my mother. I started reading scriptures again myself from the beginning to the end, and that's when I had questions. I know people say, I'm sorry for your loss, but you know what? Her loss changed my entire life. 13 years ago, changed my entire life.
I worry because my grandma ate a lot of unclean food, but she was such a kind-hearted person.
I'm sure she didn't know that was clean. Unclean was. No.
Yeah.
A lot of people are deceived.
Mm-hmm. But it's the heart.
Yeah, we give thanks that we give thanks because
He allowed
somehow or another, we were brought to this person that I was telling you, to Liam. He would come to Yami's classes regularly. Yami used to teach spinning, and what was the other? Tai Chi and body pump. But anyways, he would come to all her Tai Chi classes and all her spinning classes. But Yami was the type that if it was your birthday, she would ask you what your favorite songs were. I would make a special CD for the person. We would celebrate. She would bring a cupcake with candle. But all the wrong things, back then.
Yeah.
And this guy would never accept. And he would never come to Christmas ride or anything like that, right? Any of the special occasions, all those wrong occasions, not special occasions, he would never come. So one day I found it intrigued us. It so much intrigued us. And Yami and I have been looking because we went to one church and then we went to another church and then we went to another circus, and we would never feel good anywhere. But I always had, I just found out today that the word faith is wrong. So, but I always believed, I always knew, even when I was a child, I always knew, and I would always talk. And I could tell you things right now that, they blow my mind, because my dad would work at a hospital, the shift that was like from 2 in the afternoon to 11 at night, right? And I would, as a teenager, not like totally 16, but I was probably 14, 13, 14, I would fall asleep. I guess that's why I like music so much, with headphones on. And I would ask that please don't let my father die while I'm a child. I could barely talk. My dad died when I turned 21.
Mm.
That blew my mind. My father had me circumcised. That's another thing that Latins don't normally do, and I don't know why. When I was a young man, I was probably 11 years old, something like that. And that's another thing that nowadays blows my mind. Why? Why did they do this? And I always had it when I was in the service, and whoever tells you that you don't have second thoughts when you got to jump out of an airplane, he's lying to you, because you always have that thought. So every time that I had to jump, I would say, the J-Man, because I didn't know, but my life is in your hands. So I always had a belief. You understand? And once we found out about Yahusha and Yahuwah, it was so simple. It opened so many doors, especially to me, because we were always searching, but we saw so many wrong things in the different churches, So once it was like, he kind of put us through like I think it was like a, how do you call this? How do you say it correctly? Like a crash course, because he knew we were coming to the mountains, right? And He had about 6 months. Okay, and I go, Yami. He asked us if we were ready to get immersed. And I looked at Yami. I go, Yami, there's no turning back. You got to make sure, because once we do this is a covenant. We can't, I had a little bit more understanding, and I told her, you got to be sure that this is it, because there's no turning back. And we both said yes. And from that day on, we've never skipped a Shabbat. You understand?
Yeah.
It was all in. And our life has changed for the better immensely. I mean, immensely. In all different type of ways.
Wow.
We're much more alone, because even friends that they say, okay, yeah, but they kind of shy away from you. They yeah, it's so,
They're
yeah,
afraid
it's
of conversation.
yeah, it's okay, but it really isn't. They
Right.
don't. We only have one really couple, and they're not in the walk, but they've even sat with us at home during Shabbat, because they have come up here to stay. And I go, well, you guys want to watch TV, you do whatever, we're gonna fellowship, and we would do fellowship in the room or whatever, and they would accept it. And they've come up twice, 3 times.
Oh wow, the seeds
Yeah,
are being
so-
planted.
Huh?
The seed is being planted.
Yes. And
Even though you think it's simple, they might be looking up stuff.
yeah, no, so we let them know. I mean, we don't hide it. We really don't hide it from anybody. My
Right.
neighbor knows as soon as they know, because it's like they say that Shabbat sets you apart. We don't go
Mhm.
out. We don't. They see that we stay home, and she goes, "Oh, I was wondering to ask what kind of faith, what kind of religion you were." And I said, "Well, we have no religion." It reminds me of that song that I don't remember now who sings it, that says, "I lost my religion."
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's a 80s song, isn't it?
Yeah. Losing my religion is
Yes,
what it
losing
is.
my religion. So true. I think that was like REM, no?
Yeah, I think it was
Something
Aria.
like that back in the,
Yeah.
I remember that. Now you listen to it and you're like, oh, hey, I think you're right.
Yeah.
It's true though, yeah. Because my husband will even be all, you got to talk with this guy. This guy was talking to me and I told him about you. And, he was like, here, just go talk to him. And I'll walk up and I'll start talking to him. I'm like, yeah, my husband said to introduce myself. And I hear you're studying the things I study. And then I find out they're really not, but they're on the road. And so that gives it another opportunity that who has used him to give me the opportunity to speak to somebody else.
Yeah.
And I'll
Yeah,
tell
you
him,
never know who's gonna one day walk up to you and ask you why this or why that, or you,
right,
like what happened to us. He intrigued us so much that we finally had to ask him. I go,
right.
what is it? I even asked him if he was Jewish.
Yeah, I bet. I get asked that a lot.
Oh, we do now. We do, because we have the menorah. We have the.
Oh yeah.
We have the. I don't have the flag outside yet, because they're still working on our the stairs that I had to build for the dogs to go down, because the back porch is high and there was no other way than coming through the house to go. So I wanted to build some stairs going down, and now I just let them out the back door and they go down, and I have to kind of how do you call it? Not tempt them.
Guide them.
Yeah, bribe them to come up. I gotta tell them I'm gonna give them a cookie or something. If not,
My dogs won't. They don't like coming upstairs at all. They won't come
oh
up.
no, they don't mind. These dogs, even our boy is now 9, right? He comes up the steps quicker than she does.
What's
She is
funny
more
though,
careful.
I think my dogs are they're weirded out by carpet. They don't want to sit on it. Because I've never had carpet.
Mine like to chew up or scratch up like strings up out of the carpet.
Oh,
and rugs, and they like to chew the wooden legs on our ottoman, and it's all ripped up from Roscoe's toenails because he's
so
gotten too big.
my upstairs is carpet.
Yeah, ours
So they're like, I don't want to go up there.
ours build a carpet every day of hair because they're Australian shepherds, and Australian shepherds shed like you would not believe.
So we try not to have rugs.
Yes, so we can't have rugs.
No.
Not in the
I was gonna tell you a funny story about our female shepherd. We at one time we were thinking of getting a travel trailer to pull around and I went to this really large travel trailer show in Tampa, and one of the guys made a mistake of putting down a little green rug. So you know what my dog went to do at the little green rug, right? So, sorry, sir, sorry. Now when I picked it up,
It's a pea pad.
Yeah. She went right for it. It was
I'm
incredible.
sure, yeah. That's funny.
But they travel with us everywhere.
Yeah.
And they're like the best travelers around. I mean, we went by car all the way to
Colorado.
Yeah. No, all the way to Colorado. And to Texas too.
Oh.
Yeah, but the first time we rented a van. We rented a van, and I have a friend that's living in Pueblo, Colorado. He bought 40 acres out there. He always wanted to have a farm. And he was like one of my best childhood friends. I guess from the age of about 12 to when we each got married. I mean, he moved out there, and I promised him I'd go visit him. So me and I rented a van and our 2 dogs, and we drove not straight, because we went stopping along the way, spending 2 or 3 days in one place and the next. You understand? We started moving all the way over there and then all the way back. And that's a long trip.
Yeah. Trust me, I know. We drove all the way from California to bring our stuff here 3 times.
Oh.
That's
one road. We were staying in a place called Wimberley, Texas. It's right near the capital. I forget the name right now.
And we take our dogs everywhere also, because it's just him and I.
And that one road going diagonally across Texas to go to Santa Fe is one long road, and you don't see anything except windmills, oil pumps, and cotton.
Wow.
It goes by Plano, Texas.
Yeah. Oh, Plano, Texas. Yeah, that's where Eliyahu's at. You ever watch him? I'm sure she listens to his wife's music.
Some of the music of
they live in Plano,
his wife.
Texas. Yeah, they live in Plano, Texas. They were going to come out and visit me in California when I lived there.
The only reason I know that name is because in the industry that I used to work, they made fishing tackle boxes, Plano tackle boxes.
Ah, gotcha. Yeah, he's like 4 hours away from me too, I think.
But we enjoyed it. We enjoyed that area of Wimberley because Fredericksburg is right near it, and it's Texas wine country.
Oh.
And they had a lot of wineries, and pretty decent ones too.
Yeah, they got a lot of bed and breakfast then. Yeah. That you can stay at.
That town still had a Woolworth.
Oh my goodness! You know I worked at a Woolworth in California.
I never heard of it.
So you've never heard of a 10 cents either? They were called 5 and 10. 5 and 10 cents.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
I guess today they would call it the dollar store.
Yeah. Kensley, on the side of those stores, they had what they were called fountain shops. And you could sit down and have lunch and have your shake or your fountain shake.
Yeah.
Fountain drink. Yep. Just like, do you remember TG&Y?
Ooh, that one I didn't have in South Florida.
That was a 5 and dime store too.
Kind of.
No. No, here all we have is like we have a Dollar Tree and we have like we
I'm
have
sure you have a Dollar General.
yes we have two.
Those things are everywhere.
Yes, and we have a Price Chopper, Walmart, and Aldi's. We have an Ollie's, which is a weird name store, but they have like a variety.
And you have an Aldi's?
Aldi's, plus we have an Ollie's.
Yeah, the Aldi's are pretty good.
Ollies. Ollie's. Yeah.
Aldi's are pretty good because they have somewhat of a good choice of some how do you call it?
I don't think she's talking about the same.
No, she is. Aldi's, right?
Yeah, we have
ALD.
two different places. One is Ollie's and one is Aldi's.
A lot of organic stuff. And like if I buy a pound of organic grass-fed ground beef at the store that I have to buy it here in where we're at,
Yeah.
it's $10 a pound. At Aldi's, it's $5 a pound. So it's a big difference. And Yami and I consume pretty much a lot of chocolate too. And like a bar of chocolate, and these are all because you know that store is from Germany.
Yes.
And
they
have a lot of Austrian and German chocolates.
Yeah.
And like they're $1.99 a bar. $1.99 a bar instead of like $4 or $5 that you pay for a Lynx or any of those other brands. So, and it's not it's about 20 miles away from where we're at, but there's a really nice dog park to walk our dogs down there. So we kind of go, and we drink a glass of wine at dinner. So we go through a couple of bottles of wine a week, and their wine is also, decent under $10. I mean, there's some that are $7.99.
Yeah.
And so we save. I mean, the organic frozen vegetables are $1.50 instead of $4. And when you're retired, you have to do that because we have to look at every penny that we spend.
Here, our Aldi's is kind of expensive. New York State is ridiculous with their pricing.
Yeah, it is.
So we
saw that
Walmart.
I saw that maybe it's Floyd, right? The name?
Yes.
Okay. That you and Floyd have thought about moving to Texas.
We've had some thoughts about it, and we've had some thoughts about moving to a couple other places, but like we've been so stuck here because he's always scared we're not going to have enough money to move, or like I mean, we've never had issues like moving everything into a U-Haul ourselves together, but like I don't know, we might end up staying anyways if this thing ends up going away after next I think it's not next week, the week after, the 14th. We might be able to get this thing fixed that we've been trying to get fixed for the last 2 years. So
I understand.
Yeah. So we'll be able to have a normal life again, and we'll be able to walk the dogs together and go outside together and just.
That'll be a big change.
Yes, and it's going to feel so freeing. I have to stay inside so much. And like lately, Bella, our little puppy, she's I shouldn't be calling her puppy anymore because she's just she just turned 1, but she's been having accidents in the house when they've been trying to keep Floyd way over the time that he's supposed to stay at work. And then they had him already scheduled to work today, but then they made him come in anyways because they said we needed someone to work that's strong, or someone that's a strong worker for the back, and they wasted too much food today, so they They pestered him and just came here and told him he had to come in.
I can't believe they showed up at your house.
I know.
That's so illegal.
I hope they compensate him well.
Yeah, I hope so too. I doubt it. But
I probably would have told him you wouldn't have had so much food loss if you would have honored Yahuwah's day.
yeah.
Yeah, they might be teaching him a lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have been like, well, I guess you're going to lose some more today because I'm praising my Yahuwah.
Yeah. My husband's too nice and he feels bad because like when he hears something like that, he's like, oh, I'm needed. And I'm like, I said I know they talk a lot of like stuff behind your back and they talk about you, and there's these women that talk about him and stuff, and like it's just crazy. And like,
Yeah, but they'll learn their lesson. Today
Yes.
they should learn a good lesson.
But I said, like, your manager or your boss, both of them, like, put you on a pedestal. You're the best worker they have, and they can't find anybody else, and everybody called off at work and all. Like,
That's why the other ones talk behind their back, because they're probably jealous.
Yes. And they tried to blame undercooked bacon on Floyd the other day, and and he said, look at this bacon and look at this bacon. He said, this bacon is the bacon I cooked. He said, and it's perfect. He said, he's like, don't yell at me saying I'm gonna make people sick. Well, he's had quite the week.
I'm sure that Yahuwah will open some doors for you guys.
I pray he
Just-
does. I pray
Well,
he
he has a culinary arts degree. It's just up here we don't have a lot of big restaurants. Like we have like a Pizza Hut, a Domino's. We have like Dunkin' Donuts and Tim Hortons.
It's time to open your own.
McDonald's, Taco Bell, and a few Chinese restaurants.
I'm sure the people around there are real healthy too.
Well, I tell you what, you would love Texas because Texas has they like their food cooked. They don't like much fast food in Texas.
Yeah.
You would like that because you definitely have lots of places to work.
Yeah. Before he was having issues finding jobs, but like now, like it's been so long since he got in trouble, like 15 years ago or so, 10, 15 years ago, that like they just see his culinary art. Like most places can't find it, and somehow Burger King was able to find his degree or his certification, and that's why they hired him.
That's it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to say I've never had one, and I've worked fast food.
Yeah. He had like from when he was in like the wicked lawless ways. He had a charge he took for his ex-wife, and he had a felony on his record.
So that's all they see.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Now I understand. At first I was like, huh?
But it was like 10 years ago that it happened. So
yeah.
Like usually now on the forms that because I filled out I usually fill out all his paperwork. So I filled out his application.
They'll usually ask.
And they ask, but they say like within the past 7 years, have you gotten a felony or a misdemeanor?
Right.
Yeah.
You know what too? Your dealerships, car dealerships, they don't ask.
No.
Not most of them don't. And if he goes to like Ford will actually send him to school and train him to be a mechanic, and they pay for it.
He has some kind of certification in nursing, but like,
oh wow,
he never did anything with it.
Smart man.
Yeah.
Your husband doesn't work at a car dealership, does he?
Mine?
Yeah.
Mine does.
Toria.
Oh.
He does. But he's not a salesman.
No.
Because in my book, car salesmen are gonna be the lowest form.
Oh, there's something else. I watch them all the time. I'm always telling, when I worked at a dealership for
they have no ethics.
No ethics. They don't care who you are, what you are, how much you could afford.
I saw literally my I'm gonna say my ex-wife, okay, worked at a car dealership, and she ended up being a car salesman, right? And I saw things there where they would literally steal from old people.
Mm-hmm.
They'd say that they're giving them a down payment, and they're giving them X amount for their car, and they end up, even the car supposed doesn't turn in
Yeah.
the property. They keep
Once
the
they sign that paperwork,
yeah,
if
they keep the
if they didn't
car.
read it, yeah, they're in trouble.
It was incredible. And I went to buy a car once, and since I knew how it was, I was very careful every time I went to a car dealership.
Oh yeah.
So I was buying this car, and I traded in a car, and they told me the trade in for the car, they were giving me $2,000. So when I get the contract, I start looking for $2,000 somewhere in the contract, and I don't see it. I was leasing, I was not buying. So I have a really good friend that is a manager at a car dealership. At that time, he was in finance. So I called him and I go, hey, what line does your down payment go when you're buying a lease? On the lease contract, where is the down payment? What line? And he gives me the line number. So I go to the line number and it says 0. So I hang up with him. I was on my cell phone, and I go to the finance officer. Sir, may I use your phone? He goes, yeah, sure. Can I dial for you? I go, sure. Dial 911. I want to talk to the cops. And he goes, what do you want to talk to the cops for? Because you're stealing from me.
Mm-hmm.
You are stealing $2,000 from me. I think that's grand theft.
Yep.
Boy, they jumped.
Yep. Yeah, we had a bad incident before. My husband worked at a dealership years and years ago, and we traded in a vehicle and bought a brand new vehicle. And so a year prior to it being paid off, I called for the payoff because I wanted to pay it. I was dumping money on it to pay it off faster. Mm-hmm. And I find out there's a balloon payment of $9,000. So what they said they gave me for the trade-in, they didn't. So what they did was they took it and put it on a balloon payment. Well, we didn't know.
Wow.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how they put you upside down.
And what would have happened?
Call upside down.
What's sad is if I hadn't called and that last year came up and they're going to be like, we want $9,000 or give us our car back, because you on that date you're supposed to have $9,000, and I wouldn't have known.
Yeah, no, they're just like back in the westerns, the horse traders.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mark.
Yeah, sorry. There he is. Yeah, but yeah, you got to really watch it because they can. You sign for it, there's nothing you can do.
Somebody posted like a YouTube short that said you're not even supposed to have to pay a down payment when you go and lease a car or when you go and.
Well, it all depends, but then your payment is higher.
Yeah.
I mean, everything when you're buying or selling, everything is, they either get you up front or they get you in the back end. One of the two they're going to get you.
The one thing I can always recommend is never trade in your vehicle. Always sell it. Yeah. Outright, sell it, because they give you less than half of what.
And nowadays it's easy to sell a car because a lot of, there's companies that will buy your car and come pick it up. And you just gotta find out how much your car is worth.
Right.
I have one that Yami and I went to. Remember that the guy didn't want to give me my keys back. Oh, yes. He didn't want to give me the keys to my car back. They went to appraise the car, and then I told him, "Look, I don't feel good. I can't buy the car. I can afford it. Let me have my keys back." He wouldn't give me the keys.
Wow.
I had to almost threaten the dude to get my keys back. Yeah, no. I hate to buy cars.
Yeah, me too. Well, since my husband's worked at a dealership, we've never had any issues for almost 25 years.
No, and they're better nowadays. A lot of car dealerships are better nowadays. Back
Well, I
Also,
think
some of the salesmen nowadays don't make the money that they made before. Now it's like
no,
a
they do
flat fee
not.
for each car. And
Right. No, they do not make the money they used to. And not only that, with the internet, you can just cost compare.
Yeah.
So you're going in already knowing about what you're going to pay before you walk in.
yeah.
No, my
We
husband, he used to tech. He was a mechanic for them, and then ended up there was an opening for the parts department, and he makes so much more money than than working on cars, believe it or not. So he's just been in the parts department, and that's where he's been. Plus, we had a shop in California at home too, so he was still teching at home, and then we're still planning on doing that out here because he loves working on cars.
Yeah, and it's also nice when you work doing something you like.
Yeah, and that,
It's
and
totally differently.
like I told him before, I said, well, we're coming up on the end times here, so maybe that's going to be your money trade. To help us out is, he can work on anything from dirt bikes, street bikes, to cars, trucks, diesel, all of it.
I'm afraid of motorcycles.
I'm sorry. I love them.
I know. I had a Ninja 900 once, and not that I fell or anything, but I was going so fast that I said, I gotta sell this thing or I'm gonna kill myself.
When I tell people I can do almost 100 miles in first gear and I have 6 gears, it blows their mind.
Oh yeah. I
6
looked down
gears.
and I was going like 140 miles an hour on a Ninja 900 on
Yeah,
an expressway.
I've done 200 miles an hour.
When I was young, I loved all that. Nowadays, I'm afraid of all that. I'm not into speed anymore. I'm about to put one of those stickers that say I'm retired, go around.
There you go. Now I know when I drive around here in Texas, I don't feel like I need to speed. I don't speed. Like on my street bike, I go to the track.
It's safer.
We've lost too many friends. I've seen too many accidents, and I don't understand why they have to act a fool. I've had people open car doors on me. I have had somebody literally run me off the road. I've had a guy, minding on my own business. I'm not even doing anything. That's what I don't understand. They have so much hate, I guess. I even had a police officer pull me over one time, and he said, I expected you to run. I'm like, why would I run? Because you all do. You all. I said, okay. And then once he got standing there talking to me, he realized, he made a mistake, but he already started writing his little ticket for my exhaust because there was nothing else to get me on. I was at the gas station. I hadn't even pulled out of the driveway when he decided he was going to try to get me, I guess. It was just, I've seen so much in almost 30 years. It just blows my mind.
Damascus.
Yeah, that was the name of the town in Virginia. It just came to her, Damascus.
Oh, okay, Damascus. Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
It's a nice little beautiful place. Really, they have a lot of elderly go because like they take you up in a van and they take bikes behind in a trailer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then it's track for bicycles, but for you to kind of coast, it's not super steep, and it takes like 4 hours to get back down to the town. And you just sit on the bike and you kind of coast all the way down. So you see a lot of elderly people taking it. They take you, I guess, up on a mountain, and you come all the way back down to the little town.
It's like a little ski lift.
Well, they take you on a van and then you come down on your bicycle, but you barely have to, and you go through farms and stuff. I guess they have it arranged where they go through some private lands also, and they say it's beautiful. We haven't been able to do it because we're always with our dogs, and I'm not gonna leave. I'm not about to leave my dogs when they tell me, listen, you can't leave the dogs.
So you get one of the 3-wheel bikes. You each get a 3-wheeler with the big basket in the back.
I'm gonna find out if they have them and put them.
Yeah, and then with that basket in the back of it, you could put one dog in one bike and one dog on the other bike.
and tie them down. uh,
My great grandma had one of those bikes with a big basket in the back, the 3-wheelers.
it's nice to see all that kind of stuff nowadays that we used to see as kids.
Yeah.
I'm super happy I grew up at the age that I grew up in.
Me too.
Because you see stuff nowadays, and I know they used to say the same things about us because I remember, you know.
But we had street smarts. These younger generation doesn't know what street smarts is.
I can't believe when I was still working, we had a few young guys work at the store. I mean, they start working when they're about, let's say some of them even started when they were 14 and they go all through college and stuff working part-time at the store, right? But we had this one guy there, and he was like 24 and he still never driven.
Oh wow.
You know, I go, when I was 15, my aunt never drove again. She would sit next to me and I'd be the one driving because he had the learning permit or whatever you wanted to call it. And the first day I turned 16, I was out on my own.
Yeah. Like, yeah, we were driving probably, I don't know, 14. I mean, it wasn't legal, but my parents were like, here, you're going to learn how to drive.
I think we froze for a second there.
You did. It's like tractors out here in Texas. I mean, they got these young kids, 11, 12 years old, learning how to drive a tractor. So these kids are already
It's good.
to drive. Yeah.
I tried to teach my daughter, I don't know if she remembered, but I tried to teach her everything about driving 4-speed, or she never ever got the hang of it, but I learned how to drive stick shift on my own, watching my brother.
See, I have 3 sons, and all 3 of them I taught how to drive a stick first.
And Yami knows how to drive stick shift. She loves it. And because also in Venezuela, when you started driving, there weren't too many automatic cars either. So, you know, her first car was, I think, a Fiat.
Manual. I feel like I can stop faster because you can downshift.
Yeah, you downshift.
Car in a quick, yeah.
And her and I really had manual cars till about the last 2 cars. Before that, every single car was a manual car.
Yeah, it's like trucks. Trucks used to all be manuals, and now it's hard to find one.
They were talking about that the other day on the radio.
My first vehicle was a 76 Datsun pickup truck. It was manual.
My first vehicle was automatic. No, it wasn't. It was a Monza, but it was 4-speed. I bought it in Texas. I was in what is called AIT in San Antonio, Texas. And I don't know if you remember that car, a Monza. It was a Chevrolet Monza. And they only sold it V8 in Texas.
Oh, wow.
That was the only place. And it was a 4-speed V8. I could eat up some Corvettes with that car because it didn't weigh anything. It was a little car.
Wow.
You had to lift the engine in order to change the spark plugs. That's all.
Wow.
You had to loosen the motor mounts and tilt the engine to get to the spark plugs on one side.
That is crazy. Wow. Yeah, I've learned a lot about cars from my husband.
I've always enjoyed.
Yeah, we had a car club too.
A what?
We had a car club.
Oh, okay.
We called it, believe it, are you ready for this? We called it Exodus Minis.
Yeah.
Movement of the people.
Were they minis?
Yeah, all of us had minis.
The old minis or the new ones?
No, we cut the springs and everything on them. I had switches in mine, air ride.
Wow.
Back in the day, early 90s.
I had Yami and I fell in love with a neighbor's car. Not that I coveted, but I loved the car.
Right. You liked
Okay.
it.
Um, it was BMW Z3. It was
Oh,
1998.
right.
And the ones that were 2.8, or if it had there was the M model and the 2.8, the rear end was wider than the regular Z3. So it kind of had a puffed out, flared fenders in the back.
Mm.
And I had a chance to buy one, and every Labor Day, as a matter of fact, this coming up weekend, if you go to Greenville, South Carolina, they have what is called I guess now it's a Z4, the Z3 Homecoming.
Oh, wow.
And I have pictures where the 500 and something C3s got together down this one main street in Greenville, South Carolina. They look like bubblegum because of the little colors, all the cars.
Right.
And really, Z3, I mean, BMW puts on a very nice weekend for the owners because you have like free lunches. All you did was pay for your hotel. But
Yeah.
other than that, it was
That's what they do for my husband. He's got a yeah, what the heck is that thing? They call it a mod show for his kind of car. It's a Galant Mitsubishi.
okay.
So Mitsubishi puts on him and my son they each have the same car. And they've been in the magazines, so they call it mod show. It's something that they would do every year. They, same thing, feed you. Everybody gets together that owns them.
They
make
do a lot. They even on Labor Day itself, the workers volunteer their time, and they have a clinic where you take your car and you tell them whatever's wrong with your car,
Uh-huh.
and they fix it
Wow.
for no
We
charge.
did that. We used to go to all the bike meets, and they did that at the bike meets. Like you could have your bike readjusted while you're there. There's a lot of
I had a
pretty
leak on the passenger side, and the guy tells me, "Hey, are you in a hurry?" And I go, "No." He goes, "We're gonna take your car inside and change the whole thing." And they took it into the factory and brought it back. How?
Wow, that's nice.
I once owned a Mitsubishi Starion. I don't know if you've ever heard of a Mitsubishi Starion.
I'm sure
It
my
was
husband has.
yeah, it was a four-cylinder turbocharged. It was like their top of the line sports car.
Right. See, he's really into to those.
Mitsubishi.
No, he's into he likes the I forget what. See, I like muscle cars. That's the style that I've always been into. Now he's more into the European style, I guess.
Yeah, they have some really fast four cylinders nowadays.
Mhm. Yeah, and he has a VW that he had a 56 and he sold it before we came to California, but now he still has a 66 here, so he's into
Beetle,
that.
a Beetle.
Yeah,
That's how I learned how to drive four seat
nice,
in a Beetle.
nice. You know, I always liked the RX, the Mazda RX rotary motor.
Yeah.
That was something that I mean, they still have never brought a rotary back, but that was a pretty powerful car.
Yami owned, I say Yami because she's the one that drove it, um, a Mustang 5.0 or
Okay,
4.6. That
which one?
was, yeah, that was five. It was a 98,
The
and
Cobra?
it was 5 speed.
The Cobra?
No, not the Cobra. It was just the V8 4.6, the GT. What do they call the
Okay,
GT?
the GT. See, now I have the Roush. Have you ever
The
heard of that
electric,
one?
the
No.
electric one.
Okay, so you have different types of Mustangs that Jack Roush, he does off-road, he
Like a
does
Shelby type deal.
yes,
Like
there's
you.
a Shelby, there's the Bullet, so there's a Roush. So I actually have a Roush, that's supercharged Roush. It's a stage 3, so you can buy a Roush in 3 stages.
Wow.
So it's just all, and you can actually, like you did, you can go to, I could take my car to Roush and they will go through the car for me.
Yeah, yeah. I've always enjoyed different cars.
And there's this, you remember the Celine?
Yes,
There was the Mustang Celine.
that's the one that has.
Yeah. So
Those,
that
I
one,
think those were done somewhere in Florida, weren't they?
my husband was a certified Celine mechanic. So there's not very many, especially once they stop making them.
Yeah, they have all kinds of those. That GT 500 that they have, and supposedly they have one that's even more powerful coming out.
It's called the Black Horse.
Something like that. Yeah, I read up
Mm-hmm.
the other day.
Yeah.
That was our second Mustang because when I first started driving, the second car I had was a Mustang, a 302 Mustang.
I think that thing's running like 180,000.
Yeah, I can't believe what cars cost nowadays.
I know.
I can't even think of that. The average car payment in the U.S. is over $800.
Can you
I can't see
imagine?
how
Most people are
people
paying
do
$1,000.
it.
Most friends that I know, and they're paying $1,000 for their car payment. It just blows my mind. They just came out with the Raptor truck, the Ford Raptor, called the Ford Raptor R, 187,000 because they put an R for racing.
Yeah, like around here, pickups are the thing.
Yeah,
where I live.
it's a big deal in Texas to have a truck.
Because here it's not. What was it that I saw the other day on Facebook? It says here it's not what Mercedes you drive, it's what
truck.
What Ford something. They mentioned which one, and cars are, I mean, untouchable.
Yeah.
So I gotta take care of my 2017 Hyundai. It's one that has a V6 and it's a 7-seater. That it's what is nowadays a Palisade, that they call a Palisade, is the bigger truck because for the dogs. Between the dogs and when we travel.
Right.
And I can't afford to get a Tahoe or anything like that. A regular Tahoe nowadays is $60,000-$70,000. A regular one.
Since we've moved here, I think I've driven my car twice is all. And the weather here, I just don't like taking it out. So I told him, I said, we just need to sell it. We both have a truck. I enjoy my truck. Just sell the Mustang.
Yeah, we've learned to get rid of things we don't use either.
Yeah.
Especially in this walk, you try.
Oh yeah, I'm not attached to anything anymore. My horse trailer, I'm like, sell it.
Yeah. We're attached to our Miss Pacha, how she said, and our doggies.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, heck yeah. We're more into the nature and, we've matured. So not worried about what the phone's doing.
When we look to, hey, let's do something, it's to find a new park to go walking.
Yeah. Exactly.
Try to find waterfalls and caves and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, where can we go and take the dogs?
That's about it.
Now the chickens, my husband made a feeder that it could actually feed them for a week. So there are these big tubes that you can make out of, for like water pipes, but they're big like that.
PVC
yeah,
pipes.
They're the big ones, and you can make them really tall. You can fill them up, and then they come down at the bottom and they come out like that. So and they have holes for them to eat. So depending how much you put in there is how many days they can eat off of it.
How many chickens do you have?
I have 13 hens, 1 rooster, and 2 guineas.
I like the noise the guineas do. When we went to Sherry's house, the lady that's in Natsarim Life that has a farm in Tennessee, and she has we went up there because she's into herbs and stuff like that, and she has cows, and she gave us some of her grass-fed organic cow they don't get vaccinated or nothing.
Right.
And and I enjoyed watching those guineas all over the place. How
Oh,
they're
they're
always
funny.
constantly eating the little ticks and stuff.
Yeah. Did you know they can eat up to 1,000 ticks a day? One guinea. They
Yeah.
eat the mosquitoes. They eat the ticks. And they're good guard dogs. They let you know if something's coming too close. They protect
Yeah,
the chicks.
I like the noise they make. I enjoy watching them.
Yeah, I learned a lot about them. Learning the difference between a male and a female, because you can't tell looking at them. It's their voice.
Oh.
They each make
Here,
a
you know
different.
what we have a lot of? We have a lot of hummingbirds in this area.
Ooh.
A lot of hummingbirds. Yami has to change or refill the feeders like every 3 to 4 days because they a lot.
I just put one out, and I still haven't really seen any yet out where we're at.
You'll see more towards fall because
Oh,
they travel down and then they stop a lot in Texas and in
so they migrate.
the Gulf states because they fly across the Gulf all the way to Venezuela.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So they have to eat or drink or whatever enough to get them to be able to fly all across the Gulf into South America. It
Wow.
is something. It's just like the butterflies that fly all the way
Right.
down to Mexico.
Right. That's incredible. So I'll have to be looking for them because I just put up the feeder and I'm like, I haven't really seen anything yet.
Yeah, here we spend sometimes 10, 15 minutes just watching them because they are very aggressive birds too with each other.
Territorial.
Yeah, and they look really like fighter jets when they fly across the back porch to get someone. They're so fast.
I had a lot of them in California, but I haven't really seen any here where we're at now. I could live without the snakes.
Without the
I could definitely live without them.
oh
There's a lot of copperheads or not
oh
copperheads.
we have
We have
I've
cottonmouth.
never I don't like snakes at all. Let's go there. I have and around our area they say I haven't seen one yet and I hope I never do. There's a lot of copperheads.
Yeah, there's copperheads, there's cottonmouths. Those are the ones I've had to kill.
And west here they call pine something rattlesnakes.
Oh yeah, they have the tweaky nose, like a little quirk. Yeah.
So far I've never had a seen
Well, a
one.
cottonmouth and a water moccasin are the same snake. So if you
They're
ever
the
hear anybody talk,
No,
yeah.
I thought I had heard that they're the same snake.
Yeah, it's just when they open their mouth when they're being aggressive, it's white.
Which one?
The copperhead. I mean,
Is
not
white?
I'm sorry, the water moccasin. When they open their mouth, it's white, so that's where they got their name, Cottonmouth.
Oh.
And they do that. The last one I
Yeah,
killed.
they say they're
video does
aggressive.
that. Very.
They're aggressive. They're not like other snakes that they hear you walking and they kind of take off. They don't want to.
Yeah, they don't take off. They stay right there.
They stay
I
their
got
ground.
right there. My husband calls me. There's a snake. Go get it.
He doesn't like them, huh?
No, he can't stand them.
I don't like them. So what do you kill them with?
My shovel.
Oh, okay.
I just take their head off real quick.
To hit them with your shovel.
Yeah, I'm not afraid of them. You kind of get used to it. I lived in California in the desert, so rattlesnakes.
That was another thing about my trip out west over to Colorado. Even in Texas, heading that down, you would get off at a rest area, and the first sign you see is don't walk on the rocks and watch out for rattlesnakes. Watch out for rattlesnakes.
Yep. Yeah, especially in breeding season. Woo!
My doggies had a hard time out there trying to find in Florida. Like I said, she found a green rug and she knew where to go, right?
Right.
But there's nothing green, so they would have a hard time finding a place to go even pee. She would walk around looking and looking, trying to find a place for her to go.
Yeah, because I know when we lived in California and then moved to Texas, you know, they weren't used to grass. They didn't know what the heck grass was. Not in the desert where we lived. It was all rocks. So they seem to like grass much better.
Oh yeah. Did we lose Kinsley, or Kinsley's still there?
Well, she's still there. She's probably writing a song.
Yeah.
Kinsley.
Or she had to take the dog out.
Oh, that could be.
I was telling Yami that it literally 2 months ago, sunset here was almost at 9 o'clock at night.
Oh yeah, now look, it's before 8 now.
Well, we're still at like 8:01, I think, but we checked down in Cape Coral. It's at 7:45. So even when you go further south, it becomes an earlier sunset.
Right.
You're at 7 something now too.
Us, right? Oh yeah, it is 7 something. Like I've been like really keeping an eye on the moon, tracking it.
They had that blue moon last night or the night before.
Yeah, my sister said that, and I didn't even notice it. I looked at the moon; it was beautiful, but I didn't realize there was a blue moon.
Because it means that you had 2 full moons in the same month.
Right. Okay, now I get it. Well, I've noticed.
I also noticed because you know that we've been sharing a lot of those sunsets, right? And the sunsets behind some trees that we have, and now the earth has shifted enough where it's sunsetting over the mountain, not over the tree. You understand? So it's shifted. The sun shifts from depending on summer or winter, what angle I get it at.
Right.
I hope Mark didn't fall asleep on us.
Well, what's amazing to me is every month I didn't realize the full moon is always 3 days.
The full moon is always 3 days?
Yeah. It's funny how we just never notice that kind of stuff, you know, because we just go through life.
Yeah.
It was never so important.
For the Hebrew back then, it was very important because everything depended on.
Yeah, no kidding.
Excuse me?
Yom Teruah. That's supposed to be a full moon?
I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I believe it does say something about that. Well, you know, I was because you know I'm always reading something, and I was watching on Facebook. I kind of join these little groups that use the name Yahuwah, and I kind of click on them, join them, just to see what they're talking about.
Yeah.
And then a lot of them do things that I'm like, wow, no, click, I get rid of them. But there's this one, they believe after the first new moon, you count 7 days, and that is the first day of the month. So, I mean, there's a few of them I ask them questions, where are you getting this from, you know, and.
Yeah, that's so confusing.
They are.
So confusing.
Because it doesn't make any sense where half of them get their time from. Like one of them says the equinox is when the sun is directly above you. And I said, well, the sun should be directly above me every day.
At a certain time, yeah.
At a certain time, yeah. So yeah. I know I'm learning it all. I'm trying.
We had one of the guys the other day thinking that the day when they say day, it's a 12-hour period, not the 24-hour day period. Okay. And we
I actually
Yami and I have been reading a book that I asked Mark a question, and he said, "I think this book, if you read it, will help you." And it's called 12 Ordinary Men, and it's about all the apostles, because I had it started off because the different names, that like there's a couple of apostles that their names is James, and then I started getting into checking names of, let's say, his inner circle, Yahusha's inner circle, and like there's 4 Johns, there's you understand, there's a bunch of Miriams. So he told me I should read this name, and then we came across when we were reading, I think it was about, who was it? That it came out where Lazarus had died, and he kept telling them, "Well, like, I'm not gonna go right away." You understand that he wasn't going right away, and he answers one of them, "But isn't there 12 hours in a day?"
Right, Messiah said that.
Yeah, Messiah said that. So that kind of throws you. Was he talking about 12 hours of daylight, or was he talking about 12 hours in a day? You know how people start digging into things
Right, start going into
that
it. But
you
I
say?
believe it's 12 hours in the actual day, because from sunrise to sundown, it's 12 hours.
Exactly. But a lot of people, Shabbat goes from sunset to sunset.
Right. I actually don't do it that way. I do it from sunrise.
I understand. Do you know who Larry is? Larry Wayne. He goes a lot to Natsarim Life.
Yeah.
Okay, and I think he's been at this for a while, and he just came upon this. Somebody else told him. So when we were reading in the book of the 12 Ordinary Men, this verse came up. So I emailed him right away, because he was trying to find out, how to back it up with scripture, I guess is what he was doing. And when I saw that, I go, wow, maybe it is 12, So you observe Shabbat from 6 a.m. seventh day morning to sunset. I mean, sunrise to sunset on the seventh day.
But I still am home, and I don't do
it's very little difference, because
right.
yeah, like me and Yami were talking, we're normally by sunset we're home, and we've already
I'm already home anyway.
The only difference is that we prepare something to eat the next day.
Right, that's what I do. I make
And
sure
you would have to do it anyways, unless you're gonna wake up before sunrise and prepare your food. So there's very little difference to it.
Right.
What's strange with my smartwatch is it says you can choose a 12-hour day or 24-hour day.
Yeah, well, 24-hour used to be military time, because they would call like
1600, 1400.
Yeah, exactly. If I remember correctly, 1800 is 6 p.m. and it's been a long time for me.
Well, I thought it was interesting that you cannot calculate the time of the evening because there is no sun. They didn't have a sundial.
A sundial.
Yes. So it's impossible to calculate it. Of course, we can today because we have time, or I'm sure they know from the stars from where they're at, because they're always in the same place at certain seasons.
Yeah, that's why I do follow. We've been following since we moved up here, the calendar that Lou puts out. Okay, but in our first fellowship, they follow the calendar of Enoch that is 364 days, and then you that extra, because there's 4 extra days. Every time that you shift season is where you add that day. And he gave us a long teaching on how the sun comes in through one chamber, and then the moon comes in through the other, and all that I don't remember exactly.
Every season they go through a different portal.
Yeah, and that's the word. The portals are different portals.
Yes.
And
Yeah, I believe that
and
too.
that's what he follows. That's what Liam follows, and
Yeah,
he's
it's
always
they're called the interlinear days. They're set apart. You don't count them as, can you do 30 days?
the way that I think, Toria, that we kind of to first is that it's simple. It's
Yeah.
a simple way of calculating it, because you sometimes I'm a very, how can I say, uh, that I like things to fit. You understand what I'm saying? I'm
Yes.
trying to look for the word, but and the other way, you were you if let's say you lived out in the boonies, okay,
Mhm.
and you didn't have the Pharisee there, or to tell you when the days were, or you didn't have the priest to tell you when the days were.
Right.
You couldn't do it on our own, and we're
Right.
supposed to worship directly. So to me, the Enoch calendar was very simple, because every year almost the
Yeah.
same thing. You find
It's
the
30,
first
30,
day, and then you
31, 30,
count the
30,
14
31.
days,
Yeah.
and you know it's you just count the
Very
days.
simple.
So it was very simple
And
for
it
a
never
common.
changes. It stays the same.
Exactly. And that puts a lot of logic to that
Hmm.
calendar in my way of thinking,
Right.
you know.
I think that's what ended up helping me choose where to go with the calendar, was because it was it was simple to the point, and it never changed.
Yeah,
You know,
because
he did 30 days,
in
30 days.
some Hebrew calendar they add a month, or they had to add a month,
Yeah.
or
Which he specifically said in scripture there was 12 months. So I don't understand the 13th month when he
and it tells you
specifically
that it's
said.
364 days, and
Yes,
that it doesn't change.
right.
And,
So if you do
to make
4,
your calculation that way.
there's no other way. It's 30 days, and one interlinear day. You know, like 30 days, 30 days, 30 days, one interlinear day. And it's just
Exactly.
repeat. That's it. It's the same thing. Now, to say when they exactly started, I believe that is the problem.
You mean what is the first day of the year? When is
Right.
the first month?
That is the problem. Hmm.
Well, a lot of people go by the spring equinox. I think it's that will
Yes,
be
they
calculated.
do.
Now, how
But
do you
then you have to
calculate?
know,
Oh,
but when
yeah.
it depends
what
where
what
you
is?
live.
How do you figure that out?
It depends where you live. You can't, you actually, like if you go to Israel, you have to actually have what do you call it? A sundial, and do it yourself, because I've actually watched somebody online go to the place in Israel that has that huge one that they use, and they didn't
Calculate
tell you,
12 hours and 12 hours.
but they lied. They told you 2 days too late. I mean, he actually proved it. He went to it. It was live, and they lied by 2 days. So they were telling the world it was, 2 days after than it
So
would
you
have.
can't go by what Google says.
No. So I'm like, wow. So and it just depends where you live, where your time is, when it is. So I don't think anybody's would be exactly the same because of where we live. It's going to be, in Israel, it's almost 10 hours ahead, depending where you live. I know when I was in
Yeah.
California, I think it was 10 hours.
You know who Douglas is, right, Dougie? By any chance? You
Yeah,
don't do it, huh?
I don't do what?
Natsarim life at all.
You know what? I just spoke to Margaret yesterday, and I'm going to try to do it, to get
There's
on
a
there.
gentleman there by the name of Douglas.
The one
Doug.
that was part of our classes before.
Yeah, and he's been teaching some of the appointed times now for the
Right.
fall. Okay,
Hmm.
and he has a point. He goes, "This will all be cleared up
And it
when
will.
Yahusha comes, because when you hear that blow, then you gotta know that in 10 days it's gonna be this, and in 10 days,
Yeah. Yeah.
and he'll set us straight, because they're so different. I mean, there's people that don't even follow Shabbat on the seventh day,
Oh
that
yeah,
they do
because
some type of
they're
lunar Shabbat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and what I've learned about that, they do it a different day because it's based on the calendar, not on the Gregorian day. So it's always going to be a different day. It's not going to be on the Gregorian 7th day. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I understand because it doesn't matter. It's whatever the day the Sabbath was, whether it was a Monday or whether it was a Saturday, there's a day. And we may not be on that right day. None of us might be. We don't know. But we're doing the best we can.
Exactly. That's
Because,
kind of what Douglas says. As long as there's certain things that really we can't control. There's it's almost impossible. Maybe those are some of the things that in Scripture says you're not to know. It's not for us to know exactly. It's for us to
right.
always be trying to learn and trying to learn.
Have you heard of World's Last Chance?
World class chance?
No,
No.
World's Last.
Oh, world last chance? No.
It's a site, and they believe in Yahuwah and such, but they did a calendar thing too, but the way their calendar is set, because I'll show you. Okay, so can you see this calendar?
Yep.
Okay, so the first day is always in this corner. So it'd be, I'm sorry, this corner, the first, and then second, third. So their days always fall on the 8th, the 15th, the 22nd, and the 29th is always a Shabbat. So, but if you lay it on top of our calendar, not ours, the Gregorian.
Yeah, the Gregorian.
Every single month, it's a different day. Shabbat falls on a different day because they're going, and it never changes because the Gregorian changes. There's never changes. So it always falls every month, changes the day.
Wow.
So one month it's Fridays, the next month it's Saturdays. It just rotates because the Gregorian rotates, not theirs. So, would people, how would you be able to work with that in your job? Are they going to say, hey, every month I'm going to change my day off? So it just depends. I've been, searching this out for so long. I just pray. I'm like, well, we're doing our best. We're doing Shabbat. We're doing the day of rest. Because there's 200 years missing in our history. There's 10 days that were fought over. And I've read I've already read, and I had the documents on it. Because they couldn't come to an agreement on those 10 days, they just deleted them. They just got rid of them. So I'm like, okay, so not only is there 200 days, now you're telling me now there's another 10 days that have been deleted. So we really don't know.
So we could be 200 days, 200 years off even on the end times.
That's why I think he tells us to live each day as it's our last, because it doesn't matter. We give our day to him, period. And we need to make sure that if we're working, work 6 days and have a day off for him. His day.
Yep. We try to make almost every day his day nowadays.
Right. It's almost like, I don't want to choose his day. I want him to tell me what it is, but it's very frustrating, all of these calendars. And I just pray he gives me direction. But I'm learning the cycles of the moon, because you can't do one without the other. You have to know where the stars are at, their positioning, because they use the stars to tell them when to reap, when to sow. So if we learned where the stars are
And how to navigate.
Right. If we knew how to do
by...
that, and if we knew how to navigate the moon and the sun like they used to do, we would know. But because it's been lost, and I'm sure it's probably it could be written in books that have been taken away from us.
And then you think that we've a lot of people think that we've gained so much knowledge, but really we've lost a lot of knowledge.
Yes, we've lost so much, so much. Just when you feel like you've learned it and you're there, and then you realize, wait a second, I'm not even close to being there. But we're trying, that's for sure. We'll keep trying.
Yami says he knows we're trying.
Yes, and that's what he wants us to do. He wants us to try. I was having a discussion with a gentleman on this Facebook thing, and I was asking him questions about when they begin their day. How did he come upon, because he did mention the equinox, and that's how they begin their year. And I said, well, how do you calculate that? Do you get it from the internet? Do you actually go out and test it? Where are you getting it from? And he never did answer me. But I mean, because like I said,
I told Yami, well, I'm sure that scientifically is known, but yet they lie to us about so many things that I'm sure they'll lie about that.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's what we've lost the most in the last, let's say, 2 years, maybe even a little bit more. We've lost any type of believing not in Yahusha or in Yahuwah, but believing in the system, the world system, in our country, in our leaders. You understand?
Yeah.
And it's hard to. Nowadays, you go to a doctor and our doctor tells you that you need to do this, and you're kind of saying, "Wow, is this true? Could he be right?" You've lost all type of that.
Yeah. Let me see those tests. You have to Google all your tests to see if they're lying to you.
It's about a year ago, or I don't know if I've said this here before, but about a year and a half ago, when we first came up here, a year and a half ago, I had just gotten Medicare, okay? And they put me through the ringer because, when you have Medicare, they give you every test in the book because they want to cha-ching, right?
Right.
So the cardiologist group put me through a bunch of tests, right? And one of those tests is that monitor that they put on your chest, and you have it on for 3 days or whatever. Okay. When I go back, they tell me that I need a pacemaker.
What?
That I have to put a pacemaker because my pulse drops into the low 30s while I'm sleeping. To start off, when we would do spinning, and Yami and I did heavy duty spinning, a lot of training. You would try to get your heart rate down because when you exercise from your highest point, if you can bring that heart rate down quickly, that means that you're in good shape. Okay.
Yes.
So we would always try to wake up your heart resting rate to have it in the 40s. That would be like a really good resting heart rate. But anyways, they tell me I need and they convinced me.
Oh.
But here's what happens that's why I said that I've always believed in Yahusha and he's always taken care of me. Here's what happens. They put me with a doctor that's gonna do it to me, explains everything ready to do, right? They call me from the hospital where the doctor works that my insurance doesn't cover that hospital.
Oh.
So they tell me, I go, well, I can't do it because that's a very expensive surgery.
Right.
It's not cheap surgery. So they tell me, but you know what? We have a sister hospital. It's an hour and 20 minutes away from here. And there's a doctor there. Why don't you go see him? And when I get there, it so happens that the doctor that they sent me to see, he's from Brazil. And I know I can get along with Portuguese, okay? Because I used to work a lot with Brazilians. I mean, a lot. And so I hit it off with the guy because we're conversing, so there was something there. There was a bond.
Right.
And he looks at my test and he starts asking me questions. And at the end, he tells me, I can't, in good faith, install a heart uh, a pacemaker in you because you have no symptoms of needing a pacemaker. What they
Wow.
what they saw in your test is that you probably had, you know, what people that wear masks that sometimes you like you, and then you start breathing.
Right. I think his internet has a mask on. Stop.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Did you already feed your dogs?
Yeah.
That was quick. I didn't even
Oh,
leave.
my tea is still sitting out there steeping though. I forgot to go stir it and squeeze the tea bags out again. I gotta go do that real quick, but I'll be right back. Oh,
You probably had to leave and come back.
yeah.
REM. That's who it was. Thank you, Cato. I'm just now reading reading back some of this stuff.
Yeah.
When we were talking about music, it was REM's song that it was. That's who it was.
Oh. Yeah, there was someone that remembered me from End Time Watchman's channel, and that was from a long time ago. But they think that the day start is in the morning.
Yeah, it's sunrise.
Hmm.
Yeah, that's actually what I believe too.
I don't know. I think it's nighttime because it says in scripture that it started with night. But
Well, when he was creating from the first day, he was
Mhm.
creating, remember?
Yeah,
He created, and then he said it was night, and then it was morning the first day. So he created, then there was night, then there was morning. That
yeah,
morning starts, that ends the first day.
yeah,
And then that morning also starts the following day. So he was creating the first day, creating and creating, and then he said, then there was evening, then there was morning, the first day.
yeah.
That's how I see it. I know some say that, it begins in the night, but I don't see it that way.
Yeah, I went by Brother Lou White's teachings on it, so I just,
Yeah.
yeah,
I mean, you really have to, everybody's got their own.
yeah,
It doesn't make you or break you, but
yeah,
that's what, like he was saying, Raul, because they did the same thing too. And but like us, I'm always home anyway. I make sure I'm in by that time anyway.
yeah. Oh, he needs the link again.
Oh, that would be Mark.
Yeah.
Mark,
I don't know if mine goes back up that far.
why we can do it?
I don't know if I can copy it and just send it to him through here, or I don't know. It is pretty far up, but he can get back up there to get to it. But I don't think he can click on it right now.
Well, I
It's
noticed what happens to me is once I've gotten knocked off,
Mhm.
it makes me start over, so I don't get to see any of the old stuff. It shows me all the new.
Yeah, it does that to me too. Yeah, I see the link, but it's not a link. It just says StreamYard, and it has the letters and the number in there at the end.
Yeah, she said, I'm not sure if it's a he or she. It says we need y'all, says it's way up there.
Yeah. Yeah, I found it, but it wasn't in link form, so you couldn't click on it. But I'm gonna grab my tea and get it real quick.
Yummy, I think so. Did you receive an email from him? Because I know I have a email that was sent the link. See if it's still on your phone and click it. Well, I can't get that. How do you get emails? I get the reminders. I'm sorry, from YouTube, and it's like right now it's still on my phone because I don't click on my phone. I use my laptop to get on.
I'm using my laptop too.
Yeah, I think Kinsley said she's using her laptop too.
Yeah.
Yes, I think he stepped out for a minute. But even if somebody does find the link, he has to let them in. Does anybody have his phone number? Maybe they can wake him up. Let it rain. I do not know how to do that. He will be back. Oh, okay.
Alright, I'm coming. My tea got cold.
Yeah, I can hear you nuking it.
Okay. Roscoe, why did you move that?
They're saying that he for a minute that he'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, I had to reheat my tea up. It got cold. Philippines.
So did they ever take you off restrictions on your channel?
Yeah, they did. I don't think it was even a full week because, like, I was able to get on like the night, like the sixth night, I was able to start to make videos on that channel again. But I'm worried about putting the Beguiled series on there again, so I use my backup channel for that one, Yahuwah's Beloved Daughter.
It's crazy how when I listened to that video that pulled you off and I was listening to it, there's so many words that you used that triggered it. I can see that.
Yeah.
Certain words will trigger it. Unfortunately, sometimes I've seen people when they just write it on a piece of paper and they hold it up.
Yeah.
They know what the word is you're trying to use without using it. Because the algorithm picks up on certain things that you say.
Yeah, I wasn't sure what it was that I said that triggered it, because they tried to ban me the first chapter that I read out of the book because it talked about RFID chips, the jab, and stuff possibly being the mark. And I did an appeal, and I said, well, all I'm doing is reading from a book.
Right.
Like a book of research. And they looked over the video again, and then they put it back up. But then they ended up trying. This last time they didn't accept my appeal. They said it was
hearsay or
something about the World Health Organization, and
which is it's not even a company. I mean, it's a company, but it's not federally managed. It's not the federal government. It's a private company.
And medical misinformation, I think they tried to throw in there too, but they said something about it goes against the World Health Organization.
Right, which I didn't know that's YouTube ran off the World Health Organization, but okay.
Me either. But anyone that wants to see that video, I still have it saved and I can email it.
Yeah, because you were just literally reading.
Yeah.
But I do know there was trigger words for sure. I shared a video from somebody one time, and that's the first time I ever got popped, and I'm like, what video was it even that I shared? You know?
Yeah.
And I'm like, I just shared something. I didn't say anything, but yeah, they got it too. It was a fact checker thing. I'm like,
ooh,
really? Wow. Who's your fact checker?
That's so weird.
Oh, he popped up the site or the link. Yummy. He put up the link.
I can. Hold on. Oop. I got a video of a helicopter dropping mosquitoes.
Ahora, ¿quién está poniendo esa música? Whose music is that?
It's Kinsley.
Oh, that's the video you guys just sent me.
The Exorcist.
I was just gonna say, it sounds like a scary movie.
Well, anyways, to finish the story real quick with you guys, because I left you hanging. The doctor tells me I don't need they were gonna put a pacemaker on me without really knowing if I needed one or not. So,
wow.
And then I told Yami, that's mainly because I had a rapport with him. I bonded with a guy because he was Brazilian, and we started talking about Brazil and about the food and this and that. So, So I told Yami, I'm not changing that doctor. I don't care if I got to drive an hour and 20 minutes because I know that he's looking out for me. He's not
Right.
worried about making a buck.
Insurance. Yeah. They see your
So,
insurance will cover something, they will give it to you.
oh yeah.
Like all the tests I've been having in the last year, I've had 4 different insurances. So I've had to go see different doctors and I'm getting different answers. So I'm like, there's something going on here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. The medical system has changed so much. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, I've learned you're actually telling the doctor what's wrong with you in the first place. They can't just look at you and tell you what's wrong. You're telling them what's wrong.
Yeah, well, it's like the commercials for the medicine. Go tell your doctor you need this medicine
Yeah.
to prescribe this medicine for you.
Yeah. They're hoping you Google it so that way you know you need it.
Yeah.
Because how many people, like, when they get sick now, they Google it, and then you see all these different things, and you're like, okay, that must be it. You go to your doctor, and you say, I think I have this. Okay, well, let's give you that prescription.
Yeah, you definitely need to have a relationship with your doctor. I mean, it's crazy nowadays how the medical system works. And it could be any little thing that connects you because we're all human. Like our head doctor, I forget what they're called.
Your family
Mental
practice.
health and drink.
Yeah, the family practice. It so happens that the other day we had gone to this doctor's office like 4 times and we had never seen the doctor. We've always seen the nurse practitioner. So finally we got to see the doctor, and very nice guy, and we talked. And it so happened that same weekend we saw him on a 5th day, and that first day Yami and I go to walk to it's a dam that has this trail, and a lot of people go run there. So we saw him running there, and all he goes, "Oh, the Kotos." So even something like that, now he remembers you better. You understand? There's
Right.
some
Yes.
type of connection, and that nowadays is needed with the doctors, because if
That's
not,
right.
you're just a number. You're another number to them.
It's not when you have your doctor visiting you at home, that you have a
Yeah.
My daughter-in-law, she broke her collarbone in 2 places, and so they did x-rays, and instead of her seeing the doctor, he called her. So she's not understanding, like, well, is it fixing itself? Is it in the same position? She don't know nothing because she don't see the x-rays, and she's not understand. He's trying to explain to her what it is. It's like, why didn't you have her come into the office? I don't get it.
And now that they're pushing again the mask,
Yeah.
you see people falling for it again. I mean, how can
Yes. Quickly.
I don't know, Kinsley, if I send it to you via Telegram, there's this guy that has a bullhorn in his car now. And when he sees somebody driving with a mask, he pulls out the bullhorn and he starts screaming at them, "Don't you know that it's over? There is no..." And he pulls one for people to get the mask off.
That's cool.
Yeah, me working in a grocery store. Yeah, I see it. They're putting them back on already.
Yeah.
I saw something recently about that, but it wasn't what you were saying. That sounds funny.
Kansas closed 3 schools within that first week.
Where?
Kansas.
Wow.
I heard they're doing it because school's starting back up and they want to indoctrinate the kids and get everyone scared and in stress mode.
The schools in Texas have been in school for a month.
And they're trying to push the vaccine again, so they're pushing the mask first, and then they're going to try to push the vaccine again.
Right, because there's a new variant.
Yeah, supposedly.
Right. A new lie. We got a new lie for you.
And on do you have
Here's
Telegram?
Here's the guy with the bullhorn.
Oh.
Oh, wow. You know what I'm wondering? If it's kind of like, I was thinking somebody who was an alcoholic, they had a craving So when they come back and they're saying, you know, we want you to do this again, is there some kind of mental craving for it to go, oh, I need it again? Because a lady
You know
at my
what?
work was like, I got to go get my new one because this is happening again.
One of my granddaughters in the school, they told her so much that we went. I don't get to see them that often, and we were going out to dinner, and she had to go. I go, listen, if you want me to have dinner with you, take the mask off.
Yes, please.
There's no reason to have that thing on.
Yeah.
No.
Well, if they knew what it's doing to them, breathing in carbon monoxide, what it does to their body.
Well,
It's
the only
it's
reason
like
the only reason why I really wore mine was to hide because of what you guys know what I'm talking about. This
Right.
yeah.
I was wondering when they were gonna start robbing banks with them things on. Really, I was astonished that it didn't happen more often.
Well, working in a grocery store for 25 years in California, there are times I wish I could wear a mask. Some of them people smelled so bad. Because I remember, you know, riding a motorcycle. If I walked into a store or anything with a helmet on my head, you got to take that off. You got to get
Oh
out.
no! At our store, I would tell the guy if he would
Yeah.
walk in with hey, take that helmet off, bro. You don't
Yeah.
need to hide from me unless you're doing something wrong.
I was at the bank. We were buying the house. We were getting ready to leave California. It was in the process, and I had to go get a cashier's check, and it was right during the pandemic. And so I'm sitting in the bank, and this man walks in because they made you go in line because only so many people could go into the bank because of it. And the gentleman walks in and he's like, I need you to put a mask on. And he's standing there and he's looking at the guy and he's like, are you going to put one on? What's your problem? He goes, I'm sorry. I'm trying to take in the fact that I'm standing in a bank and you want me to cover my face. It's so true.
Yeah.
It's so true. And he just had that instant thought, you know, and it's like, wow, yeah, you're right.
And just like talking about spending another, what was it that he said he was going to ask for $3 billion for a new vaccine? I mean,
yeah. From where?
No, from where? And then you have all the people in Hawaii that can't get no money for what they're going through, but you want to spend $3 billion on or send money to Ukraine. There's so many things that are wrong right now in the country.
Yeah, well, look at the people that are staying in the hotels that are out there helping them, $1,000 a night hotels, where they're only giving them $700, and most of them aren't even getting it. One lady lost her house, she lost her car, and she hasn't received anything.
Those are the things that kind of directs me that we are in end times, because you see the people in charge wanting to do everything that Yahuwah does. Weather, shooting fire from the sky. They want to, they like they say the devil tries to duplicate him. That's exactly what I think is happening.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Did I add you guys to the Natsarim Fellowship on Telegram?
I saw it and I've listened a couple of things there.
I don't even know
Did you see? Oh, Telegram is a free app, and I have a fellowship on there with Sister Roz and Sister Okari, and it's called Yahuwah's Breath Makes Dry Bones Come Alive, and we have 5 people.
They kind of let you put whatever thing on there. There's kind of very little restrictions.
Yeah, you can post
so you
anything
see all the
you
crazy
want,
stuff.
Files, whatever you want to put on there. It's really cool. And the Natsarim Fellowship has 400 something members.
Oh, so wow.
That one's really, really nice. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of it.
And then the fellowship that me and Sister Okari and Sister Roz do, it's a song and worship fellowship, or I think they changed the name a few times, so I kind of get confused. But I think that it's called now Yahuwah's Song and Worship Club, and then we do that 4 days a week on YouTube, and then I can't get up as early as they do, but me and my husband ended up staying up till 3:30 in the morning last night because he didn't think he had to work. And then they sought him out this afternoon, but we slept in till like it was almost time to get on the fellowship here. What was I saying? Anyways, but so he left for work to go do that, and then so we were up till 3:30 in the morning, and like I saw that they were just getting on for break fast with Yahuwah, or break fast with Yahuwah and Yahusha at 3:30 in the morning. It said the fellowship started, like, because they do that for other people in other countries,
Right.
and that's more of a scripture study. But we have a lot of fun on the song and worship fellowship. And I was telling my husband, I was like, we're trying to go to bed. I said, I really can't get on for this early in the morning. And like he was falling asleep standing up. So I was like, because the notification popped up. I was like, it's a little too early. Breakfast with Yahuwah does sound really good, but I said it's early.
Oh, so we need Yah, must be a nurse. Because she says right here, we got 3 or 4 rounds of it in the nursing home. I worked in before this one, and the first round, it took out almost an entire hallway. I'm a little confused. One of my nurse manager, she must be a nurse. Nurse manager saying she didn't know if she could do it again. And quite frankly, I don't know. I don't think I can either, especially not looking forward to masks and testing. Oh, yes, she's a nurse.
Yep.
Wow, that's tough.
I think that's a sister I know. I talked to her on Telegram, and I think she was on Natsarim Life one night.
Yeah, I've never been tested. I've never had anything with it.
I was forced to take tests, so I was able to see my children.
Oh, wow.
Yes, my husband too. But we never got the vaccine, though. Crazy,
yeah.
Yeah, same here. No vaccine, but I was tested.
Yeah.
And then who was it that? I think it was Mark.
Oh, Diane.
Yeah, I knew it.
That sent out this weird thing. You know how you check for okay, let me do it so I can say the right words, because
Well, you know that Bill Gates owns the testing company now.
okay, you know that if you go, when you try to hook up something Bluetooth to your phone, that you hit Bluetooth and you get all the different devices like your printer, right? Okay.
Yeah.
This email I saw, and I think it was, I don't know if David Messenger sent it or if it was Mark. Okay. That it said that even if you've been tested, that when you did the swab thing, this microscopic thing that went in your nose, and when you hit Bluetooth,
they can track you.
You could see a set of numbers on your Bluetooth, and it so happened that I did it, and I do see the numbers because I have been tested.
Wow.
You see, let me see if I can get this to where I can show you guys. You see that first Bluetooth? It's 100000.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, they tell you that you can go on Google and put what was it called? Bluetooth something, and you put in that number, and if it comes back to your phone, they're tracking you.
Does it have any letters in it too, or no?
No letters. It's all numbers.
Okay, so I guess I'm in the clear. I don't know. We live in a
Right.
small, like, rinky-dink, like, little town that has nothing here. So maybe
No, and
we
then I went
got
to
the
check.
bad test
Supposedly, my
for the
number is
testing.
not in the system either.
Yeah,
You know, but
yeah,
I freaked out when I saw the number there because all the other things that I have, I do know is my car, some
yeah,
earbuds, and radio
Mm-hmm.
that we have.
yeah.
So when I saw those numbers, I said, "What the hell is this?" So when I checked the number, it says not activated or something like that. But then you freak
Wow.
out. How about if they do activate it from somewhere?
Yeah.
So and it's something that I can't fix
So is it
anymore.
something? Is it something they activate when 5G finally kicks in?
I don't know. I really don't
Because
know.
5G
But
is not on.
when I come to stuff like this, I leave it up to Yah.
Oh
I said,
yeah,
Yah, whatever.
he's wiped
Because
out that code.
Oh no, sorry, B. My watch.
I'm
I
sure
leave it
Yahuwah
up
has
to you.
wiped out that code.
Yeah.
Diane actually says she has a video of it.
Recently, on what's it called? I was on Telegram and I saw something that was pretty frightening to me. It was a video of the World Health Organization. They were having a meeting and they were discussing how they are implementing this thing where they can take control over everyone, and they are taking away freedom of speech.
Yeah.
And what else did they say? They have all these rights to do all this crazy stuff to us. And they said that we are no better than any animal. Humans are no better and no higher than any animal. That's what they said.
Well, like Muslims, they believe a woman is lower than a goat.
That's crazy. I never even knew that.
Yeah.
Your mic, brother.
But yet in scripture, it
The
tells the husband to treat the woman as himself.
Yeah.
I saw one of those guys giving lecture at the War Organization that he was supposedly was from this group, something called something peace, right? So when he gets up there talking, he goes, well, in the year, I think it was 2017, we had 3 billion people and we needed to get it down to 1 billion people because they're trying to bring down
I
the
saw that.
population, right? Then he goes, now we have 7 people, so you get an idea of how many people we have to kill. That was his word.
I did see that. Yeah,
So
he used the word. Yeah, and they're not even hiding it. They're being very
no.
blatant.
So that tends for me to think that we are coming to the end because the leaders of the so-called world are getting crazy. And
Yes.
if you read scripture, all those big plagues and all that came around when these leaders were all doing screwy stuff.
Well, I always thought too, when they started putting those chips in dogs and stuff, I thought to myself, you know what, just because you don't have it in your body doesn't mean that they're not going to follow you through your animals, because they know you're not going to leave your animal. They know they're going to take them with you.
That is why I didn't fall for that free, order this so you don't lose your dog, just so you can attach it to your dog's collar, this little tracking device, GPS tracking, so you don't lose your pets. And I didn't fall for it. Like,
see, I think that's
we
mandating the rabies shot is.
The information for them or anything like that.
Like, you have to register your dog, you have to have a rabies shot. And I always thought to myself, this rabies shot, I wonder if it's something to do with something they're putting in them, because they force that. They don't force any of the other ones, just that one.
I remember a bunch of years ago, I would go buy that vaccine at a feed store, and I vaccinate my own dogs.
I used to too.
There's this sister I talked to that's a groomer, and she used to be a groomer, and she doesn't she doesn't believe in vaccines for animals. She said that 20 years ago, she was talking about people shedding any vaccine that they got. And they thought she was nuts back then before COVID. And then once COVID hit, everybody started believing her.
Right.
And she said the same thing happens with cats and dogs. And she said it's not safe. Your animals will live longer without those vaccines.
If you give them a certain vaccine, like the Corona, dogs get Corona. My mom used to raise Great Danes and Dobermans. That's the only reason why I know. And in order to go into the dog shows, they had to have a Corona vaccine. But it says in there that you have to be careful once you've given it to them around their other dogs because they can shed it to them.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to quarantine them for so long once they've had a vaccine.
Well, they say about that vaccine right now, the human can shed the vaccine one to another.
Yeah.
We're living in a messed up world. I don't know if you remember that. What was that song by Ball of Confusion? That's what the world is today.
Yeah, a big ball of confusion.
Exactly. that was the name of the song. Popular back in the 70s.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a great balls of fire.
Yeah, that's the other one. We messed up with Mark a little bit because he was doing something with his grandkids.
I think so, because I saw that.
Yes, he is helping the grandkids. Yeah, and every time that it starts getting too crazy, I go to Yami. You know what? I'll leave it up to Yahusha. Because if it's something that I can't control, it's useless worrying about it.
Yeah, my husband feels the same way. He always says, "Why worry about this stuff?"
It's good to know it and to know what's going on, but it's another thing to get ourselves.
Well,
something to talk about.
Yeah.
I mean, we're becoming numb to it. Like, oh, they're doing that again. Really?
Exactly.
Doesn't surprise me.
How many people died today? Yeah, it's not that many.
Yeah, nothing new under the sun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hashatan has been trying to manipulate the man from inside out for a long time.
And the atrocities that they would do.
Yeah.
When we were talking about, I think it was John, that they tried boiling him alive and he didn't die.
Well, Trump, under his administration, I think they bought 700,000 guillotines.
I saw the videos of all the weird looking, I guess they were like FEMA coffin liners fields full of them. Like
ones that can hold like 5 people.
Yeah. And somebody reminded us of it on that Natsarim Fellowship on Telegram. They sent a video.
So, Mark, what were you doing with the grandkids? We want to know. Mike. Can't hear you. Your mic.
Oh, I just had to meet their mom. She was bringing them to spend the night.
Aww.
So I had to collect them.
So we need to let you go so you can go spend time with them.
Yes.
You don't let me go. Y'all can stay on here all night if you want to.
No. I think we've chatted enough.
Yeah.
Y'all tired of talking now?
Yeah.
All right, well, Raul can take us out with the priest with Dustin then.
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
$6 and 40 minutes.
Okay. Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. This they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them. Barak, Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch
Hallelujah.
haba B'Shem
Love you all.
Thank
you guys.
you. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for everything.
Thank
Loving your
you,
hair, Yami.
Thanks,
Thank you,
everybody.
Mark. Thank you. Huh?
Thank
Hey,
you.
Yami.
Yes.
Yami, stick around for a minute. I need to talk to you too.
Okay.
Give me a minute.
Love you.
Bye.
Love you.
Bye. Love you guys.
Bye.